I think it looks a pretty good pitch. The weather thankfully has gone a little bit north, so hopefully we get a full game in, two good sides.
They've got some form in this.
Yeah.
That's a very confident start from Ali Orr. Excellent shot. That one did swing back a little bit on the angle, but it was given the treatment down the ground from Ali Orr.
Yeah.
Nicely tucked away. Ground is, pitch rather, is very central, so it's not a huge playing area here at Trent Bridge. There's no significant difference.
Yeah.
Another good looking shot from Ali Orr, who's off to a bit of a flyer here. Smashed away the first one that Gubbins.
Yeah.
So look for drives, look for the ball to be over pitched, get out to it.
There, Elias finds the gap through the covers, just waited for something slightly over pitch. That might be four. Clipped away, fine. So loath to talk about batting, but that is another fine shot. Swung away in the gap for four.
Oh yeah.
This time, leading edge. That is the line that is so crucial in one-day cricket. He couldn't work it leg side. Well, put down, but what a chance. I mean, what an effort. Yeah, I mean, it went very, very quickly. It would have been a blinder. That will help. That will be the boundary that they've been searching for. And Ali Orr will go to a half century. Had a battle a little bit in the last 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
That's one way to break the shackles. He does and he's gone. Would you believe it? Absolutely perfect.
Pulled away, and they need more of that now, Hampshire. Slightly short from Ethan Brooks on this occasion. Ali Orr quickly onto it, moves to 84, Hampshire 164 for 2.
The charge is on for Hampshire. Splice of the bat, didn't get anywhere near the middle, should be taken, it is. And Albert goes with 10 and a bit overs to go. Oh yes! Tom just clipped leg stump. Yeah, aggression needed. I think that's gone all the way. He moves into the 90s. Now he may get a free hit with that. He'll get a boundary and he'll have a look at the umpire. Gets it past mid-off and the outfield will do the rest. A Metro Bank final 100 for Ali Orr. What a tournament he's having. That's the third this year. Edged and away to the boundary. An expensive over, the biggest of the innings. Down towards long on and all the way to the boundary. Just like that.
Find some late boundaries.
Yeah!
Reverse, and he gets that one. Slower ball, should be taken down, long off, it is taken. We'll have another one here, we should have. Reverse cut. Oh, almost another, that one came back a lot quicker than the first and might bring about another couple. So 3 twos to finish.
Catch was the cry, but it was hit well in front of Ali Orr at square leg. I'm sure third umpire will want to take a look at this.
Yeah, and we're going to have to keep an eye on the fielding because it is slippery out there.
And that is evidence of the talent. It's hit firmly down the ground with a bit of bottom hand from Gareth Roderick to get it just past the stumps at the non-striker's end. That has gone very high. It's gone a long way as well. Oh, good catch. Really good catch. Pressed down at third man, running in, and takes a very low, good low catch.
Got him gone. Scott Curry over the Irish Sea. Tickled away. Nudged away. Bit of width. And 4. It was beautifully timed by Libby. Hooked away, and that's big. That's gone all the way. Fabulous aggressive stroke from Libby. Created a chance as well. Not this time. That is beautifully played. One bounce, 4.
Well, I think that's how he saw it too. Not where he intended, but we'll get the desired result. Delivery. It's gone. Simple enough. Very straightforward catch. Excellent work. Finds a gap. Needed a boundary, got a boundary. Boy, did they need that. The pressure was building on Worcestershire and Ethan Brooks. Gone this time. Just a little bit of bounce. Scott Curry does it again.
Find some boundaries. That 6 will help. Is it still on, Mark Butcher? And finds another one. Has that gone all the way? Edge for 4. A little bit of good fortune, which they will need. Hammered. That was just a length ball and hammered down the ground for 6 more. Down the ground, and it'll be good enough for 4. 6 for Brooks, and that is a half century, second of the season. And has there been a more important one than this? Maybe not, time will tell.
That is magnificent. He has played so well.
6 more, hammered. Sat in the surface, waited for it, Brooks, and he has dealt to that.
Been pretty good at carving it that way as well.
Straight up, keeper wants it. Hard and into the surface from Curry, and that does the business. It's been a terrific innings. There you go, Dooley. Son Kuhn, thank you very much.
What a shot! Oh my goodness.
Out towards deep mid wicket, taken. Good catch. Just lost his footing a little bit, James Fuller. Just swing hard. He does. Doesn't get over cover, and it's taken. It is Gubbins with the catch, the captain, and Curry with a 5 for. 11 from 5. Swings that for 6. Matthew Waite finds an important 6 for the Worcestershire Rapids. Swings it away. Chance in the deep. Oh no, put down. Kyle Abbott, that could be it as well. I'm not sure he was leaning on that.
They've gone completely berserk. What a way to finish it. Oh my goodness me.
the batting for the Worcestershire Rapids.
Well, welcome to New Road for the second instalment of the Metro Bank Cup. Second game here at New Road as well. Hampshire are hosts, team in a huddle as the two Worcestershire openers make their way out towards the middle. Hampshire have won the toss and they've decided to have a bowl, so Dan Latigan and Brett D'Oliveira just going through the motions as they make their way towards the wicket. Some team news for you, changes for both sides. Worcestershire make one change. Bear Swanepoel is not well, he's ill, so Harry Darley comes into the side. So Worcestershire Rapids line up as follows: Dan Latigan, Brett D'Oliveira, Gareth Roderick with the gloves, then skipper Jake Libby, Kashif Ali, Henry Cullen, Matt Waite, Tom Taylor, Ben Allison, Fateh Singh and Harry Darley. A change for Hampshire as well. Kyle Abbott is not playing today. James Fuller takes his place. So it's Ali Orr, Nick Gubbins, Fletcher Middleton, Jake Lehman, Tom Prest, Ben Brown, the wicketkeeper, Atush Sharma, James Fuller, Andrew Neil, Oliver Williams and Harry Petrie. We'll give you all the action live from New Road. There's still plenty of time to get yourselves down here and enjoy some cricket in the sunshine. It's another beautiful day here. But if you can't make it into the city centre, then myself, Jim Dale and Frank Watson alongside me will bring you all the action on our live stream. So a rerun of last year's final. And if it's anywhere near as dramatic as that one, Frank, we're in for a cracker.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just thinking exactly that as I was walking along to the ground this morning. And quite a number of players playing in this game that played in that final, including the two captains, Nick Gubbins and Jake Libby, and including Dan Latigan and Brett D'Oliveira. Oh no, Brett D'Oliveira
was injured. He couldn't play.
So, Dan Latigan, who is out there in the middle, played a significant part in that one-day Cup triumph for Worcestershire last year.
Well, it's Dan Latigan who'll be facing up, and Ollie Williams running in from the Diglis end. And Latigan's in behind that one, and straight away Ben Brown behind the stumps. Wicketkeeper gloves, former Sussex man, of course, is appreciating what he sees. So Ollie Williams, a youngster, and we'll see Harry Petrie as well, getting some valuable experience. This is, in a lot of ways, it's a developmental competition for the counties that lose players to the 100, and Hampshire have lost plenty of them to that competition. As again, line and length spot on to left-handed Latigan.
Yeah, I agree, but I also make this point almost every time we have one of these games. For most counties, there's only two competitions you can win. One is the Blast and the other is this. And what I mean by that is that the Championship is really the preserve of a small number of wealthy counties, in my opinion, and a bit like the Premier League. And you might get the odd upset every 20 years or so, but it's becoming more and more the case, I think, that this is one of only two competitions that the smaller counties can win.
Fuller this time from Williams, dug out by Latigan.
And I don't mean that in any way to be judgmental of any counties, but Northants have flown the flag for the underdog, if you like, in terms of the T20. Gloucestershire won it recently as well, and this competition has been won by Worcestershire, it's been won by Leicestershire in recent years, and I think that's one of the reasons it's so popular with your ordinary county members at non-100 grounds.
Latigan just trying to force the issue here. Not a lot of footwork, but trying to just strong arm that down the ground, but it's clothed it back to the bowler. No, I think you're right, Frank. I mean, I think we live in a world of us as individuals as positive realists, aren't we, really? And I think you're right. With the resources that counties like Surrey have, for example, the amount of players they can stockpile, it's understandable. In comes Williams once more. That's going to be called a wide, though, down the leg side. Good tumbling stop as well. I think the paying public and Worcestershire have done very, very well in terms of crowds and all-round sales. And a really solid start this from Williams. Starts with a maiden, watchful from Latigan.
Good over that. Really good over. Wasn't quite a maiden, was it, because of the wide? But
oh no, forgive me. Yeah.
A really nice over. Made him play. All but one delivery. And Dan Latigan is not an easy bloke to bowl maidens at, or to bowl dots at, because he does score. He's pretty positive generally as a batter. But yeah, I thought that was a very nice start for Williams.
Bowling at the New Road end.
Well, in a lot of ways, if you're joining this live stream as a Hampshire fan, it's quite a simple approach bowling on here, isn't it? It's line and length is key. It's rather traditional. If you just stick it on the top of off stump,
yeah,
then batters are going to have a very difficult time trying to be aggressive and go after you. So this is the same surface, isn't it, that they played on Friday, where Worcestershire skittled out Derbyshire for 138 and got home with just 3 wickets to spare.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy pitch to bat on. It nibbled around, it turned.
It's James Fuller into the attack. He's going to start with a wide. In for Kyle Abbott. Of course, he spent a year here, Frank, didn't he? Back in 2016. Experienced South African fast bowler.
He didn't play much, did he?
In that year?
I don't think. I'd have to look it up. Nice shot from D'Oliveira. Bit of width. Timed it really nicely. The 2 men out are at third and final leg, so if it beats the inner ring, runs away quite quickly. Better from Fuller.
Fuller from Fuller. He's actually got a long time ago, but fond memories of Worcestershire. He's taken a hat-trick against Worcestershire, albeit in the county championship for Gloucestershire.
When was that then?
I can tell you. It was down at Cheltenham, I remember that much. But it was a long time ago. It was right at the start of his career, so I think it was around about...
Right. That's where you want to be. Just there, just there. I think he dropped his hands, to be fair, but only just.
Nicely guided by D'Oliveira. That early boundary will have made him feel a bit better about life. He got bogged down a bit, didn't he, on Friday? It's not been an easy season with the bat for Brett D'Oliveira.
No, it's not. There have been some cameos, but he hasn't really found any rhythm, any kind of consistent form, I don't think. Be the first to admit that. It's not been easy. Some seasons a bit like that. You just don't really kind of get going. Any kind of rhythm going. Round the wicket, Latigan sliced away, uppishly. Is it catchable? Past second slip, it's gone for 4.
I think it's a little bit too high and a little bit too wide for a catch, but it's
a bit like that one where he was dropped the other day. Very similar sort of shot. Kind of came off it a bit, didn't he? but entitled to a bit of luck, I guess, early on.
Yeah, playing it online, it's a bit of width he can throw his hands at, but a little bit of fortune.
Better shot this time. And coming back for 2, good running. Productive over for Worcestershire. 12 runs coming from it. 13 without loss after 2.
Ollie Williams back at the top of his mark. I think key here is making sure you're tight with line and length in a lot of ways. Extras and loose deliveries go a long way to determining who has the best of it today. Again, the 2 men out in the deep are at third man and fine leg. D'Oliveira on strike, genuine edge, that's gone past second slip. I think it's catchable height as well. So Jake Lehman, who's second slip, he was never going to get anywhere near that. And well, having a third slip, I think even if you're I think Dale Steyn probably isn't getting a third slip at the start of a 50 over game.
He would if he wanted it, I reckon.
Left alone by Brett D'Oliveira.
I was watching some footage of Dale Steyn the other day, strangely enough. I don't know where it was or why I happened to stumble across it, but it's just what a magnificent bowling action that man had. Absolutely fantastic. Started well though, Williams, didn't he?
Yeah, he's in just a genuine edge there, driving a ball that wasn't quite up there, and other than that, he's been spot on. Again, he's nice. He's a big lad.
He reminds
nice,
me,
smooth action.
He reminds me a bit of Charlie Morris as he runs up.
D'Oliveira just batting out his crease. A bit too straight, they'll take a leg by, and I see that second slip has gone a little bit wider. Try and cover a bit more ground. Again, something we've discussed before, Frank, haven't we? You're not a fan of it.
Well, it looks great when it goes straight in, doesn't it? I'm pretty old school on that. If you've got one slip, I'd have him at first slip every time. Maybe a yard or two wider, but it introduces doubt then about who's going for it. Shot.
Nice shot from Dan Latigan. Power generated from the bottom hand, and it's a fumble. It's going to go for 4.
A right mess he made of it.
Well, Andrew Neil, he's had a bit of a shocker there. He's escorted it to the boundary and then shovelled it over.
Yeah, he slid, didn't he, to be fair? He slid, and then as he slid and went to pick it up, he didn't get his hand right in relation to the ball, and his hand then knocked the ball, I think.
Well, he's run the long way round it, and he just hasn't managed to stop the ball. Latigan on the walk, and he's smashed that down the ground. That's a dismissive shot. So what was a very promising over from Ollie Williams, well, he's gone for 3 boundaries, and he's bowled a lot better than that, Frank, I have to say. But that last shot from Dan Latigan, well, capitalising, I suppose, on perhaps a frustrated bowler. At any rate, Worcestershire 26 without loss from 3.
13 off that one, yeah.
But I have to say, they've gotten there with more than a hint of fortune. A couple of genuine edges, and
yeah,
and a misfield, but
that
again,
was dismissive, wasn't
it?
That was a very, very impressive shot. from Latigan. Nice from Fuller. Latigan's confident at the crease, something that we've noticed before. And even last year when he first came into the setup, belies his youth, I would say. To bat with that kind of authority, and you've got as little experience as him, is quite remarkable. Early days, he hasn't set the world alight, he's had some good scores. Got to go on to some bigger ones, but impressive approach. Fuller to D'Oliveira cuts that one away uppishly, down to third.
Well,
Just a single.
I'm a firm believer in the eye test, Frank, and that's kind of what it comes down to, is that he doesn't, if he is nervous, it doesn't show at all. Generally, he has a good range of shots. His setup is very simple. Head still at the point of contact, all the things that you'd like him to be. And just as for a young man, temperament is excellent. And it seems he just relishes the game. He's so present in the field, isn't he?
He's a good fielder, yeah, very good. Fuller got a bit of bounce there, didn't he? That last one hit the deck quite hard. This one's wide and full and beats Latigan. Bit of a half-hearted sort of square drive at it. There are occasions where I think Latigan, his footwork is lacking a little bit. Just sometimes I think he gets a bit caught on the crease, more in red ball than white. There's always got to be something to work on. Fuller again, no number on his back. Moves away from us, round the wicket, and they are beautifully bowled. That's really nicely bowled. And Latigan didn't really go anywhere, forward or back, and it indicates to D'Oliveira that just might have nipped away a bit. Good bowling, good over this from Fuller. He's come back well after that first over went for 12. Smart kit, isn't it, the Hampshire kit, the navy and yellow. I think it goes well, but I do like this Worcestershire One Day Cup kit in black. Gets a bat on this one, but straight to Ali Orr, deep gully or backward point.
Well, if we go full kit watch, I'm with you. I think they look classy. I think both kits look great. I like it either to look sleek and modern and in that sort of sense, or I want it to go back to the old days and just be garish. I think it's got to be one or the other. You know, the outrageous, they called it pyjama cricket, didn't they, at its inception?
Well, they weren't cut very well, were they, in those days? Those shirts were a bit baggy, weren't they? Oh, what a beauty that is. Well bowled. Goodness me, this has been a good over. We expected it, a little bit of bounce, a little bit of movement. Saw it throughout the game against whoever it was the other night.
Derbyshire.
Derbyshire.
It was a long time ago, Frank.
The other day. Yeah, but exploited beautifully in that over actually by Fuller. And just the one run coming from it. 27 without loss after 4. The Rapids.
Well, he was just able to bolt
put into bat
wide of the crease, angle it in and just get it to straighten, and it was just squaring up Latigan a little bit. Still two slips in place for D'Oliveira. Williams is on his way in. And that's just shovelled into the leg side. Again, D'Oliveira looking to use his feet. Not on the charge, but just a little shimmy.
Leg by. Just taken on the thigh pad. But you're right about talking about Brett D'Oliveira. I mean, hugely popular player, as we know, and has ceded the captaincy of the T20 at one point during the season, and clearly it wasn't going well for him. He's had 1 or 2 injuries. He hasn't found any rhythm. Just a different feel about the way he's playing to the way that Latigan is playing, isn't there? As the left-hander steers this one down to third for a single. He's not happy at the crease. That's what I'm getting at, really. You can almost feel it. He played 1 T20 knock, didn't he, here?
against Somerset.
Against Somerset, where he was angry. It was the first one after he'd lost the captain. I say he was angry, I don't know. He seemed angry. He went out there and he hit the ball with aggression, and
there was intention and intensity,
there was some
wasn't
fielding as well that was similar. Nicely played, this one, pushed up to mid-off. Good bowling from Williams.
A man with a point to prove. Batted beautifully with Secunda, and it was a lovely moment actually, wasn't it? Because universally around New Road, the crowd as one were absolutely behind Brett D'Oliveira, and he knew it. So it was and a very, very impressive win against.
But you would say, wouldn't you,
the defending champs?
It kind of exemplifies his season. There's been highs, there's been lows, there's been emotional involvement as well, I think. Another good shot here, but doesn't beat the fielder at mid-off.
You just feel as with benefit of this competition, especially if you're at the top of the order, spend some time at the crease. So he's in behind that. Even the forward defensive's a positive shot. I think defensive shots should be positive shots, if they can be. As that he's firmly on the front foot, in behind it, full face of the bat. That was a nice looking drive. Here comes Williams again. Back in his crease, clubbed away. What a fantastic shot that is. Time the living daylights out of that. Just used the full depth of his crease. Crashed it through the covers. D'Oliveira on to 14. Latigan's on 15. Both have faced 15 deliveries. So they're going stride for stride here. Worcestershire 33 without loss from 5.
Yeah, great shot. That last one really through his... Well, I mean, they know. We've said this before. Famous last words. They kind of know how to play here, Worcestershire. And one thing that I think batters work out quite quickly here is that if you get width, you've got to give it everything. If you bowl straight, it's not easy. Nice shot from Latigan. Good work though in the covers. Good diving stop.
It's Nick Gubbins there
by the captain. Keeps them to a single. Yeah, and you know, for the benefit of Hampshire viewers, T20 cricket at Worcester has produced a par of about 160, 170. You're not looking at a pitch this year where it's been easy to play big shots. And in the 50 over game the other day, 2 low scores, and it's not a pitch where you would, if you're going to make 250 plus on this pitch, it's probably going to be by virtue of common sense for 30-35 overs, putting down a base, not losing too many wickets, and then accelerating thereafter. It's not a pitch, I don't think anyway, on which you're going to see any teams at this stage coming out and scoring at 7-8 and over for the first 20. It just isn't. Full of bowls. D'Oliveira works this one down to long leg for a single. This pitch, having said that, was used on Friday, and it's a different colour today. It was quite green to look at Friday. No surprise. I mean, a lot of sunshine on it since then, and it's browned up a bit. But it did turn, it did nibble, and it did go up and down a little bit. It's not a minefield, but you've got to work hard, and they've started well. And that is a good shot from Latigan. That will go all the way. I think, no it won't, it's pulled up just inside the rope as it's pursued by Harry Petrie, but they pick up 3 more. Good shot from Latigan, started in similar fashion to how he played on Friday when he made 29 quite beautifully before rather giving it away as he hooked a long up, straight down long legs through it. Goes to 19 off 17.
Yeah, good batting. Little trigger movement forward and across to off stump to meet the ball.
And that's more runs. Over pitched on leg stump this time, and it will just be 2 this time. As Ollie Williams comes around from long leg. 2 more. 40 without loss. Good start by Worcestershire.
Well, as we've been saying all season, Frank, as tricky as it is to get started, and if you're tight with your line, you're okay. But if you over pitch or off a width, you'll still go. And Fuller just needs to bring it back here.
And he does. Seven off that over. 40 without loss. Off 6. Good start. Good start.
Yeah, Worcestershire will be pleased with this. Ollie Williams to continue. A wicket in each of his first 2 games in the Metro Bank Cup. Wicketless here as he's bowling to Latigan, who runs that down to third. And while Worcestershire, they would have, I think, been annoyed at themselves and how difficult they made life tricky in a low chase. But to get over the line, you know, you're a coach, Frank. A lot of learnings from Friday that hopefully that they will.
Well, I think
they will correct a few decisions.
Yeah, they'll have talked about it, won't they? I think.
Slip out, D'Oliveira on the walk, on the pad. They'll take a leg by. So
I think what they will say is that if you're not chasing a big score, you don't need to take too many risks. I think that would be one thing. I mean, I don't think it's not rocket science, is it? In any game, well, certainly 50 overs, I mean, it's not T20, different kettle of fish. If you're part of a partnership, and by that I mean, you know, this is a partnership now, they've put 40 odd on. If you're part of a significant partnership, say you lose a couple of wickets and you say, right, these 2 have got to dig in or whatever, and they get through another 5-10 overs and they put on 20-30, then you say to each other, you know, it's us today, it's not anybody else. We're one of the, you know, we need two big partnerships gives you a good score. You've got to recognise those moments when it's come, when it's your time. I think that's what the best players do, and that's why the consistent run scorers are involved in so many partnerships. I mean, Joe Root's a master at that, isn't he? Just recognising the situation. And yeah. I watched briefly in the 100 last night, and Joe Root was batting with Ravindra, and you know, he just gave him the strike. Massive, highly significant partnership, but basically just recognised that all he had to do was keep the other guy on strike, really. That's well played by Latimer.
Yeah, guided fine. They'll take a single to third man. You're absolutely right. It's that in-game intelligence, and some people are born with it. Some people just get it. Some people learn it. I mean, we've seen actually that there was one man that did recognise it and played a very steady hand, which was Gareth Roderick, which we've seen increasingly
crucial innings.
Increasingly with Gareth Roderick in white ball cricket, how important he is, because he recognises game situations and plays accordingly. Yeah. Whether he succeeds or not is by the by, but consistently makes good decisions. Yeah. So still one slip, and it's wide. Well bowled, hit the bat hard. And Another good over from Williams. And the chap that's between first and second slip was the son of a gentleman we discussed at length on Friday, actually, didn't we?
Yeah.
Darren Lehman, who we both like as a potential England coach.
Yeah. Don't know that much, but I've talked to quite a lot of people about it. At the risk of repeating myself, I just love the fact that he's come in and with more or less the same players has transformed Northamptonshire, and it's just by applying basics, common sense cricket.
Well, it's also work culture matters in sport too. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's how people feel when they go to work every day, and you feel like he's got it right.
Yeah.
Among many other things beyond that,
yeah.
But you're right, the feel around Northants has changed significantly. There's a change in the bowling from the New Road end. Harry Petrie's on his way in. And his Darren Lehman's son, Jake, very experienced cricketer in his own right. Brisbane and Adelaide strikers as well. Famous for a moustache, Frank, as well, to call back the T20 Blast. His moustache had multiple Twitter handles of their own volition. He became iconic. There were people with parody moustache-based Twitter handles, but good bit of cricket. Ran on the shot. Good pick up and throw. Latigan safely home. It's not for everyone, Frank, but that's the sort of content that I dive into. And for those who are unfamiliar,
I knew that.
Frank has to. I think at times has to endure, don't you? I love a nickname. I love a nickname, and I love a bit of facial hair.
Merv Hughes must be your all-time favourite cricketer.
He was right up there, actually. Yeah. The zinc and the moustache.
And of course, Sarfraz Nawaz must have been. I mean, that was a heck of a tash as well, wasn't it?
I think it's how you wear it as well. There's a vibe. But yeah, I mean, Merv Hughes was absolutely him and David Boone. They were absolutely my era. Late 80s, early 90s, when cricket became a big deal in my life. We cover the big issues on the Worcestershire live stream. In comes Petrie. D'Oliveira on strike, on the walk. Nice looking shot. Won't get anything for it though. Andrew Neil with the fielding. Well, there were, earlier in the week, Frank, there were threats of rain throughout Sunday.
No.
And I don't want to jinx it, but we're looking pretty good here. A bit of cloud cover, but
it's not going to rain.
Plenty of sun for another good crowd here at New Road for another day's cricket. Worcestershire 44 without loss. Good start this. I've seen a lot of quality from Hampshire with the ball, but a few loose ones as well, and that's why Worcestershire are where they are at the moment. Brown up to the stumps. And that's been clattered for four. Short and wide. Fletcher Middleton with the despairing dive, but it's going to go to the fence. And while it's difficult for batters, Frank, it's difficult to get started, it's difficult to feel like you're staying in, is that you've still got to bowl well at them. And if you offer width, or if you go too full or too wide...
Yeah, there's just a danger that Hampshire don't realise that it's not that easy to bat on. And what I mean by that is, 48 for no wicket off 8 overs is not. They've not gone off like an express train, but it's a decent start So you're in the field and you're thinking, oh yeah, it's not too bad, we've been alright, we could bowl a bit straight. But actually, those of us that have watched a lot of white ball cricket here in the last couple of years, thinking if we were out there in the field, we'd like to have got a couple of wickets by now.
Yeah, absolutely. Or at least been able to tie up an end and put some pressure on. I mean, the amount of dot balls that were on show on Friday was absolutely astronomical. Well, Williams is going to continue from the digless end. Brown's going to stay up to the stumps, try and keep Latigan in his crease.
I don't think they bowled badly, but there's probably just been a few too many wide ones, haven't they?
Yeah, I think that there
not
was
wides, but just scoring opportunities via width.
A couple over pitched, a couple too wide, and that's the difference. There's been a lot of good bowling, but a few boundary balls as well. I think that's what I alluded to at the start of the broadcast, is that it may well come down to whoever limits those boundary ball opportunities might be the difference. Williams goes round the wicket and good bit of bowling.
Good
beats the outside edge. Well. Yeah, I know it used to happen back in the day, Engineer and Alan Knott and the like, but I am so impressed with the modern era of wicket keepers. It's not just medium and medium fast. They'll stand up to almost anybody now, and I think more than anything the courage that takes. That's another beauty. Squared him up.
And the effect that it has, the keeper going up on the batter's footwork, is significant, isn't it? Latigan is much less happy when he's stuck in the crease. He's a good keeper, Brown. And it's good fun, you know, that's the other thing. Keeping to a quick bowler, as long as he's not bowling it too full. If he's bowling it really full and it's pitching around your toes or, you know, in the block hole, then it's horrible. But if he's bowling it back of a length, it's great fun.
In behind this one is Latigan, but I think particularly on a surface where you can pin a batter down by just hitting good line and length, to not be able to knock the bowler off his line and his length just by a little bit of foot movement. And we're not seeing batters charge here, it's just a little shimmy just to move a metre or so and affect the bowler's length. So it's a good decision, it's good keeping, but the bowlers also have to play their part, of course, as you say.
Yeah, agreed.
Again, sticking it to middle and off stump. And again, we saw on Friday that the effect that it can have as well is squaring batters up and then slips in play. Bit of width this time and clubbed away.
Yeah, it's that width, isn't it?
Just enough. It wasn't a wide delivery.
Just
gave it enough. And it's ruined actually what was an excellent over from Williams. He's bowled very well actually.
Yes, yeah. He's bowled really well. But just I suppose that little bit of pressure that comes with having bowled 5 dots. You're desperate to get the maiden and you don't do it. As a result,
well, he just put it there as well. That's the thing. Latigan's strong in that region, so the 50 comes up for Worcestershire in the 9th over. And again, it's about limiting those boundary balls. Latigan's on his way, 26 from 29, Dollarera 21 from 25. Good partnership from these two.
Well, that's nicely played. That's the shot that we saw Roderick play a lot on Friday, isn't it? Allowing the ball to come, playing it quite late. I likened it to Joe Root. Ed Barnard is another very, very capable exponent of that shot, steering it down to third. Worcestershire fans of a certain vintage will remember Graham Heck doing that a great deal as well. The ball's almost past you when you get the bat on it. That's short, and Latigan heaves it away. Not entirely happy with the shot, but that's a bit like the one that he got out the other day, wasn't it? He just followed it round, just shoveled it round to long leg.
I mean, he timed it beautifully, didn't he, on Friday? But it was just, as you said at the time, it was catching practice, and Hayden didn't have to move a muscle, straight into his midriff. And, oh, that's climbed.
See, that's what I'm talking about, being fun when you're keeping. That looks a great take, and it is, but it's quite an easy take because he's seen it bounce a long way away. The batter's not got in the way of it. He's watched it. That's great. That is really good fun when you're doing this against a. It's very different if he gets it up in the block hole and batter falls over it, or just down the leg side and full. Not sure whether that came off the keeper or off Donavera. Dribbled away to slip. Now, interesting passage of play for me, this. Coming up to the end of the power play, it's been a good start by Worcestershire. They do not want to do anything silly. It's exactly what happened the other day, isn't it? They lost the first wicket. First ball after the power play.
It was, yeah.
And I think it fell away, and what they want to do today is meet up mid-pitch after this over and say, right, let's get to 75, let's get to 100.
Well, you feel like scoreboard pressure is going to be really valuable on this surface.
But they know that the way to make the big score is to put down the base. You're not going to charge to it. It's the end of the over. It's a good over. Just 2 runs from it. 54 without loss from 10. It's not been easy. But they have capitalised on the bad balls that have come along.
Well, we're going to have a change of bowling from the Diglis end now. It looks like James Fuller's going to change ends, and he's going to hope to change fortunes as the fielding restrictions lifted to allow 4 in outside the 30-yard circle. So third man fine leg remain. Then we've got deep mid wicket. Deep square leg, and then cover point on the boundary. Full around the wicket to Dan Latigan. And he's walloped that off the back foot. Straight at Nick Gubbins at cover. Dragonflies whiz past us through.
Nice to see. Desperate for water everywhere.
Again, through the covers, and it goes through Nick Gubbins. They will take a single. Yeah, it's been dry.
Goodness me, it's I mean, really, growers in the Vale of Evesham near us. Big fruit growing area, of course. Most people will be aware. Farmers generally. Yields are down. Getting water to your crops is a desperate problem, I think.
Well, the wife and the kids are away for the weekend whilst I do cricket, and I've still got the paddling pool out for the frogs.
Yeah.
It's genuinely true.
And for yourself when you get home, maybe.
If I make it that far, yeah, do you know what? I like the heat, I like the sun, but I also quite like a beer in the paddling pool.
Yeah, absolutely.
The wife's gone big this year. It's a big paddling pool, and we've got a 7-foot rainbow sprinkler, just in case you didn't know I had 2 small girls, and I use it more than they do. But at the moment, it's populated by half a dozen frogs.
Well, they need it too.
Yeah. Again, big issues on the live stream, but yeah, right. I mean, you're an allotment here.
I used to be.
Yeah, me too.
Glad I'm not anymore, because it would have been a nightmare this year. It would have been an absolute nightmare.
Full to D'Oliveira. He's edged that away. Down to third. Tried to give that everything. Slightly misguided, and he's lucky it went as fine as it did. Otherwise, I think he would have been in a bit of bother.
We saw that's how he got out, isn't it?
Exactly how he got
out on Friday, cutting a short one in the air down to third. He didn't go at that one quite as hard, but Petrie might not realise down here that he's in a hot spot. It's also where Latigan hauled out to. He's on strike. That slips too wide for me.
Play and a miss.
Shot.
It is.
It is. It's almost as though there's a mindset change at the end of the power play, and my feeling is there doesn't need to be. Just keep playing the same way to get it up there, get it up to 75, get it up to 80 without loss. There is no rush. There is a long, long way to go. Don't have to score at 6 and over at this stage.
He was offered a bit of width. I think I actually feel like he missed out. It wasn't a great delivery. It's just a poor shot as well.
I don't think it was that wide, you know.
Better line from Fuller this time, but as we were discussing on Friday, Frank, the art of the leave has left the game, really, hasn't it?
Well,
Ben Duckett approached the batting where it must be bat on ball every delivery.
Yeah, although Duckett himself has played a few, he started to leave 1 or 2, but yeah, it's a characteristic of Bazball, if you like, if I can use that term loosely, that players don't leave so much. But I still believe, particularly in red ball cricket, certainly it has a place in 50 over cricket in the early overs if the ball's nipping around. Leaving is an art in itself, and it is largely a forgotten art. That's short, and D'Oliveira's heaved it away on the leg side and is caught. And that's a very, very well judged catch by Ali Orr. I think it was Ali Orr running to his right. D'Oliveira, well, he might feel again that he's just given it away. I don't know. Short delivery, one he fancied hitting to the boundary, but just didn't get hold of it. And we've said it so many times, even short balls on this pitch, a lot of stuff goes up in the air rather than a long way laterally, horizontally if you like. And it was on him, it got big on him, hit high up on the bat, couldn't control the shot. Thought he was going to get away with it, but Ali Orr made good ground to his right, dived. And not only that, the hard part of taking that catch was holding on to it after he hit the ground.
Surviving the grounding is key. And it was a fabulous catch. And again, we've seen actually with the shot selection that get through the power play, and it's almost like they're trying to be ultra aggressive with the men out, which must be a plan, mustn't it, if that's the intention. But it means that Gareth Roderick comes out to the wicket with Worcestershire 56 for 1. The key here now from a Rapids perspective is about building a partnership again, because we've seen numerous times that wickets fall in clusters. And it just shows that Harry Petrie is bowled with precision. He's built a bit of pressure. He's got his reward.
So
Donavera got himself a start.
Is Tony Albert.
Nicely guided to get off strike. Again, profitable area. Classic one-day shot Frank was talking about earlier. And Roderick's underway. Back round the wicket to the left-handed Latigan. And it's two straight. It's been tickled round the corner. Is it bat or is it pad? It is pad. So a couple more to the total. And you've got your eye on another game today as well, Frank.
Yeah, I have.
If you didn't know, Frank has coached pretty much everyone within about an 80-mile radius.
A young lad that I have coached a great deal, actually. A lot of coaching and teaching as well, because it's started when he was very young. Is debuting today for Warwickshire at Taunton, and he's just come on to bowl. And his third ball went for 6 over the wicketkeeper's head. I'm not saying he's quick for a 16-year-old.
Wow.
But that is what happened. There's a pull shot straight over the keeper's head for 6. He's bowled 1 over so far. He's only 16 years old. Charlie Taylor is the name. Brother Edward was sub-fielder for Worcestershire at Eastner the other day, if anybody was there. They're both at Malvern.
Well, you're going to use your sway of influence and maybe get him in a pair shirt?
It's a 10-year plan. Got to be careful. 60 for 1 at the end of that over. 4 runs came from it. His younger brother is captain of Warwickshire under 14s as well, Max. And they're just on the border. Ulster and Ragley is where they originally started out. Ulster-Warwickshire border almost. Just in Warwickshire. Not much footwork there.
Well, he just tried to force the issue there. It was all bottom hand. It was a big, thick inside edge. And they'll take a single.
I think Latigan will feel that he's now got the base to expand his game a little bit. I think Roderick will probably try and play the anchor role as he did the other day.
Yes.
Suits him. Captain as well today. Captain, keeper. Not captain today. Would have been captain. There was a doubt about Libby. Sorry, that's what's got into my head. But Libby past fit. Swanepoel missing through illness.
Well, yes, you feel like Latigan can be the aggressor, but it's again still got to be a controlled aggression. And pick your timing. But Hampshire actually doing a really good job in the past 4 overs, so 3 or 4 overs of just tightening things up, putting pressure on this rapid side. Runs not flowing anywhere near as freely.
No.
Harry Petrie doing a good job. James Fuller from the far end as well. That's flicked away. Should be a chance of a catch, and it is. And he's picked the man out as Gareth Roderick. and he has to depart. We mentioned that Hampshire had tightened things up. Well, James Fuller's joined the party now as well. He's got a wicket. And that good start for Worcestershire is just being pegged back, 61 for 2.
It's a rewrite of Friday, isn't it?
Well, if he leaves that alone, it's a wide. So he's managed to chase over the wide down leg side and just scoop it down fine leg throat.
No,
Took it low, good catch, but he didn't have to move his feet at all to take it.
when I say it's a rewrite, what I mean is, you know, there were 42 without loss at the end of the power play, 47 for 2, 1 over later.
Coming into bat, Jake Libby.
Well, here comes the skipper. And he'll be frustrated, Roderick. He'll just feel that was a freebie. It was way down leg side. And way he did well to reach it and connect with it as well as he did, but the upshot is he has to go. So Libby joins Latigan, and I think this may well mean an amends to Latigan's approach. As I have mentioned that on this surface we have seen that 1 can bring 2, can bring 3. And Worcestershire just need a little bit of a rebuild in. Another slip in place, so 2 slips back in, Fuller in. Libby in behind that one.
I'm just watching the old delivery on the live stream of that other game I was talking about, and an advert comes up between deliveries, which, if any advert has ever summed up our current world in this country, it is an advert for a company who are medical negligence specialists. Is that me being overly negative, or do you think it's just awful, isn't it? Medical negligence specialists.
It's quite a nice way of saying ambulance chaser, isn't it?
Oh dear. He's finding it hard work, the young man down at Taunton. This is good from Fuller, isn't it? Since he changed ends, I think particularly good. Just 1 run and a wicket off that over.
Well,
might have been a fortunate one in the sense that he got lucky with one that was down the leg side, but nonetheless tied Worcestershire back.
well, again, he's just been bowling Jake Libby just on that 4th stump on a good length, and it's. I want to say it's almost like the pennies dropped. They realised that if they just attack that off stump, 4th stump, keep an honest length, and it is tricky. And Hampshire have done a good job of just stifling any momentum Worcestershire had. 61 for 2. He's the score.
But you know, if Worcestershire only score at 2 or 3 and over for the next 6 or 7, it doesn't matter.
No, absolutely.
It doesn't matter.
It's about partnership building, putting pressure on bowlers, and these two will know that. It's, Andrew Neil goes through a few warm-ups. Might see him shortly.
I think he'll get some response from this pitch.
And it's also made a marked difference, I think, seeing Ben Brown come up to the stumps, keep batters in their crease.
He's bowled well, Peter, isn't he? Edged past slip. Good diving stop down at third man. They get back for 2. Runs have dried up a little bit.
Yeah. It's just his 3rd game, his 2nd wicket as well.
I like it. What do I see? Good.
Well, it
Rhythmic approach, nice high action.
feels like a surface that suits him as well. Just that little bit of movement.
And then he bowls a wide. And actually, just probably, I thought collapsed a little bit on that one. But umpire Jack Chantry. There was a funny action. Jack Chantry, left arm, same bowler, most unconventional. Somerset have just lost a wicket. Robbie Yates has got one with his off spin.
Yes, and rather angular Jack Chantry. You have a few bowlers over the time that are sort of bowled off the wrong leg almost. Gavin Haynes was another
Gavin
one.
Haynes was, yeah. Jack's feet were also planted wide as well. Just looked very, very different. Played that well. Latigan got on top of the bounce. But I've been impressed with Peter. Well, all of them. I think they've all bowled pretty well this morning. Probably full of the pick.
Yes, he had a couple of slightly loose overs, and then otherwise has been on it.
No, they've all bowled pretty well, haven't they?
Yeah, I was impressed with Williams actually.
Yeah, very good.
With the new ball.
It's the, underestimated aspect of this competition, isn't it? Is that we're seeing players that we might see become quite well-known county cricketers in years to come. We're seeing them for the first time in this competition, and it's quite enjoyable.
Keeper back to Libby.
2 slips. Did too much, I think. Kept a bit low though, didn't it?
Yeah, they liked it. You feel that one's just going down?
Going down, yeah. Kept a bit low. 66 for 2. So what's that? 5 off the over. And we are going to see some spin.
Coming on to bowl at the Douglas end is Andrew Neil.
Well, we know that left arm spin's gone well here, Frank. And Andrew Neil, well,
I imagine that Hampshire know that too, and he's bowling at the right end. This is not going to be easy for the batters.
good start as well. Good tall bowler, high release point. So looking to extract a bit of bounce, but he's on the money straight away. Leading wicket taker in this competition for Hampshire last year, on their way to the final. And nicely played by Jake Libby though. And already there's a little bit of turn there. Round the wicket to the left-hander. It's an appeal. They realise straight away the line's not right there. And a little dink down the leg side. That's a clever shot. Played online, looking to come back for 2. It's close, but he's home. There are hands on heads. Well, we saw some very, very tight run-outs on Friday, Frank. We saw plenty of dives as well. And Latigan immediately waves to the dressing room. I don't know where he's done some damage to any of his kit.
Oof. Young man nearly got his first wicket down at Taunton. 16 years old. His last over, every delivery was over 80 miles an hour.
I mean, that indicates a young man with an exceptional action, doesn't it? I imagine it's the braced leg rather than the collapsed front leg.
They call him Wokesy actually at Edgbaston because his action is pretty spot on, yeah. Sometimes loses its shape a little bit when he tries to bowl too quick.
Well, it's a new pair of gloves by the looks of things for Dan Latigan. After that
Honours
dramatic
even,
dive.
do you think? Honours even, pretty much. I think 69 for 2 off halfway through the 14th. I'd say.
Yes, I think that's probably fair, and I think, but again, because it's difficult to score quickly on this surface, it's easy to stifle batters. So long as you bowl well, as we saw on Friday, we've seen again in the T20s that things can change very, very quickly. This is a surface that you can collapse on, but if you apply yourself and you are patient and you work hard, then there is a score to be had. We saw that. I mean, Martin Anderson batted beautifully, didn't he? And
He did.
Brooke Guest as well until he got that.
Yeah.
I mean, a rather contentious LBW decision against him.
Yeah.
We thought was some brave umpiring. We're back underway. Fuller this time. Latigan in behind it.
Nicely bowled, I think. Good bowler. I like Andrew Neil. Economical action. Not much to go wrong. 4-pace runner. Bit of body in it.
Yeah. That's it. He
Nice shape.
throws his hips through. And again, that benefit of having the height, which means he gets a little bit of natural bounce. If the ball's not turning, then bounce is a spinner's friend, absolutely. And tidy start. Just 3 from his first over.
Petrie carrying on. He's been tidy as well. Tiny bit full, but Libby doesn't time it. Bright sunshine there. The crowd good. It's not as good as it was on Friday, but it's good. It's absolutely perfect, isn't it, to watch cricket here today? It's not too hot, but the sun is shining. There's a bit of cloud around.
Nice little breeze as well
Nice
to
bit
keep
of
you
breeze.
fresh.
£10 for adults. Kids for £1. Get down here. Lots of food outlets. Lots of activities. Perfect. Petrie bowls. Libby plays the Libby shot, but everybody that Worcestershire play against knows about the Libby shot, so Fletcher Middleton is alert at backward point and makes a diving save. If a yard either side it was 4. I say the Libby shot. Characteristic Jake Libby back foot punch just behind square or square on the offside. Petrie in again to him. Can't do much with this. Well bowled. and the power of the dot. He's built a bit of pressure with dots, throws that one a little bit wider, a little bit fuller, and draws Libby into an uncharacteristic lapse. Fairly loose drive outside the off stump. Fortunate that he didn't make contact. Encouraging for Petrie. This time a fuller delivery, a straighter delivery, driven, but straight to a fielder at mid-off. It's Ollie Williams. And again, Libby can't get this away. Looking to steer it on the offside. That's a really good over. A maiden. First maiden of the innings from Petrie.
Well, that's 21 dot balls he's bowled in 5 overs.
Yeah. Good stuff from the youngster.
So Libby just 2 from 12.
And Neil bowling tightly. This is an important little period.
We mentioned it on Friday, you know, an exercise in patience and a bit of mental fortitude. You've got to concentrate on this surface. You've got to be focused all the time. And don't give anything away. In comes Neil again. Round the wicket to left-handed Latigan. Which means it's going to be tricky to get an LBW. Take a quick single, and you see that against Neil, Latigan particularly has looked to be busy, looked to run hard and rotate if he can. .70 for 2 the score. Cover point out on the boundary. Square leg as well. Nice looking shot.
It's interesting watching the footwork of the batters against the spinner, isn't it? Given what we saw on Friday. When several batsmen went back when they should have been forward to spin.
Uses his feet.
He's had enough.
Club down the ground. That's going to be 4. Just beats long on.
Yeah, he's had enough, hasn't he, Latigan? He said, I'm not going to mess about with this anymore. Put the bowler under a bit of pressure. Wasn't the most elegant of shots, but it was brutal. Big strong boy.
Got to the pitch, didn't he? Which was key. And dragged it a little. The onside. Fired through faster.
Bowled.
Good response. Again, Fuller. Got a hand to it, did Neil. I'll take a single. 7 from the over. So a productive one from a Worcestershire perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still thinking if they can be 110 maybe from 25, that would be a really good position to be in. They were 107. Derbyshire were 107 for 2 at the halfway point the other day, and we thought that was a really good position to be in. And I think Worcestershire could be looking at something similar. In order to do that, they've got to get 30 odd off the next 8. Quite doable without taking too many risks. Put that base down.
At the New Road end, Ashutosh Sharma.
Ash Sharma coming on at the New Road end. Is there a bowler that they will target? Is there a bowler they think they can get after on this surface? I reckon I am with you, Jim. If you bowl top of off, you're a seam bowler and you bowl top of off, maybe maybe just a little bit back of a length from that. I don't think it's easy to score. Latigan is a free scoring batter generally, and he's 41 off 52. Hasn't found it easy. Libby is more likely to put down roots.
Ash Sharma here, who's he's military medium, but you think about what Anush Dal managed to do on Friday. It's similar sort of wicket to wicket.
Yeah. It really is about building pressure on this pitch. And I'll go again, I'll say it again, 250, good score on this pitch. For me. 220, defendable, if you bowl well. Unless somebody plays a really amazing innings, but you know, we don't expect that, do we? We've seen it in T20.
Yes, we have, and that's the thing, isn't it? Sometimes if you just get outplayed and someone decides it's their day, then there's often not much you can do about it. I think Hampshire have bowling options.
Sharma just over pitching, and also a bit of width, and that's what Latigan has got to do, not miss out on that when it comes along. And that was a good shot, given his arms, hit it in the air but safe. Back on it, Sharma.
Playing for the regions in India, he's got the fastest 50 in T20 cricket. Recorded. 11 balls. Ash Sharma. I don't think that's going to be replicated today.
Well, you might say that, but that's the sort of thing we saw.
Well, we
saw a 13 ball 50, didn't we?
We mentioned Cameron Darawal, didn't we, on Friday? An astonishing day's cricket. Two incredible games of cricket actually in the T20 blast between Worcestershire and Gloucestershire, both going Gloucestershire's way. Both you feel probably should have been won by Worcestershire. That's but as we have alluded to, we've seen a lot of drama at New Road this year, in rather unconventional circumstances as well. Neil to continue from the Diglis end as the sun bears down on New Road into Libby, who drives nicely. Straight to Nick Gubbins, who's seen plenty of the ball at cover so far. He's marshalled his troops pretty well so far, Nick Gubbins. That's edged, looking to cut it a bit finer than intended, but it's going to go to the fence anyway.
Bonus, really. Would have been a catch to slip, wouldn't it? Didn't mean it to go there. Libby's, talking about footwork against spinners, Libby does like to go back. He's quite light on his feet. He likes to cut. Maybe just a bit close. He got away with it. He knows there's no slip. He's on the move again, back inside the line, playing out on the offside for a single.
Well, you can play off the back foot if you pick length quickly enough and you make that move. He's very quick. He uses the full depth of his crease. Then it's all right. But it's something you have to get right for this time. And
I was thinking about that innings against the match against Derbyshire. When a player like Wayne Madsen misreads the length, as he did, because he played that sweep shot that was to a ball that was way too full. When a player like Madsen misreads the length, I think that's telling you that if players are going back when they should be going forward, I think it's telling you that it's not easy to play off the front foot for various reasons. And we saw lots of players going back to balls they should have gone forward to. That's a nice single by Latigan, judged nicely.
I suppose at this level, then, what it's saying is they feel safer relying on their eye and watching the ball off the pitch.
Yeah.
Which isn't necessarily, it's not something that you'd recommend. But if that's a kind of collective decision,
yeah. But if you're on a road, finger spinner comes on, I'm probably quite happy to just go down and play down the ground for a single all the time. But if it's turning, if it's stopping, if you're not happy doing that, then you might be looking to get on the back foot a bit more. That's what I'm saying. And I thought quite a lot of batters on both sides against the spin on Friday were looking to get on the back foot whenever they could. I like the way they're going about it now.
it may well be a realisation that the pitch isn't going to miraculously change anytime soon. So learning to bat on this surface is going to be important for their progression in this competition. Worcester just being able to rotate the strike here, and it feels like a different experience when you can just release a bit of pressure, just a few singles, just keep it ticking over.
.50 for Latigan. .83 balls. 63 balls.
John is 50 or 63 balls with 6 fours.
63 balls, 6 fours.
Well, with the innings he played on Friday, Frank, and how he got out first ball of the 11th over, having set himself a nice platform, he's done exactly what we'd hoped he'd do.
Yeah.
In response today, which is just dig in a little bit, wait for a bad ball, be positive when you can.
Yeah.
And at 50 from 63 is still a pretty decent lick in this format. Good knock from
absolutely.
The young man.
Yeah. Very mature innings. And that'll do. Can we get 2 for that little edge through the slips?
Going back to kit watch, Frank.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Hampshire kit looks nice. How do you feel about the yellow pads with the wicket keeper?
Yeah, not keen, particularly. I think blue would look better, but I do think navy and yellow Goes right back to the days of the Crazy Gang at Wimbledon.
Yeah.
Navy and yellow is very smart. Warwickshire have got a similar combo actually.
So this time they'll steal a single.
Chops that one away.
The Crazy Gang beat the Culture Club in the FA Cup final back in '88. That was the famous headline. So Neil's in again. That's well bowled.
Nicely bowled, yeah. Beautiful control. He's just gone somebody. It's gone for 4 off the helmet. But 16-year-old, quick bowler.
Unbelievable. Well, Frank has got his eye on another game as a young lad he's been coaching. That's all right, as Neil's in again, and probably just a little bit shorter than he'd like. Wasn't a short ball by any stretch, it just meant that Latigan could send it down to long on with relative ease. So it's, for those of you unfamiliar to the stream, it's Frank Watson, Mr. Worcestershire. He's been there, he's done it, he wears the t-shirt. And
that was
coach of many.
That was a good over in some ways for both teams, wasn't it? I mean, he's
coming on to bowl with the New Road end is Tom Press.
He's bowled well, Neil. He's kept it tight, but they haven't taken risks, and that's why I say it's a good over for both sides, because I think Worcestershire are doing the right thing. Now we've got Tom Press with his off spin.
Well, I think he's bowled nicely, Neil, but hasn't looked threatening, which is key.
Yeah. But they haven't done anything stupid. And with the other day we saw people getting stumped and charging down the wicket and playing across the line, etc. They've not done that. And I think that's learning from the other day.
Yes. Absolutely right.
Nice footwork.
Yeah, quickly onto the back foot, wasn't he? As the 100 comes up for Worcestershire. Very welcome little partnership. Just drifting down leg side. Considered an appeal and thought better of it. Tom Press, they'll take a leg bite. But he's feels like he's been around for a while. Only 23. Come through the academy from Dorset, but
quite an experienced 23.
Yeah.
Nice, easy action. Not a front line spinner though.
No. But yeah, it's his sixth season with the first team, this Frank, Tom Press.
Yeah.
I was surprised when I found out he was 23. Got a good 100 against Yorkshire at the start of this competition. And no one fared particularly well, apart from the two openers and the rather heavy defeat they suffered against Middlesex. I'll put you on the spot, Frank. We mentioned some youngsters, and you've been coaching for many years. We're in the summer holidays. So if we've got youngsters who want to pick up a ball and practice,
yeah. Well,
what top tips do you have?
Well, one thing I'd say is
it's tickle down leg side. It's a chase on, but I think ball's going to beat fielder here. It is only just.
Have a look at the Worcestershire Cricket Foundation website, and there's stands around the ground here. There certainly were on Friday. Some organised sessions this summer, quite affordable, I think, for most parents. £15, I think, for a morning at various clubs around the city. I think that's good.
Kneeling again, push through a bit faster, but more importantly, the line's better.
Various other outlets. I think Gavin Haynes, the former Worcestershire batter, who father of Jack, obviously, of Notts. Gavin teaches at Winterfold School, and along with James Brinkley, and they do coaching courses, I think, in the summer holidays. But you know, I was playing in the back garden with my grandson yesterday until we ran out of balls because he hit so many over the fence. Just play, just hit the ball, bowl the ball, you know, just play.
Good shot from Latigan through the covers, should be cut off. Good bit of boundary riding, they'll take a couple.
And kids can play on their own, you know, bowl at targets. I mean, it's not so easy to do what they say Bradman used to do, throw a golf ball against the wall and then hit it with a stump. But you can put balls on tees and hit them off tees and that kind of thing. There's a lot of stuff on YouTube now about how to play. And mums and dads can throw the ball. And, you know, bowling, you can bowl at any kind of target, can't you? You can practice catching against the walls, all sorts of things you can do. I'll give one favourite of mine.
Oh, it's a genuine edge. But that looks like it's going to reach the fence as well. And ball wins yet again. It's Harry Petrie who's been chasing leather. But it's a false shot. The upshot is the same. It's another boundary. To Worcestershire Rapids, 113 for 2.
11 off that over. Yeah, one favourite of mine just before we finished is talking about kids and what you can do on your own. If you get an old cricket ball and thread a sort of you know, like a circular ring with a thread on it, little one, you know, from your dad's toolbox or something, and thread it into the ball, push it hard into the ball, and then hang it on a rope, hang it on a string from a branch on a tree in the garden maybe. I used to have one, and you hit it again, and if you don't hit it properly, it'll go a bit twizzly and you have to reset it. I can still hear my mum's voice saying, "Will you stop it?" Because I was in the garage going bang, 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 bang. But it's a great way to groove a shot. You know, you get your grip right, lean into it, hang it. I've done it with loads of people hanging a ball from a tree in the garden. It's a really good way to practice. There you are, a few ideas.
Well, that's what we like. It's a school holidays. Of course, the 100 has been very good at engaging young people with cricket. A good young pathway here at Worcestershire. And the game relying on coaches teaching the youngsters.
Latigan, I think, probably is looking at this. I don't want to tempt fate, but I think he's looking at this and thinking, I've got a chance of doing something here. Gone to 64 without too much trouble. Bit of luck, as we've said. That's a great bit of work. Oh, he's run out. Oh, well, there you go. Don't want to tempt fate, I've said, and he's run out.
Well, Fletcher
Never
Middleton,
run on a misfield.
That is an astonishing piece of work. Not only is it a great pickup, but the release is so quick. It's a great throw from a falling position.
Never run on a misfield.
These two looked absolutely set, but that's a stunning piece of fielding.
Run out for 64.
Well, has to be said, looked like the most likely way of getting rid of him.
There's enough ways to get out without being run out.
I mean, I agree with you, Frank. Don't run on a misfield, but at the same time, it had to be brilliant in all elements of that piece of fielding. The stop at full length, the throwing off balance, the good throw at pace, and Latigan still nearly came home. It was just wonderful, wonderful fielding. Frustrating for Dan Latigan, frustrating for the Rapids because they were just building nicely. But I think we've seen something rather special there.
Yeah, I think you're right. But I still think it's an unnecessary wicket. It really is an unnecessary wicket. It was a good shot, but they ran for the shot. I think
Yes.
that's probably where the error was. You would say I might be wrong on that, but he hit it really well. You think there's got to be a run there, and then he made the save, and it eluded his grasp initially, and they probably thought, oh, we're going to get in, but there was hesitation. They hadn't set off as they would straight away, and it's just a really, really annoying way from Worcestershire's point of view to lose the wicket of your key batsman at that point, really. I mean, and having just said he's got his eyes on something really special, I think. It's a waste. But it's credit to Hampshire for very good fielding, and they've got a chance now to get right back into it.
Well, it does happen, doesn't it? I mean, you alluded to it. Sometimes you can be seduced by the quality of the shot and think, well, it's worth plenty more than one run, but I'm going to go. Well, it's brought Kashif Ali to the wicket. Libby set on 21, 117 for 3. As we approach the halfway stage, and Hampshire really needed that, actually. Nice little rebuild from the Rapids.
At the Douglas end, Ollie Williams.
Well, opening bowler Ollie Williams is going to have a dart from the Douglas end. Wow. Can Libby on the back foot. Williams immediately into his work. Just a little bit back of a length. Gone off stump. Libby will take a single, and again you feel now Rapids, it's all about building a partnership, not losing wickets in clusters. Run rate 4.8, which is absolutely fine, as Frank was alluding to earlier. But, anything near 250 feels like a good score.
Yeah, it does. And well, that's why it is so annoying to lose the man who could have pressed the accelerator, really. Kashif's got a start. Played okay the other day, but as we've said many times, he's been struggling for form throughout the season, really. Cameos in white ball stuff. Libby hasn't had a lot of cricket, actually, if you think about it. Got runs in the warm-up game the other day, but he hasn't had a lot of cricket. Didn't play in the T20. Latigan was the player who was
good running from Kashif.
Most in form and in today as well. That's the other thing. Got himself in, and well, just classic commentator's curse, wasn't it? Saying he's eyeing something big. Got a real chance, all those things, and he's then run out. Couldn't do much about it.
You can't legislate for something like that. It's such good fielding, but it is. You're right. It's frustrating because it felt like it was there for him today.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just have to marvel at a high-quality piece of cricket.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Fletcher Middleton it was, by the way, the fielder. It was brilliant, and
They're being
you know
behind
the lesson is. I mean, we were talking a few minutes ago, weren't we, about young cricketers and what to do over the summer and all that kind of thing. One thing about it, and I often feel this in league cricket, school cricket. You're just looking around, you're wondering where the next wicket's going to come from, and anybody who's played a lot of cricket will tell you that's exactly when you've got to concentrate the most in the field. Just when you're thinking, cool, we're not going to go break through here. And if you're the wicket keeper, that's when the batter goes out of his ground and you miss the stumping, or that's when you drop a catch because you're not really concentrating. And Fletcher Middleton there has proved, he's in the covers. They need a wicket. They're thinking, it's not happening. They put 50 odd on. He makes half a chance just through proper concentration and focus in the field, athleticism as well, all those things they practice. But we've seen, there was a game here, I can't remember which one it was. There was a championship game here where in one session Worcestershire missed 3 run-out opportunities, and it was a really important session in the game, in that for an hour they didn't look like they were going to go wicket, the body language had gone, etc, etc. And Alan Richardson, the coach, mentioned it after the day's play, that they missed 3 run-out chances through missed fields, bad throws, keeper not gathering it, all to do with a collective lack of focus. And he said for an hour we were absolutely not where we've got to be as a professional cricket team. And I think it's good that the coaches pick up on that. Obviously they talk about it all the time, but when you're young and you haven't played that much and you may be losing concentration and focus, things like that, what Fletcher Middleton did there, just totally explain one of the golden rules of cricket, which is that, when the batter feels that he's very comfortable and looking, as I said, at getting something big, don't lose focus, because there could be a silly error, silly run out, whatever. And B, if you're the fielder, any fielder, it could be anybody, long leg, third man, slip, keeper,
absolutely
always
right.
keep
And I think
focused.
as youngsters as well listening, is that if you're not someone who's going to be necessarily bowling a lot, or you bat down the order, it's something that I did when I was in good sides, is that I made sure that I could catch everything. You have to want the ball, you have to want to impact the game and be ready to impact the game. Fielding is not what you do in between batting and bowling.
Absolutely. You spend more time fielding than you do batting or bowling, that's for sure. We're back underway with Tom Prest.
Yeah, had a little drinks break. 119 for 3 the score. And that wicket just means that Worcestershire have to tighten their belts a little bit here, as Kashif looks to get his eye in, get himself set. As we've alluded to plenty, it's not easy to get a start.
But 119 for 3 at halfway, not a bad position to be in. What you're really hoping for, I think, is to be maybe only 5 down going into the last 10 or something like that. 5 down for 175 going into the last 10. Be perfectly all right. They'd want more, but that would be all right. Doing a good job here, Tom Prest. And his 3rd over. Bit of width. Kashif takes a single, end of the over.
Yeah, he's
3 off it.
A little bit of variation of pace. He's better than a part-time spinner, isn't he? But he's not a front-line bowler. It'd be interesting to see, given particularly how Fateh Singh went. I don't know whether we might see a little bit of Jake Libby, perhaps. Well, Ollie Williams had 1 over before the drinks break. He's going to continue from the Douglas end to bowl to Kashi Valley on 3 from 8 deliveries. There is 1 slip. It's Tom Prest, but he's there wide between first and second. And again, it's that slightly back of a length on off stump, and it's just keeping Kashi Valley honest here. He's hit the deck hard. It seems that this young man knows what's required on the surface, and he's delivering it. Third man, fine leg, both on the fence. You see Jake Libby itching at the non-striker's end to come through for a single, but there's 4 men in the ring on the offside. Soft hands and gently guided
played.
Down to third man.
Nicely played.
Yeah. That very high periscoping backlift just brought the bat down. Met the ball nicely. Jake Libby, there is a change in the field, so cover point out towards the fence. About 90%, 80% the way back, and square leg as well on the fence.
Just watch the run out again. He definitely hesitated. Libby hit it, ran on the shot, then kind of half stopped, and at that point, Latigan, having responded initially to Libby's body language, he then paused momentarily as well, and that's all it needed.
And then if they'd have gone flat out from the outset, he'd have got in, wouldn't he? Because he was close.
Yeah. 'Twas ever thus.
Slightly too full, played away nicely. Should be a couple if they go hard, and they do. So Andrew Neal doing the fielding out in the deep. Nicely worked. Tidy over from Williams again. Just 3 from it. 7 overs he's bowled, 29 runs, but without a wicket. I think he's bowled nicely. 125 for 3 the score.
Score from the Worcestershire Rapids women's game. They're playing Derbyshire today at Denby Cricket Club, and Worcestershire are 209 for 1 in the 37th over.
Blimey. Worcestershire women's team against Derbyshire going along great guns.
Claire Boycott 83 not out in that game.
209 for 1 in the 37th over at Denby. Lovely ground, lovely club up in Derbyshire. First ball from Tom Prest is driven by Kashi Valley for a single.
Yeah, in the 38th over there, Frank, and
yeah.
Ella Claridge and Claire Boycott going well. Bryony Gilgrass back in the side on loan from.
Yeah.
Well, she's had a pro contract with Essex. Sophie Beach back on loan as well. Maddie Windiat all's yet to come in. So a strong Amy Griffiths as well. It's absolutely packed with batting, that lineup, and
they don't need it.
All been waiting in the hutch. So yeah. Sanya Kirana due to come in.
And he's got him. Caught and bowled. Gone round the wicket, held it back, and Libby is just, well, whether it's just stopped on him a little bit, just an error of judgment, just chipped to catch back. And Worcestershire are kind of doing what they did the other day, aren't they? Libby getting in, made 25, looked fairly untroubled. Chips a catch back. And Worcestershire lose their 4th wicket with a score on 126. And suddenly Hampshire, if anything, on top.
Well, they'll be delighted with that, I think, Frank. Tom Prest coming on, who's, as you say, better than a part-time spinner, but coming in, bowling tight, and then taking the wicket of Jake Libby. And he averages 58 in this competition.
Coming into bat, Henry Cullen.
And what you've got is you've got 2 new batters at the crease just when you don't want it, haven't you? And I don't know. I mean, cricket's a weird game, obviously, but with Latigan at the crease, 117 for 2, coming up to halfway, he's on 64. Everything was in Worcestershire's favour. Suddenly 10 minutes, 15 minutes later, 2 new batters at the crease, chance to whiz through 5 or 6 overs for next to nothing, pegging Worcestershire back in a big way. In a big way.
It's a test for Henry Cullen, who's seen plenty of first team cricket in the past couple of years. Talented young keeper batter. An opportunity here with plenty overs still to go to build a score. Slip in place now for the new batter.
Yeah, plenty of overs to go. Chance to get in before you tee off. Well bowled, Tom Prest. Very well bowled.
Again, that noise around the ground, the volume just drops a little bit as the supporters realise this is a key little period, because you don't want your lower order to be exposed too early. Henry Cullen and Kashif Ali both like to be positive. Williams is coming out of the attack, and Neil's going to come in. So a spin at both ends. Just reworking who fields where as Fletcher Middleton goes into mid-wicket. Tom Prest is at first slip. Kashif just eyeing up third man region. He's clubbed it away in front of square on the offside.
I hope he doesn't try the reverse. Henry Cullen might try the reverse. Jake Lehman in the way. Cullen does play it well.
That's dabbed nicely behind square. Take another single.
It's a funny one, that Jake Libby one, isn't it? I think it turned a bit.
It was going to say it did turn. It did turn. Nicely judged single. You almost have to say
slightly worrying footwork though on that one. I think pinned him back with that quicker ball. If he'd have missed that, I think he'd have been in trouble. He didn't. I mean, he got a good solid middle of the bat on it, but tiny bit worried.
Again, another dab into the offside for a single. I think rotating the strike is going to be important.
Quick on his feet.
Almost feel with these two is just get your head down, and we'll see you in 5 overs, then we'll reassess.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, you mentioned wickets falling clusters.
Wrapped on the pad, big shout. Not given, just fizzed through. Lower trajectory.
Exactly what I said, isn't it, on the previous one? Don't like that going on the back foot to balls of that length.
I think he was a little bit hurried by that one. That's follow this time, and he's on the front foot. His body weight going forward, at least. It wasn't a big boot down the wicket. The LBW shout was rather optimistic. It was going down. As you'd expect.
What I'm saying is, on the previous one, if you get pinned and you don't read the line right.
Score of note from Radlett in the Metro Bank Cup, where Glamorgan played.
And he just went on with the arm.
For 66, Glamorgan 66 almost.
Did I hear that right, Frank?
I think so. I'm just going to check. Middlesex against Glamorgan at Radlett.
Well,
in this competition,
just
Glamorgan 66 all out. Eddie Byram 29. Henry Hurl 10. The other batters 0, 9, 1, 1, 0, 3, 6, 0, 0. Sharma 4 for 29, 3 for Roland Jones, 3 for Cornwell.
Wow. Oh. And Cullen going back.
Wow.
Tucked up. And lucky not to get a little feather on that. Straight into Brown's gloves. That's astonishing, isn't it? They'll be home for lunch. And again, pushing these through at a decent pace.
Bowled well.
Preston. He's
really
bowled
well.
really nicely.
Really nicely.
I think he's judged the pace of the wicket nicely. And he's causing Henry Cullen some problems here. And it's just, again, it's just spun into the... Looks reverse. That's a lovely shot. Fantastic shot. Slightly over-pitched, but... Cullen's done a good job of reaching forward and then helping that behind square. He's kind of going back to a ball that was spinning in the delivery before, trying to cut it when it isn't there. Slightly over pitched by Preston. Also, that little bit of width, which meant Cullen had the angle to send it.
Played it well.
Fine of third man. Good solid forward defensive, playing on the front foot, which is something that Frank has been advocating, rightly so. But as we suspect, it might not be as easy as first thought. Again, solid forward press.
I think, yeah, particularly against the left armour, I was thinking, really. And I think it'll be the same when Fateh Singh bowls later as well. It certainly was on Friday.
Neil moves down to long on. Cut away.
That's nicely played. What you're not seeing, Jim, is you're not seeing batters with the confidence to march down the wicket and go big. And that's because it's just holding up and just turning a little bit as well. It's not an easy pitch to do that on. So you're seeing them try to manufacture things by going on the back foot, by using their feet, by getting inside the line like Cullen did there.
It's quite
you know, if you had a couple of really top class spinners, they'd be very, very difficult to score off on this pitch. I think very difficult.
But you always feel it in 50 over cricket. There's a bowler you can target, or there's a bowling change, or a little opportunity, and you can't. It doesn't feel on this surface. You can't really go after anybody.
I agree.
Although Kashif's gone after that, and he's absolutely smoked it. That's gone for 6. Used his feet.
But it's a great shot, but I don't think it's easy. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He's done it first ball of the over, as they so often do these days.
Well, this is where the cricketing IQ comes in, isn't it?
Taking a bit of stick, that one. Pounced on the concrete, I think, up at the Diglis end.
They've had a look. They've shown it to the skipper.
And they've said, we're going to get another one.
Looks like it.
So let's have a look elsewhere, shall we? Briefly, while we're having this break. We've done the one between Glamorgan and Middlesex. So Essex, well, Yorkshire, Sussex. Yorkshire are 138 for 3 of 22 after they were put in. Somerset are going nicely, 147 for 2 at Taunton against Warwickshire, having been put in. High scoring ground, short boundary on one side. Essex are going nicely, 129 for 2 against Derbyshire, who put them in. Everybody's been put in, it seems. Same thing here. Kent, Gloucestershire. Kent are 88 for 4 at Bristol, having been put into bat. And Glamorgan, as we know, put into bat. Bowled out for 66. Lancashire going nicely at Grace Road against Leicestershire. 147 for 1 Lancashire, having been put into bat. Keaton Jennings is flying, he's on 74. Matty Hurst got 22, Josh Bohannon 25 not out. So they're going pretty well.
That's a good toss to lose, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is.
Keaton Jennings, what a fantastic cricketer.
Northants going nicely against Surrey, 145 for 3 off 33. You're up to date.
Well, and we are back underway. New ball has been found. Fired in, block hole. Kashif sends it down to long on. He moves on to 14. Cullen 8 from 11 deliveries. And Neil now starting to look a little bit expensive. 44 taken from his 6.1 overs. Looks for the scoop, gets it as well. Two fielders converge, and Petrie pulls it back for Jake Lehman, who sends it in. They take 3 from it. Really good running, good shot, good bit of fielding, good teamwork.
Yep, inventive from Cullen.
And as you say, Frank, we don't mind Henry Cullen playing those shots. Kashif, wow.
Yeah, not so keen.
Fancy he's a little bit better playing straight down the ground and over mid-wicket.
Yeah, I agree.
And he's just pulled that one down. He'll feel like he's missed out there, Kashif. Just had to beat Harry Petrie, and he feels like he's getting 4 for it, but didn't quite get hold of it. O'Neill just lost his line a little bit. Back into his delivery stride now, though.
Ooh.
Pitched, gripped and turned away.
That's not really very encouraging from a Hampshire point of view, is it? If your left arm spinner's already bowled 6 or 7 and been quite expensive. See that? Goodness me, that turned. Good over for Worcestershire, that one.
Yeah. 10 from it. 146 for 4 the score. Again, that run rate's round about 4.7. But as we have been alluding to, really, since the start of our initial broadcast on Friday, you want to try and keep wickets in hand if you can. Easier said than done. Not least because Tom Press done a very good job from the new road end with his off spin. He's going to take a breather, though. It looks like we might see the return of James Fuller, who was okay for the new road end, bowled very nicely from the Diglis end in that second spell.
James Fuller.
So 19 overs to go. It's still feels like, Frank, that 250 feels like a good place to be.
Yeah.
You may be watching this thinking that feels a little bit unambitious, given there's 19 overs to go and that's just, 100 away.
Currently appearing in Mary Poppins at the Birmingham Hippodrome.
I don't know.
I missed it, but Brad is inducing the chuckles of the
The
supporters at New Road is nothing new.
No, that's what he said. He said Steve Manfield, the groundsman's come on with the room. He said currently appearing in Mary Poppins at the Birmingham Hippodrome.
He'll be delighted with that, won't he?
He might be.
Grumbling all the way back.
Ooh, that kept low. Did it? I think it did.
I think a little bit. It seemed like it just kissed the surface and skidded on a little bit. I think if there is a hint of misbehaviour, Rapids won't mind it.
No. They've got the base. Got the base. What did we say? Well, I said 175 with 10 to go, didn't I?
Well, it looks like he's started from where he left off in his previous spell, James Fuller. In the side today at the expense of Kyle Abbott. One South African seamer for another. Little uppish. Came off the bat nicely. Stayed in the air for a while. And again, Frank, I've misjudged this because I'm hungry again.
Yeah, and
we're nowhere near lunch.
Yeah,
and I'm just peering off to my left with...
Yeah, I know I am. Same problem. I had some breakfast, but it was early.
You got to time it right, you see.
Yeah.
And I've failed to do so yet again. Nicely worked. Lots of empty spaces on the leg side as fine leg is on the fence. So square leg, so just as we've seen plenty. Just mid-on in the ring. Which means that Fuller's got to get his line about right here. If he's straight onto middle stump, then it's whipped away for a single. Hampshire might be thinking that they don't mind those singles. Worcestershire will take what they can as they look to manoeuvre into position.
You've done it now. You've started talking about food. I wish you hadn't done that. Might have to go and get a biscuit.
You're going to go do a biscuit run?
I'll have to do a biscuit run, shall I? Yeah. I
okay.
know you want me to.
I'm going to pretend that I don't want you to, and that we're consummate professionals.
Biscuits.
Oh, I tell you
Brian
what,
Halford.
Frank's work in the room.
Brian Halford.
He's a fine man.
Me. Top man. I've always said it.
He's lost weight. He's looking good. He's very handsome.
He's got a new book coming out, which I'm going to plug. I promised him I would. I'll tell you about it. It's really interesting. Seriously, listeners might well be interested.
Again, it's on a length. Kashif on the back foot. Another dot ball. So just 3 singles from the over.
So I'll wait till he comes back.
Yeah,
So he hears
good
me saying
idea.
it, because I've promised him I'll wait till he comes back. 149 for 4, 3 off that over. Well, it's about the time when we start saying what we think they'll get, isn't it? So they've got 17 overs remaining. Best say 150 for 4, 149 for 4. 17 left. Another 100.
It's what they'll want, isn't it? I think
so.
the key is to. I think we sort of mentioned before. The key is to not be greedy. He's come mob-handed, Frank. This is fantastic work.
So I'm now definitely going to plug the book.
Okay, do it loudly.
It's called Kicking Off Again, and it's a great idea. I love it. I'm looking forward to reading it. Pitch Publishing. Kicking off again tells the powerful, evocative story of the Football League's return after the Second World War. After 7 years of makeshift regional competitions, almost 1 million people, just get that, almost 1 million people poured through the turnstiles on the 31st of August 1946. A momentous day, not just for football, but for a nation taking its first tentative steps towards normality after years of hardship and horror. So the book's called Kicking Off Again, and here's the way it's put together. Each of the 44 scheduled matches on that day gets a chapter, and that's a nice shot from Henry Cullen for a single, and not only talking about the clubs but the communities and the way that football played such a part in the sort of, this collective sort of social recovery following the Second World War. And I know my dad told me many stories about going to watch the 2 Manchester clubs at that time, and I think Manchester United actually played at Main Road for quite a while because of the bomb damage to Old Trafford. So there you are. It's by Brian Halford and it's available to pre-order from Waterstones. Kicking Off Again. Looking forward to reading it myself.
Well, it's Harry Petrie doing the work from the Digler Stand. That sounds right up our street, actually, Frank, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Football fans of many years.
Yeah, and there is also a book available in the club shop called...
Ashley Giles has been on. He wants a plug as well. So anyone who's got a book, we will do it for biscuits.
It's called The King of Spain and I. And that's also very good. And it is actually, that is also very good. I quite enjoyed reading that one. And that's by the Worcestershire Chief Executive Ashley Giles about his cricketing career.
You could put that quote on the posters. I quite enjoyed reading it. Frank Watson.
I quite enjoyed reading it. Frank Watson.
In comes Harry Petrie. Ashley Giles unimpressed.
I tell you what, I did enjoy. And I'll say this, and I mean every word of this. What I enjoyed is that it's one of those. It's a cricket book written by the cricketer himself, and there aren't that many around. It's not ghost written, and I say that as a ghost. Michael Atherton is another one who wrote his own, but Ashley has written his own, and it is really good. And that's available from the club shop.
Good save, well played. Now, back to the biscuits. They're M&S, Frank. We've done very well here.
Done well,
I've already climbed in. I'm going to let you start picking.
Well, I'll wait till the end of the over.
Petrie in again. Worked into the offside. There's Fletcher Middleton, who
he's sharp in there.
Feel like he changed the direction of travel with that stunning bit of fielding to run out of Dan Latigan. And
151 for 4 then off 33. I'm still going with 250. I'm going with 250 as a
I was going to say anything
prediction.
240 to 260. Anything.
But you're right. I mean, that Fletcher Middleton intervention has changed the game, I think, because at 117 for 2, with Latigan on 64, Worcestershire were looking at kicking on at that point.
Kashif, little shimmy down the wicket to James Fuller, who's bowled very nicely. Senior member of this side. As we've long since said, it's a good combination of experienced pros and talented youngsters. And as we were talking about here, it's such a compelling competition. Such an even playing field, which is the key part. As in comes Fuller again. Kashif on strike, works that into the leg side, and timed nicely. They'll come back for 2. Looking to bisect the 2 fielders out in the deep, but Harry Petrie's done a good job at fine leg there. So the run rate, as it has been for the lion's share of this innings, between 4.5 and 5. These 2 batters set, trying to build that platform Again, it's on the money. It's good length, off stump. Kashif 18 from 29, Cullen 14 from 19. So they're both, I'd say they're both in. It's just a case of when they decide to play with a little bit more expansion, free their arms a bit. Well, he's trying to do just that, Kashif. He's on the walk. And he's got it all wrong. And mercifully, bat has not met ball, as I fear. He might well have got himself into trouble.
Final word on Brian's book, kicking off again. If you just Google it, if you Google kicking off again, it comes up. And you can find details of where to get your order into. I really do think, I think you're right. It's right up our street, isn't it? And the timing of the release of it, just as the season begins, just extraordinary.
It's almost as if he knows what he's doing, isn't it? And again, the biscuit selection was, I'm going to say it, it's elite. It's an elite collection of cookies and classics. And again, as always on the live stream, we're covering the key issues pertaining to cricket. I would argue that social history, sporting history, and good snacks are very much part of the cricket culture.
Good snacks, absolutely.
In comes Fuller again. Kashif deeper in his crease this time, worked into the leg side. Finer this time. Petrie's in business. Good diving stop. Although
can't stop it.
He got there, but he couldn't control the ball.
Kashif. He's played well, Kashif. 22 off 32. Found it tough at first. 6 off that over, which is ideal for Worcestershire at this point.
Well, there was a couple of shots, including the 6, I think. Well, I think there was a determination to not get bogged down. He thought, I've got a couple of shots I know I can trust, I know I can play.
Yeah.
And just to get himself going.
Yeah. First ball of the over as well. I think it was well judged. Plenty of batting still to come. Matthew Waite, Tom Taylor, Ben Allison. Fateh Singh can put bat to ball pretty effectively. But you don't want to be looking at Allison, Singh, Darley if there's more than 4 or 5 overs to go, I would say. No Swanepoel today, missing through illness. Played a good hand the other day in the win. 18 not out at the end. Came in when it was getting a bit nervy. Hit a couple of boundaries.
Well, you absolutely called it, Frank, didn't you? You said that I think he'll come out and play his natural game. And he killed the game with those 3 boundaries off Rory Hayden, didn't he?
Yeah.
And it just needed someone to take the sting out of it, but having the courage to do it, especially as Tom Taylor. I did for Tom Taylor, didn't I?
Yes.
He got a first baller.
First baller, good one.
It was a beauty. I was going to caveat that if Worcestershire bat first, his averaging's about 60. If we bat second, not so much. But
chopped by Cullen down on the offside. Again, Middleton, the fielder, quickly onto it. Throw in would have produced an appeal if he'd hit. I don't think he did. I don't think it would have been out, but he didn't hit. Keeper's going to stand up now for Kashif. Ben Brown, good keeper, enjoys it. You can tell he wants to get up there. I reckon he's keen to get up there against Petrie, who gets a good bit of bounce, and it keeps Kashif at home, and he pushes this out on the onside. And it remains 158 for 4. The men out, D'Oliveira 23, Roderick 1, Latigan 64, and Libby for 25. Field's pretty well spread now, sweepers on both sides. And one of them is called into action, but he isn't going to get that. It's a flat 6 from Kashif. banged in short by Petrie. I don't think he middled it, but he got enough bat on it and it just cleared the rope. Never went more than about 10-15 feet in the air. Flat, laser-like six. Would have taken some catching if it had been straight at the fielder.
Yeah, I think you're right. It wasn't out of the screws, but it's a good shot because it's just on the top of off what we've been talking about that's been so effective today.
Another run here for Kashif on the back foot on the offside this time. Pushed out to Alior. 165 for 4. The Rapids. And 15 overs left after this. 250. Got to be 250. Not a massive score, but it takes some getting on this pitch. Henry Cullen just runs that down to third for a single. Last ball of the over. 166 for 4 at the end of the over. And 9 from that over.
Well, it looks like Tom Press is going to come back into the attack, and why not?
Returning the bowl at the New Road end is Tom Press. The Worcestershire Rapids women in that match against Derbyshire, 283 for 3 in the 45th over. Claire Boycott, the captain, got 108.
Well, just had an announcement that women's Rapids going well. 284 for 3 against Derbyshire in their version of this competition. Boycott on 108, well, she's made 108, and Ella Claridge made 93. Two young Worcestershire pathway players who have gone on to bigger things back on loan at the wicket at the moment. Gilgross 17 not out, Sophie Beach 8 not out. Meanwhile here, Cullen and Kashif with work to do. Cullen down the wicket and just deflects that nicely into the leg side. 167 for 4 the score. And brings the partnership on to 41 with relatively little alarm as Kashif looks to hoik that away. It's going to clear the infield, couple of bounces and find its way to the fence. There's more than a hint of top edge to it, but just had to beat the man in on the ring. And a fine leg, and he manages just that. So
Just
run rate
beginning to
lifting.
Just beginning to press the accelerator, aren't they, these two? 46 they've added now.
And
45.
The dismissal of Roderick came swiftly after D'Oliveira going. Other than that, it's been partnerships throughout as Kashif, for the 4th successive time that he's hit a boundary, he's hit a single the next.
Good to see.
Just to rotate the strike and understand. It's, I mean, to an extent, it's kind of good old-fashioned cricket, isn't it? Something in it for the seamers, something in it for the spinners. Difficult for batters, but if you apply yourself. Cullen thinks about going and stops, then goes, and in the end,
it's that round the wicket line, and then it just stops in the pitch.
Which meant it was uppish. Fortunately, he was just offering a defensive stroke and attempted a drive. He might have been in trouble. Moving his feet again. Again, it's slightly check drive. Again, it's slightly uppish. But Cullen trying to find a way.
I thought he'd reverse, but he's got the field. It's hard to reverse when it's round the wicket. Hard to get it fine. Good over. Good over.
Well, that's his 6th over. And it's 1 for 24 for Tom Prest. He's bowled really nicely.
Yeah, he has. That was a good over. I mean, 6 runs came from it. 4 early on. He recovered well. Done a good job. He's done a really good job. Bowling figures in general. Williams 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 29. Fuller 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. Petrie 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 25. Now being replaced. Only Neil, who has replaced him, has been a little bit expensive. 7 overs, no mention, no wicket for 48. Sharma just 2 overs for 9. But yeah, they've not done too badly at all.
So nicely played by Kashif. Tried that same shot the ball before and just didn't quite time it. Sharma felt he went for 9, but actually his second over particularly, he just felt like it was too easy to rotate against him, at a point where Worcestershire were getting tied down a bit. I don't know whether we will see him again, but Neil continues his work, and Cullen is using his feet nicely. Timed it nicely, which meant it was just a single out to the man in the deep. I think is Ali Orr.
That's the shot that it's difficult to play. I think Cullen played it beautifully.
He's looking for the reverses, Kashif, and I'm going to check on Frank.
No, Kashif, you can't play it. Not a good shot. Cullen played it beautifully, but there's an element of risk about going down the pitch to the finger spinner who's turning it away from you.
Well, this time he's on the back foot and just punches it. Again, you're right, Frank. It just doesn't look quite right. It's not the bowler to do it to, and I just don't think he gets into position quick enough to play the shot. That's a safer
better
approach.
Doing that. Yeah,
as he
much better doing that.
thinks about 2. They will take 2. Ground covered quickly, but there's so much space for Ollie Williams to cover, and that just feels altogether a much safer cricket shot.
Yeah.
I know the line was slightly straighter from Neil.
50 partnership between these two, which is a good effort. Henry Cullen's got 18 of them. Kashif is now on 37.
Well, it's how you build a competitive total, as I mentioned, that there's partnerships across the board. Third 50 partnership out of 4. Just that Roderick dismissal coming quickly after D'Oliveira. Very controlled at the moment, Frank.
It is
very deliberate. This feels.
I was going to say, it's desperately tempting fate. That's a really good shot as well. Desperately tempting fate, but it looks as though lessons have been learned.
So again, rather like Kashif's sweep, that reverse, although it's just a single, timed nicely, came off the bat nicely. Well, it feels like they're getting the measure of the pitch.
He plays it well, doesn't he? There are some players who play reverse sweeps as effectively as they play conventional sweeps. An increasing number. Ethan Brooks is another. Henry Cullen has that look about him. And he can also do that. That's just a wristy flick. And that is a beautiful shot. Well, just down the pitch, a wristy flick over long on, and almost into the press box.
Well, fielded in the end by San Rhymes from the media team.
Not much in it.
Safe pair of hands. He looked happy with himself as well. Lovely striking. Effortless
just
hitting, really, wasn't it?
Just a flick. And there's another one. Over mid-off this time. Beautiful cricket from Henry Cullen. Really, really good cricket. And I tell you what, I mean, I've just said about that when he went down the pitch to the left-arm spinner and hit that. Going down to an off-spinner who's bowling round the wicket and hitting him over mid-off against the spin is a high-class shot, I think. And that was really good batting from Henry Cullen. 14 off the over.
Well,
quarter-final, Warwickshire
very pleasing on the eye as well.
Against Worcestershire under 18.
Just alluding to the fact they seem to be timing things an awful lot better, but then they've earned the right to do it.
Beautiful shot from Henry Cullen, that last one.
Kashif, a lot of bottom hand, but it's a good shot to clear Tom Prest at mid-wicket. So it's another boundary. It was a bit too full on leg stump. Kashif doesn't miss out on those. Not at the moment anyway, as O'Neill's again better this time. That flurry of boundaries, Frank, and then feels a little bit like a momentum shift as that.
Yeah, definitely.
It starts to put pressure on the bowlers, which you can only really do when you have two set batters and you've got wickets in hand.
200 going into the last 10 with wickets in hand. You're probably looking at 280, aren't you? You're aiming for 280. There aren't many dots at the moment.
No,
Jim, that's another factor.
It's carved away, hit hard. Ali Orr's out there. Full of delivery.
Yeah, that's the one.
And almost took Cullen by surprise, didn't it? 7 from the over. So Kashif 45 from 48, Henry Cullen 31 from 33.
He's got to take Tom Prest off, hasn't he?
So it's they're going at about a run a ball, these two, and they've really upped the ante in the past couple of overs. And for the first time, really, in this competition at New Road, in the third innings, a captain actually has to think about who he bowls and how, because I think bowling sides have had it all their own way.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to return to opening bowler Ollie Williams.
7 overs for 29.
I've been impressed with him, Frank, actually. I think he's bowled better than that. And we saw rather with Rory Hayden that he bowled beautifully for Derbyshire without any real reward.
Yeah. Good shout to go to Williams from the captain. Keeper standing up. Important. They've only got 3 left. Batters on top at the moment. Good start, yeah, really good. See, I like that from Williams, and I hate the term loosener. They bowl for half an hour before the start. They bowl half a dozen to mid-off before they have a bowl, and then they come on and they bowl a long up first ball. It goes for, and it was, oh well, it's just a loosener. No excuse. Right on it, Williams. Yorker, length ball, straight, well bowled.
Good pace, and that Yorker was right up in the block hole. He couldn't have placed it any better.
Very good.
You feel like Gubbins realises that you don't want to stack expensive overs.
Great shot.
Well, just got the Yorker wrong. Half volley. Just clean striking from the crease, not much in terms of footwork. Just a good eye. And a man who's in and set. 49 now to his name. The 200 up for Worcestershire. 201 for 4. And those fine margins. And it means that mid-off goes to long off. They've realised Kashif strong straight down the ground. And that's guided away. And it's going to be 4 more, and it's going to be 50 for Kashif. Really good innings. Worcestershire needed a partnership to steady the ship, and Kashif has done a fabulous job of manoeuvring his side into a strong position here. Ably supported by Henry Cullen, but it was his early striking.
Well bowled. Almost did him with a lack of pace.
I was going to say, took the pace off. Found a big chunk of the inside edge.
I don't reckon he's got anything on that.
I thought it was a bit of pad, maybe. It's buys. You're absolutely right, Frank.
But, you know, when I was talking before about standing up, that's the length that's horrible. Because that was right up there, and it's gone down the leg side as well. And the batter's trying to do something funky, and it all too many moving parts. It's a really tough one for the keeper, that. Really tough. Wouldn't have fancied that at all. End of the over, another good one for Worcestershire, 9 from it. 208 for 4, 11 from it, I should say. Kicking on, aren't they? Just at the right time. So 10 to go. Got to be looking at 280 now, Jim.
Yeah, 82 the partnership.
They'll be disappointed if they don't get 280. I reckon.
Just 12 and a half overs.
Yeah, they've played really, really well, these two. Really well. Somerset flying, 214 for 3 into Warwickshire.
Genuine edge, played with soft hands. So they'll take a single.
And I think Lancashire are the team that are really setting the pace today, aren't they?
Well, I mean, they'll do well to finish before Middlesex's game, though, unless Glamore can do something super daft. That was a...
Lancashire 200 for 2 off 34.
Kashif on the walk, and he's absolutely launched that down the ground. It's going to be another 6. It's right at the back of the D'Oliveira stand. You watch the white ball trickle down the black sight screen.
Great shot from Henry Cullen.
Oh, it was Cullen's, forgive me.
Beautiful shot.
It was so Kashif-like.
He's waited a long time for his chance, Cullen, but making the most of it in this competition, I think. Good to see.
It's gone again. This time it's through extra cover. That's an even better shot. To the pitch, the ball. All along the carpet. Beautiful shot.
I've said it for a while, Jim. Something I've noticed about Henry Cullen. Well, I say I've noticed it as though it's difficult to notice. It's not.
Looks for the reverse but doesn't get it.
He finds ways to get runs wherever he plays. League cricket, in Australia in the winter, second team cricket, opening the batting sometimes. Just finds ways. Not the most conventional.
Just on top of the bounce there and takes a single. And actually it must be said that this is very impressive, because he was, I think, for a couple of years he was, you know, marked out as white ball keeper batter, and Gareth Roderick has been so good that in some ways actually it's made life more difficult for Henry Cullen. That's another single taken out to the deep, and that he's got to find a way to get in the side exclusively as a batter. You think about Isaac Mohammed signing up, then like Ethan Brooks, Adam Hose, and all these super talented cricketers that Worcestershire have, that he's had to, as you say, sort of had to bat anywhere and everywhere to get a game, try and make an impact in what he does. And it feels like this season particularly, I mean, the 4 he hit in the final of this competition last year, a wonderful moment. But actually this season feels like a bit of a coming of age. He's batted well against Gloucestershire here in the T20. I thought when he opened the batting down in Taunton, he got a start and then got caught. A stunning catch, actually, from Craig Overton to get rid of him out in the deep. But just his demeanour at the wicket, he just seems a little bit more confident, more composed. We talked about Latigan and his mentality. He's played really well. Ash Sharma's going to bowl from the New Road end. 221 for 4, 9 overs to go. Kashif on strike. 56 to his name, 42 to Cullum. There's a bit of pace off there in the block hole, and they'll take a single. That run rate pushing towards 5.5. And the partnership now worth 96. Cullen making room and lifts that over extra cover. It's Jake Lehman doing the fielding.
Again,
take a couple.
Again, pace off, but sat up. But he waited, didn't he?
Yep.
And waited,
lifted it over the man in the ring.
Off the pitch. Really, really impressive.
Just plays from the crease this time. And I think it's getting a measure of this pitch, but you've got to spend time in the middle to figure it out, haven't you? And that's how it's so easy to lose wickets in clusters. And these two actually have played really nicely. They set a base, trusted the shots they know and they can play, played everything else on its merit. And comes Sharma. And that's over extra cover. That's a fantastic shot.
That's the 100 partnership.
Yeah. 100 partnership. Cullen on to 48. And we have seen in the past 15 minutes or so what this young man can do. I mentioned, Frank, that as he came to the wicket, there's plenty of time to build an innings, and he's taken his opportunity.
Absolutely.
And just takes a single. Again, makings of a productive over.
Yeah, and last 5. Go into the last 5 with Waite, Taylor, Allison to come. Be good, wouldn't it?
Well,
dot ball to finish.
Yeah, looking for a drop and run. There's no need for a run out. We've seen enough of that over the past game and a half. So 8 from the over, I think. And that's the difference, is that being aggressive against Neil.
Yeah, I mean, the last
and it put pressure on
last
Neil and
5
Pest.
overs. 50 off the last 5.
Well, it's hitting the spinners out the attack. And Sharma, with the greatest of respect, has not looked in the least bit threatening, which means they can just milk him for what they like. So Williams has got 2 left, Fuller's got 3 left, Petrie's got 3 left.
There'll be a few.
Imagine that's where they'll go.
There'll be a few of these Hampshire players that will have played against Henry Cullen in age group cricket and second team cricket, but there'll be a few who know nothing about him, and they'll be starting to show him a bit of respect, I think.
Fuller in, and Cullen just knocks it into the leg side. It's 50 for Henry Cullen off just 43 deliveries. And applause all round the ground, the media centre and beyond. And it's a young man that the Worcestershire faithful have just been waiting to see blossom. Really good innings that, Frank, wasn't it?
Really good. And the first of many, we hope.
Kashif deeper in the wicket. He's not got that though, he's clothed it too long on. And he's dropped it.
Oh my goodness.
Well, how costly could that be? He was in position early.
Absolutely straightforward, wasn't it? Absolutely straightforward. Petrie.
I thought it was Petrie, yeah. And in the end, he's just misjudged it, and you're taking it above his head. Drop a catch over it to drop behind you, and there'll still be a couple of metres of boundary before it finds the rope. That could be costly. A life for Kashif. Cullen on strike. Uppish, good diving stop.
Now, the thing is, they've started looking for the boundaries instead of scoring off every ball, which is what they were doing before.
Yeah, I was going to say that taking 8-9 off each over.
That's all you've got to do.
Yeah.
One boundary, plenty of twos.
The wicket hasn't changed. It's not suddenly going to give you loads of slot balls.
Press been removed from long on. Get one out at deep backward square now. Not pressed. Petrie.
Dug in,
Shot
cut away. That's going to be 4. It's short on its wide. And Cullen has tucked into it.
His timing has been extraordinary in the last few minutes. It really has. Ever since that sort of flicked 6 into the media centre, the over extra cover shots have been brilliant.
Well
bowled.
It is well bowled, but he's playing that shot on the move a little bit.
I think he's almost hoping to get a nick on that, you know. Just get a little nick down to third for 4. Going well though, 250.
Yeah, I
said
you're
250. Right. Looking at 280 now. Got to be. Got to be. And 280 on here. Good score. Single off the last ball.
Gubbins in quickly and throws hard. That looked like the demeanour of a captain that's frustrated.
7 off that one.
7 overs to go. 2 batters set, both with 50 to their name.
You probably should be looking at more than 280. You probably should be looking at 10 and over, but
I think
with
the batting lineup,
we know this pitch is not the easiest on which to smash it.
Yeah, it's hard to go from ball 1, isn't it? Which you'd need to do at the loss of a wicket. I think if they're north of 270, then they'll feel good about life. If they're north of 280, they'll be delighted, especially at that point. 126 for as Libby was dismissed by Tom Prest. Sharma from the New Road end. That's reverse. And what a shot that is. It's gone for 6. Cullen on to 61.
That's magnificent. You know, and I was saying about Cullen, and the people will be starting to talk about him and so on, and they will, and so will the umpires, and so will people around the grounds. You know, they'll say, "Tell you what, you've seen this young lad at Worcester. He's not the worst." And
we'll put that on a poster as well, Frank.
Never heard of him.
Worst.
Well, yeah, seriously, they will, won't they? They'll be,
yeah.
You know, it's players come and go.
Looking for the scoop, and Sharma's a slower ball bouncer. Cullen looking to get into position early with third and fine leg in the 30-yard circle. from the crease this time, drilled down the ground. Jake Lehman's going to do the fielding. Good bit of fielding as well. To the ball quickly. So Kashif back on strike. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket. Long on, long off. Point on the boundary. Slower ball, heaved into the leg side. It's going to drop short of the man in the deep.
Well, it's a lot of slower balls, and the slow balls.
I mean, his stop delivery is not quick.
Slower than slow. A slower ball.
Club down the ground just for a single.
But he is being hit to fielders, which is something for his captain to cling on to. It's been a very enjoyable innings from Henry Cullen. Yeah, I feel like he's played, you know, a full range of shots without taking too many risks.
No, it's been really controlled, hasn't it? For some of the shots we've seen a reverse for 6, the flick over mid-on for 6. Just a great bit of timing. Inside out over extra cover, just straight up cover drives, cuts away for 4. But it's the manner it's just been. He's been busy, effective. There's nothing elaborate. There's nothing. It's just highly skilled, isn't it? It's just a highly skilled, modern one-day innings, and it's an absolute joy to watch from a Rapids perspective. As we haven't seen too many performances from the top 6 where it's been a team batting performance. This feels like a coherent batting unit batting to a plan. Still work to do. 6 overs to go. 246 for 4 the score. Kashif 60, Cullen 63. Kashif was dropped on 56.
It makes sense, but we're not doing agencies.
Done well to wait for that. Well bowled. Good full wide one and pace off. That last one. Pace on this time, all the way for 6. Henry Cullen is having a day out. Over pitch and leg stump, and he's very strong round there. Picked up over backward square leg. Cullen is flying 69 off 53. This partnership, just what Worcestershire were looking for. 137 now they've added. That's another cracking shot. You're only going to get 1 for it.
There was deliberacy in it, that's the key, wasn't it? Wasn't trying to leather it. Knew there was a man out there.
I think we're happy where we are, you know what I mean? Don't want to move any more. We're only seeing it in the first, 2 formats max. So, I think it's quite fair. But explain, apart from that, if you could write down what you mean by the spread over 3, then I can share it with the finance. So, happy helping a little.
It's a great shot from Kashif as well. He's getting in on the act and they're flying along. 300's looking on, Jim.
Well, I was thinking that actually just before that delivery.
Yeah.
That if these two stay together, it's very possible suddenly the balls are slightly wider, slightly shorter. The odd one straying towards leg stump. And that's what happens when you put bowlers under pressure. Who'd have thought that an hour and a half ago?
Could be out this time though. And is. Just got under that too much. Could argue that he didn't need to do it, with so many having already come off the over.
Well, I think 5 overs to go, and if you can try and take the game to the opposition, and if you want to get 300, I don't mind it. When you've got 65 to your name, as you say, we
For 65.
Bear Swanepoel, who batted nicely, not in the side today, not quite the same batting depth. But Matt Waite has had a long wait actually. Kashif Ali makes his way over the boundary rope to the sizable applause from everyone around New Road. A standing ovation as he enters the Graham Hick Pavilion.
Going into the match, Matthew Waite.
So 5 overs to go. Should get another 40 at least, I would have thought. Be disappointed if they don't. Not a given, of course. Henry Cullen will continue to be inventive. Matthew Waite will be pugnacious, I'm sure. Just give the strike to Cullen, really, at the moment.
I was going to say just that, Frank. It's Matt Waite, get yourself down the other end.
Petrie to take up the attack. Pretty well earlier. Oh, just brilliant from Cullen. It's I don't even have the words to describe that. It's the reverse, but it's the kind of converse reverse, if that makes sense, isn't it? He's played the reverse scoop from outside off stump. It's a remarkable shot. It really is. Only got 2 for it, but it's one of those where when they say you just don't know where to bowl, this is what it's all about, isn't it? That's well bowled, and he's got him full and wide, and he's just chipped it to short third. Brilliant innings from Henry Cullen ends. Sadly, both the batters who were going well have gone. Waite will be joined by Taylor.
Well, we should have whispered thoughts of 300, Frank. Still on, but it's going to be tricky.
But that was a brilliant knock from Henry Cullen.
Well,
a brilliant knock.
The voluminous applause means that everyone around the ground echoes your sentiments, Frank. A stunning performance from Henry Cullen. Dare we say a coming-of-age performance?
Yeah, I think we probably can. It's a shame that they've lost both the batters who were going well, but at the same time I don't think it matters too much, because whoever comes in is going to try and play some shots. They don't need to do anything mad.
Tom Taylor.
Well, I think it's important here with 2 new batters and the wicket being the way it is, and you have to earn your runs. It's important they don't get skittled here and just get rolled over for 275. I think it's important that they spend a few overs, make sure you get that 290. Yeah, maybe a bit more if the last couple of overs go well. That's the key. Don't just start swinging from the hip because it's the last 5 overs.
Well, these two are pretty experienced cricketers, aren't they? They're not you wouldn't expect them to be making schoolboy errors out there. I think they'll feel they're in pretty good shape, but 285 plus. It's a good score, we think, don't we? If you'd offered them 285 this morning, I think they probably would have taken it.
I'd have bought them all the M&S biscuits I had.
Yeah. Taylor's off the mark, driving his first ball up to mid-off, long off. And Matthew Waite's off the mark first ball too. Driving to long on. I mean, 6 and over gets him to 280 odd, Jim.
Yep, I think. Well, there are enough singles out there, aren't there, that you tick over, attack a bad ball, go hard right at the end.
Yeah, exactly.
Although I know the field is back, but is it getting a bit easier to bat on, do you think?
Well, it's hard to say, isn't it? Because we've seen 2 people play particularly well and get themselves in. Whether it's easy to go in and play without, going to do the hard work, I'm not sure. I don't think it's changed that much. Good over.
Well, good performance from this top 6. Latigan 64, D'Oliveira got a start with 23, Libby got a start with 25, Kashif 65, Cullen 72. The only man to fail was Gareth Roderick, which is a rarity. He's quite often the one holding things together. He chased one down the leg side that he would have felt disappointed to pick out the fielder. He was rather unfortunate. Worcestershire in a good spot here as Ollie Williams comes in from the Diglis end. And he's going to start the 47th over with a wide. Take a quick single, and Gubbins throws at the stumps. Would have been tight. Looks like he might well have been home.
Ooh, thank you very much. We've got some pride cakes now as well.
Oh, that's lovely
stuff.
stuff.
Save those for after lunch, I think.
We will. Well, it's it's Pride Day here at New Road. Thank you, Ashley. Launched down the ground, fantastic shot, and that's gone all the way, just cleared the boundary rope for 6. Over pitching, and a good clean strike through the line of the ball. Good shot from Matthew Waite. Shorted this time and pulled into the leg side, one in front of square. Yes, Pride Day, we've got some very, very fancy looking cakes, rainbow cakes.
We'll have to save them for after.
We'll save them for afters. We've had more biscuits than we probably should have done. but it's something that Worcestershire.
Does that mean, was there another way of saying we've had a biscuit?
Yeah. But it's all part of support of the LGBTQ plus community, and of course, those who know Worcestershire know that we are a family at this cricket club.
Sure.
Draw down the ground. It's chance of it's going to drop just short of long on, so it'll just be a single. I've represented the LGBTQ plus side, the Worcestershire Foundation, at a tournament at Sutton Coldfield Cricket Club. I mentioned my friend Darryl, who captained that side.
Still a big slope on the ground, Sutton Coldfield.
Yeah, on the main pitch. Yeah, there's a second pitch.
Yeah, I've played
down
on,
at the
played
bottom
on the
end.
second pitch lots of times. Yeah, as a kid.
He's gone
that's
again.
A great shot.
No, he could be in trouble here. He's caught.
No, he's not quite got enough of it.
Well, he tried to repeat the dose from a little earlier in the over, but didn't quite get enough of it.
I said it was a great shot. I mean, it was he's hit it nicely, but it's just not quite cleared the man that long off.
Well, both fielders down the ground actually, they straightened a little bit. So, unfortunately, he was there for a good time, not a long time. Matt Waite.
Fateh Singh coming in, I think. No, he's
not.
Ben Allison.
Yep.
Coming into bat, Ben Allison.
No slouch with the bat at all. I think they want to make sure, with one ball left of the 47, make sure you make use of every single delivery and push that total up towards 300. But yeah, they've got the second pitch down at Sutton Coldfield, and it's just surrounded by overgrown, trees, bushes and all that sort of stuff. And I'd say there was at times when I was bowling, Frank, I was somewhat mismatched, and I had to do a lot of fetching, a lot of stung shins for both myself and my teammates.
I remember
it was a couple of years ago.
And that ground playing them
short, straight down the ground and bowling
times.
some left arm spin. Yeah.
It is small. It's a small ground, yeah. So it was the third 11 ground, the junior ground. I used to play in junior cricket against Sutton for various teams. Played on the main ground a few times as well.
Just dabbed.
Oh, that's nicely played, wasn't it?
By Allison. Good pace from Williams.
But Lehman read it well, otherwise it might have been 4. End of the over. 274 for 7.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to
11 off that.
I did get a man of the match, person of the match performance against Warwickshire though. So there is that. Top scored. Took the winning wicket in the last over. I'm going to get that in there. I can't get many cricket boasts in, Frank. There's a very, very, very flimsy resume.
2. Tea cakes and the ladies
Amazing what stories of pride cake can bring out in a commentator.
Do you know what? Every now and again, I can have a moment.
Ash Sharma to continue.
Here's a beautiful thing, actually, these cakes. I don't know if it is going to last till lunch, mate.
Oh, God, don't ruin your lunch. So Ash Sharma to bowl the 48th over, 274 for 7. 18 deliveries left. First one is chopped out on the offside for a single by Allison.
Sam, do you want to do a bit of Steve and Lincoln? Do you want to do a bit of Steve and Lincoln? On the pitch. Which is, so that everyone in the ground hears what you're saying to the 5 people when it's holding court. Don't know mind the pass.
Nicely bowled, pace off. Straight down the ground though. Ali all runs round, but a team fielding with Jake Lehman. 2 runs taken. Slower ball again, driven down the ground again, just be a single.
That kept low.
Yeah, didn't really get into a good position to play it, did he either? Gave himself room and it was a bit too tight to do that. Would have been better off using his reach. A rare dot at this point.
He rolled his fingers over it. And off cutter.
And again, but this time he does get forward to it and get a bat on it. Nudged away on the onside, only a single. Boundary's hard to come by now. But they want a couple more, but they're going to get their 280.
Good shot. What a good shot that is. Drilled down the ground. Timed beautifully. 2 men out in the deep, both straight. Couldn't do anything about it.
That's it. I said they needed boundaries and they've got one just at the right moment, haven't they? 283 for 7, 2 to go. You've got to be looking at 300 now, and the psychology of that will be very, very important, I think. I think 300 on this pitch, they'd be confident of defending it. Not saying it's not gettable, but I think you'd be confident of defending it.
Yeah, you bowl well at the top of the innings and start putting pressure. You can put scoreboard pressure on with 300, can't you? Comes Williams. Good delivery. Lifted down to long on. Good Yorker. That's a young lady who's having a difficult time. Might have been sat a bit too close to us, Frank. That might have been the problem. Having to listen to us all day. We are in amongst the supporters. Cut away. Wasn't that short, wasn't that wide, but well connected. I'll take a single. So 9 deliveries remain. 14 runs away from that 300 mark that they'll want to get to. Williams is bowling his last over. That's taken a wicket, gone for over 50 though. Pulled away and going to be fielded out in the deep. Just a single. 2 men patrolling the boundary on the leg side for a square of the wicket, but couldn't beat the man. So Ben Allison on strike. Pushed down the ground for another single. Dealing just in singles in this over, so Williams doing a good job here. If he can avoid going for a boundary off this last delivery. He'll be pleased with that. I think Tom Taylor will be thinking about clearing the rope if he can. And he's given it a good go. Has he got enough of it? He sure has. Well, he's just dropped a bit short there, Williams. And Tom Taylor has sat and waited for it and launched it into the De Oliveira stand. So 5 singles followed by that 6-11 from the over. Worcestershire 294 for 7 going into the last over, Frank, and that's a...
Yeah, I just had a real moment because I've got my phone set up to send me an alert every time there's a wicket in a Worcestershire game. So if I'm ever not at the game, or for whatever reason, if they're playing away or whatever, if I'm not there, I get alerts every time there's a wicket. And sometimes they happen before they come up on the scorecard, if you know what I mean. So you might have your phone on the scorecard, but you think, and then you think, oh, we're going to get a wicket in a minute, which is great, you know. So anyway, I just got one, and I thought, no, hang on a minute,
I'm at the game.
I'm at the game. And of course, it was a delay on the Matthew Waite wicket. I thought there's going to be a wicket in a minute. Oh, that's an interesting deal. Oh, 6 more. Banged in short. Ben Allison's gone for it. 2 men on the leg side boundary looking interested. Ali Orr underneath it. No, he's not. Ali Orr's not underneath it because he's in front of us. Tom Prest, I think, underneath it, and it's cleared him. So that 300 has been reached off the first ball of the final over. Psychological boost that gives to Worcestershire. Put into bat today. Wow. And they have reached 300.
It's what wickets in hand does. We've been preaching it for a while.
Another single here.
Jake Libby was out with a score on 126 and 27.3 overs, Frank. So,
yeah,
build a platform and then go. They'll be delighted with this, Worcestershire.
Oh,
edged and gone.
Yeah. Big swing, looking to hit it away on the leg side. Leading edge, caught short third man.
Tom Taylor caught by Ollie Williams, off bowling of Ashutosh Sharma for 19.
Good little partnership.
Yeah, really important, wasn't it? And it's these runs are going to take some getting. And again, as we've been saying, we mentioned it, the Derbyshire game, the way that Martin Anderson and Brooke Guest applied themselves, Garrett Roderick as well, is that this wicket's got something for everybody. If you're a batter and you want to score runs, you've got to apply yourself. But when the scorecard reads 301 for 8, and just because it's difficult to bat on doesn't make it a bad cricket wicket at all. And I think Worcestershire have learnt their lessons from Friday, and we're going to get a little snapshot of Fateh Singh, which if you haven't seen him bat before,
yeah,
he is there's always something going on with Fateh, and regardless of the context, don't expect anything particularly defensive.
Got a big round of applause, didn't he, as he came out following his exploits the other day.
I think he might favour deep mid-wicket here. He's become a bit of a cult figure, actually, isn't he? Big cheers when he came out.
Yeah.
Two balls to go.
Amazing shot.
Last ball then. In comes Sharma. Allison again moves to the offside, looks to hoik it into the leg side. They'll take a single to Petrie, and that will complete proceedings from a Rapids perspective with the bat. And you have to say, that's a pretty impressive effort. 307 for 8. On the same surface as Friday. And Derbyshire was scheduled for 138, and Worcestershire only just scraped home, really. But it's been a really impressive batting performance from the top 6. Pretty much everyone contributing. An impressive half-century from Latigan, an impressive half-century from Kashi Valley, and I think particularly, Frank, it was that fluency, that elegance, that ingenuity, and just the timing that Henry Cullen demonstrated. A really impressive innings from the young man.
Yeah, absolutely concur with that. I thought Henry Cullen was very, very impressive in that partnership, but it's also good to see Kashi Valley finding a bit of form. I don't think that Hampshire bowled particularly badly. Maybe in that partnership briefly for about 20 minutes, half an hour, when they really turned the screw. There were a few too many loose deliveries, but generally speaking, I don't think they bowled badly at all. But I agree with you. I think that's going to be tough to get Ben Allison finishing unbeaten on 18, and Vijay Singh unbeaten on 1. But I think 308 will take some getting on this pitch. Not the easiest pitch on which to play your shots, although we have to caveat, we know from their experience the other day that the way to make a score on this pitch is to be fairly cautious early on, put down a base, and that's exactly what they did. 119 for 3 at the halfway point, capitalised on that. Really good effort in the end. Bowling figures, just to give you them all: Williams 10 overs no maidens 1 for 60, Fuller 9 overs no maidens 2 for 51, Petrie 8 overs 1 maiden 2 for 30, bowled pretty well I thought. Neil, a bit more expensive, 10 overs no maidens no wicket for 72. Sharma 6 overs no maidens 1 for 49, although to be fair he did bowl 3 of the last 6. Tom Prest quite tidy with his occasional off spin, 7 overs no maidens 1 for 38. Runs pretty much down the card for Worcestershire with the exception of Gareth Roderick, but the pick of the batters for me at least was Henry Cullen, who made a quite brilliant 72. So there we are, 307 for 8 and 50 overs, 2 byes, 5 leg byes and 4 wides, 11 extras altogether. Hampshire will need 308 to win.
Well, there we are. We will be back with you in about half an hour's time to see how Hampshire get on trying to chase those down. But for now, we'll leave you to enjoy a nice lunch.
needs Profile Store. With an easy-to-use website, you can check stock online, order it, and collect it within the hour. Profile Store offer free delivery over £125 and fast overnight shipping. With over 2,000 products in stock, they're sure to have what you need. So get yourself down to the trade counter in Kidderminster today. Mike needs Profile Store. With an easy-to-use website, you can check stock online, order it, and collect it within the hour. Profile Store offer free delivery over £125 and fast overnight shipping. With over 2,000 products in stock, they're sure to have what you need. So get yourself down to the trade counter in Kidderminster today. Get the job done.
Oohs and ahs immediately from behind the wicket as Orr leaves that one alone on length. And from our experiences of this wicket, Frank, we feel like it will take some getting this 308. Not impossible, of course.
Yeah, I agree.
Bat well.
I agree. Exactly as I read it, really. It'll take some getting. It's not impossible. My worry from a Hampshire point of view, and that sounds odd since I'm Worcestershire through and through, but I'll clarify.
Tailoring again, or in behind it.
If I were a Hampshire follower who had seen as much cricket at New Road this year as we have, which is probably a combination that you couldn't have, but no, my worry would be that they might go a bit hard early on.
Yeah.
Thinking they've got to get 300, because that's not the way to do it on this pitch.
Yeah, you almost, for the first 10 overs, don't concern yourself with the run rate. You don't want
to lose
worry
wickets.
yourself about being up with the rate. It's about wickets in hand and getting a feel for the pace of the pitch as Taylor's in. Full of this time, but good pace. As he'll look to move that ball away from the left-hander. Ball pitching outside leg, but going well past off. We know that with the new ball particularly, he's good at bringing that ball back into the right-handers and move it away across the left-handers. 2 slips in place for that very eventuality. Henry Cullen and Ben Allison. Again, it's full. In behind, plenty of sunshine here.
Beautiful afternoon now.
Yep, another leave from Ali Orr.
Yeah, I think, and having said what I've just said, they're 2 very experienced players. Ali Orr, young but been around a bit, made runs here before. Nick Gibbons is clearly highly experienced player, but they may well have said the right things to each other. Just wonder what sort of pressure can be created by a target of this magnitude, though.
That's nicely guided. And Ali Orr, as you say, he's only 25 years old, but plenty of experience. And it's just a single from that over. Averages just under 50 in this competition, 49.3. His conversion rate's what's really impressive about Ali Orr. He got 100 in the final last year against Worcestershire, but he's passed 59 times, and he's turned it into 105 times. So an over 50% conversion rate is super impressive. So if he does get in, he goes on to get a proper score. And in the absence of Bears Swanepoel, who's missing today through illness, it'll be Matthew Waite to take the new ball. And Harry Darley in the side for Bears Swanepoel. We'll see him probably a little bit later on. Ben Allison will make up the seamers quartet. He's actually got a double 100 in this competition, Frank.
Has he?
Which is
Goodness
super
me.
impressive. Back when
Yeah.
his Sussex days,
Yeah.
206. It's 4 years ago against Somerset.
Well, that was a gift from Matthew Waite, wasn't it? Wide hole volley. Not going to miss out on that. That sort of ball you dream about receiving first up.
Yeah, gentle wide half volley. No real risk or peril.
Better. Yeah, not a fan of the yellow pads. I prefer blue. I think the yellow and navy on the kit goes very, very well. But the other thing about Ali Orr's pads are almost orange. Nick Gubbins is a canary yellow. Remember the old Australian one-day kit when they first started wearing coloured clothing? They had yellow pads like that. I took a tour to India, and a school tour, and we played against some teams in Goa who thrashed the pants off us every game, even though they had, you know, the boys I had in my team had Oakleys and 3 pairs of spikes each. Kids we played against had nothing. They shared everything. About 3 bats and 2 pairs of pads and whatever, and they beat us inside out every game. This one turned right all down to long leg for a single, and one game we played, one of the boys that we played against had a pair of bright yellow pads which he wore proudly, and I was umpiring and I said to him, "Are they your own pads?" And he said, "Yes, they are." He said, I went to see a one-day international in Mumbai, and one of the Australian players gave them to me, and I think he probably slept with them and nobody else was allowed to wear them. Fantastic. And as I say, these kids with about 4 bats between them and 3 pairs of pads sharing them and whatever, no spikes in sight. And I had boys who were junior county age group players, etc., and we lost every game. They were absolutely brilliant. We got talking to one of them, his mum was an actress and he spoke very good English, and we got chatting to him one day, just break off his white balls, and just driven down the ground for a single by Gubbins. 7 without loss at the end of the second over. 308 the target, and we said to him, you know, from what we understand here in Goa, you have quite a wet month or 2 in the monsoon season. And he said, "Yeah, that's right." And we said, Do you play any other games? You know, he said, "What do you mean, do we play any other games?" I said, "Would you play, you know, hockey?" Or this boy just looked at all of us and just said, "There are no other games." And then we said, "What do you do in the wet season? What do you do in the monsoon season?" And he said, "We use a different ball."
Fair shakes. I mean, that's a bold statement. I mean, hockey,
fantastic.
Hockey's very popular in India, of course,
Yeah.
but I mean, cricket's a religion over there, isn't it? As Taylor's in.
We use a different ball. Brilliant. They were just fantastic to play against and to watch, and their enthusiasm and their skill. It was 20 years ago, but just fun. And there are games going on in public parks, 11 aside, with 2 umpires. None of it official. Barefooted, couple of bats, hard ball, whatever, just
And
proper games going on all over the place.
Fields backing onto each other.
Yeah,
so you've got
Slips a fine leg in one ground, and just fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Nicely played, this one by Nick Gubbins through the covers.
Yeah, nicely timed. just lent on it. Take a couple.
2 runs taken. Good start by these two. Busy, running hard. Whether Taylor and Waite would both prefer to bowl at right-handers, I'm not sure. I think they probably would. Waite certainly shapes the ball away from the right-hander. Taylor over the wicket outside the off stump to Gubbins, left alone.
Don't forget your cake, Franco.
No.
I will eat it otherwise.
Have you had yours?
I haven't yet.
No.
No, it's because I'm eyeing up a second lunch. I'm not joking.
Oh, out yourself. Chopped down on the offside by Gubbins. This one bounce up in the air, fielded at point by D'Oliveira. Round the wicket now, Taylor. 4. Short and wide. Gimme. Chopped away, this time through the gap. Gubbins not going to miss out on that. 13 without loss.
Well, I'll just give you a quick update. Women's Rapids in action against Derbyshire in this equivalent competition. 304 for 8 they made. Claire Boyd got 108. Ella Claridge 93. Derbyshire in reply are in trouble. 45 for 3. Jess Beach and Amy Maughan with the wickets.
Nice way to finish the over from Taylor. A bit less in terms of width. 13 without loss at the end of 3. Six came from that one. The target 308 after Worcestershire made 307 for 8. Henry Cullen 72. Cassie Valley 65. Dan Latigan 64. The main contributors. Bright sunshine now as Matthew Waite prepares to bowl his second over from the New Road end.
Well, 2 men out on the fence, fine leg third man. I should expect 2 slips in place as well. Alior waits. Over the wicket comes Waite. That's a better line. Don't want to offer him any width at all. Just a little shimmy towards the ball. Actually, it's a good line again. Just pitching it. Meet the surface, another dot ball. These two have played plenty of cricket and understand the situation. Again, it'll be all about building a platform and manoeuvring their side into position. And Worcestershire, well, they'll just keep probing away. Again, another leave. Third or fourth time already we've seen Alior shoulder arms. Tempter from Matt Waite. Or not being drawn into a shot. In comes Waite again. Decent pace and just run down to third for a single. Oh, it's genuine edge. It's flashed away. Kashif's down there doing the fielding. Well wide of a second slip.
Now, I cannot confirm this,
East North, just the other side
but
of Hills, which was started a 3-day
I would
championship match against
hazard
Wiltshire 195.
that this is the first time in the history of the One Day Cup that both umpires' names have begun with the same syllable. Shan.
I did not see that coming, Frank. Yeah, that's a fair shout.
I just wrote them down and I just thought, I can't believe it. Shantry and Shanmugam.
Taylor round the wicket to Gubbins. I'll say this, Frank. I will happily take your word for it to avoid any kind of administrative research on the matter.
I don't know where you'd start, would you?
I think there will be.
Mohammed bringing a drink for Matthew Waite. Got 100 yesterday in the Birmingham League. He's up to back league hundreds, I think. Just hasn't quite been able to translate that into senior runs for Worcestershire yet. Sorry, I cut you off then. Yeah, I don't know where you'd check it.
No, there will be people that would genuinely consider it. But there, the
Cricket Archive would not run to it, would it?
I mean, but they're an interesting bunch, cricket fans. There's those that turn up, pop corks, and drift through the day. There are others that will meticulously make notes and scorecards and everything else. It takes all sorts. That's why I love this game. It's all kinds of personalities. In comes Taylor, round the wicket to Gubbins. Oh, he's wafted at that one.
Good job he didn't nick it because he didn't carry.
No.
They haven't got a real deck hitter, have they, without Swanepoel? Well, it's Matthew Waite.
Well, Finch would have done that job,
Yeah.
of course, but he's off playing elsewhere.
Swanepoel did that the other day. But Allison, Waite, Taylor all tend to pitch the ball up a little bit more.
This is better from Taylor and from Waite. Just the build-up of dots. Again, these two won't be worried out in the middle. Good looking shot, just over pitch, just leant on it, timed it nicely. That's four. Good bit of fielding from D'Oliveira at backward point. I think a very profitable shot for Worcestershire, just running it down to third and cut off to avoid the single. So just four from the over. But a very good looking four through extra cover.
excuse me for 1 minute.
Matt Waite in. Again, just dangling it across Ali Orr. D'Oliveira's in action again. Over 100 games now in List A cricket, averaging nearly 44. Nick Gubbins. Ali Orr, as I mentioned before, averaging just under 50. So these two as an opening pair, talented left-handers. Orr on strike. Oh, I think Orr's just dropped his hands in time there. And it's just moved back in just a touch to the left-hander. Naturally just swings the ball away from the right-hander, Matt Waite. And he's just shaped back in. Good bit of bowling. And again, it's a loose shot. Looking for a flashing drive. Outside off stump. It's keeping Roderick and the two slip fielders in business. Cullen at first, Ben Allison at second. Wider that time from Waite. Straighter this time. Straight to Harry Darley. Run out for him today. Adam Finch. He's part of the 100 equation. And Ben Gibbons and Jack Home, both with injuries. Bear Swanepoel with illness. I'll take a single here. But Darley has experience in this competition a couple of years ago. And a consistent wicket taker in the second 11 as well. So he gets an opportunity today. And otherwise a very experienced bowling attack from a Rapids perspective. So 1 ball left of the 6th over. 20 without loss. And it's been a good over from Matt Waite. Again, just tucked into the leg side for another single. So 2 singles to finish the 6th over. 21 without loss. A couple of false shots in that over. Importantly, from a Hampshire perspective, the wickets column is unmoved. Worcestershire, though, just keeping a lid on things. Run rate at just 3.5. Feel it's all about the wickets column at the moment.
Good shot from Ali Orr, really fast hands, whipping that one away. Wasn't a bad delivery by any means. Nick Gubbins, I should say, not Ali Orr. Beautiful shot. Really quick hands through the ball.
He whipped it from off stump. Not easy to do.
Good way to start the over. Good start by these two. And that's a good response from Taylor. And they've appealed for LBW and for court, and neither has been upheld by umpire Shanmugam. Round the wicket, unlikely to be hitting unless he's right back on his stumps, liable to be going down. And umpire deciding he didn't get a nick on it either. Jim's having a look at the replay.
Well, I was more interested in height initially. Yeah, it's too high. It's going down leg side as well. It's hitting like just above the pad. Came in sharply though. There wasn't a lot going for it.
I think we've said this many times before. When a bowler bowls round the wicket, if the batsman's playing a shot, and it's got to be hit in line. If he's hit in line and it's delivered from round the wicket, unless he's right back on his stumps, that is probably going on to miss leg. Not always. It's the same with a left arm bowler round the wicket to a right-handed batter. Have to take that into account. You learn that when you do your umpiring exams and things. They show you these videos and they stop it and say, what do you think? And you learn pretty quickly that if it's delivered from round the wicket, unless the bowler's got in really close, if it hits the batter in line, if he's forward or even on the crease, the chances are that from the line that it's bowled, it's going to go on and miss leg. Obviously, if it straightens, that's different. 25 without loss. A bit more cloud around today. Some of the cloud looks quite threatening, but we're not going to get any rain, I don't think. Short from Taylor, cut away. Good half stop in the covers. By Latigan. They get through for two more. Worcestershire need to just keep it tight, get that over rate, runs required, rate climbing, put a bit of pressure on. Get wickets that way. And that's a lovely shot and a brilliant piece of fielding by Latigan. He's really good in the covers. Full length dive to his right. Looked for all the money, but no runs accrue. Taylor got away with it a little bit. End of the over. So 7 gone. 6 off that one. 27 without loss. Target, remember, 308, so a further 281 runs required. Let's have a look at scores elsewhere. I was interested particularly, what about Lancashire? 383 for 4 at Grace Road.
That's good from Matt Waite.
383 for 4. Keaton Jennings 135. Matty Hurst 22, Josh Mahanam 42, Marcus Harris 71, Rocky Flintoff, who I saw the other day playing for the England under-19s down at Hove, 33 not out, and Joe Moores, who I also saw playing in that very same game, 41 not out, off 15 balls with 4 fours and 3 sixes, not bad for a 19-year-old.
Big shout from Matt Waite, he likes it. Well, the angle of the ball off the pad, and square on the leg side, suggests it might be missing down leg. Oh, it's not a bad shout at all. Camera angle, he's just slightly off straight. But it's just, I think it's just pitching on leg and going down. Good shout. Gubbins 19 from 22 in the lion's share of the work at the moment. Again, it's on leg stump, so he just tucks this in to the leg side for a single. Dan Latigan doing the fielding.
Verdict on the cake?
It was delicious.
Right. I mean,
soft, gentle sponge.
Very colourful.
Yeah. A suitably ostentatious display. I like it. Very sweet. In comes Waite. I'd say we've left the cake a little bit, Frank, so it might be a little bit softer than you perhaps would want, but very tasty cake. So Ashley Giles delivered us some very tasty pride cakes. Very pleased with those just before the interval. And I was good. I did as I was told. Frank told me to wait till after I had me lunch. So Waite's in again. Looking for a quick single. Tom Taylor's in. It's not a clean pickup. I think they'd have got home anyway. But again, another part of cricketing culture. And a good cup of tea and a bit of cake. The world's a wonderful place. So Hampshire make their way on to 30 without loss. I think Gubbins has got 20 of them. He started well. A little bit more circumspect from Ali Orr. 9 from 24 deliveries, but in reasonable control, Hampshire at the moment. In comes Waite. Pulled this one away. Ladigan's got some work to do. He won't get there though. That's 4.
Good shot, that beautifully timed.
Perhaps a little straight. It wasn't particularly short, but just pulled away. It was such timing.
Well, ooey gooey. Ooey gooey. My verdict on the cake. Do you know the rhyme about ooey gooey? Children's rhyme.
Oh yes, I do.
My children used to love it. Ooey gooey was a worm.
Yeah.
Fine and fat was he sat upon the railway line. The train he did not see. Ooey gooey. All the big issues.
Yeah, I've not thought about that for about 35 years, Frank. But I did remember it.
That was a cracking shot by Nick Gubbins off that last ball. Taylor starts a new over to Ali Orr, the more circumspect of the opening pair. Pushes up to mid-on. Good start though, I reckon. 34 without loss off 8. Worcestershire were 48 without loss off 8.
But it was.
But more worryingly, I think, Worcestershire's point of view might be the fact that neither of these two has really looked in any trouble.
No, we saw there was a couple of deliveries from Matt Waite. They managed to move back into the left-hander. He actually moves the ball away from the right-hander, but very little for them to worry about. That's a good shot, straight to the fielder. But you're right. They are actually hitting fielders quite hard. There's not anything being mistimed or cloth particularly. So they'll feel in pretty good shape, and these two, well, Ali Orr averages as good as 50, Gubbins mid-40s, good players. But just rolling along at 4 and over without too much bother. As you say, if you think about the Worcestershire bowling attack, it's not samey, but you wouldn't say it's varied either. So this same quartet will have to be on point this afternoon. In comes Tom Taylor, and that is on point. Just pitches and moves away from the left-hander. Such a good delivery. That's going to be runs though. Again, it's over pitched. Again, it's through the covers, and it's 4 more. a little shape away, but it's a half volley. Better length to finish up the over. Boundary 4 from it. Taylor's 5 overs gone for 21.
Yeah, tidy, but lack of threat, a bit of a worry. But I think Jake Libby will just feel that. I don't know. It's occurred to me rather late that in all 3 innings that we've seen so far, and 4 if you include this one, in today's game and Friday's game, that maybe batting's been at its most straightforward when the ball's been hard. So we saw a good start to both innings in the first game, we saw a good start today. Maybe it just gets a little bit more difficult to play those big shots when the ball softens up a bit.
Well, I was thinking the very same until I saw Kashif and Helen Cullen make it look so easy. But it might well be that they've just no one on Friday gave themselves a chance.
Nobody
to figure
got
out
in
the pace.
like that. Exactly. Yeah, exactly that.
Wait in, pulled round the corner. That's going to be 4. That's a gimme, and Gubbins will take it all day long. He moves on to 28 from 26.
I feel for Waite a bit. I don't think he likes bowling 2 left-handers particularly. Maybe with a red ball when he can get it to nip around a bit, but with the white ball that doesn't do so much. Better. Harry Darley fielding. I suspect we'll see him fairly shortly. And when will Fateh Singh be introduced? Allison is loosening up at the moment.
Well, yes, it feels that Allison would be the obvious first change. I think I would bring Fateh Singh in sooner rather than later.
But if Allison replaces Taylor, Singh will probably want to bowl from the Douglas end. Another good shot, nicely stopped by Darley. Diving to his right in the covers, they just get a single.
Well, Fateh Singh got a 6 for on Friday from the Douglas end. Ben Allison got a 6 for against Hampshire last season here from the Douglas end.
Well remembered. Well remembered. And to remember which end, I reckon he bowled at both ends.
He did.
But he got all his wickets.
Well, I think 5 of them were the Douglas end. I think the lion's share actually came towards the end of the innings. But again, you get a 6 for in this format.
Yeah.
Let's go in some.
Darley's loosening up as well. We might see a double change, I think. Look, these two have done all right.
Well, we're going to see a change of angle as well. I think Waite's going to come round the wicket. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how these two experienced batters approach Harry Darley. He's played plenty, but in fits and starts. He featured a fair bit in that. We mentioned last time out that ill-fated campaign where every bowler was injured at some point. And Jack Holmes stood up to be counted. Young teenagers at the time. Comes Waite round the wicket. And I'd say slightly exaggerated oohs and ahs from the keeper and slip fielder. But the end of the over, via a dot ball. So 6 from it. It was just a good over, in fact, just that one loose one down leg side that was helped on its way.
44 without loss off 10. Worcestershire were 54 without loss. And the change is being made.
End of the 10th over.
And it is Harry Darley.
End of the first power play, as indicated by umpire Sonny Sharma. And bowling at the Dignas end, Harry Darley.
Sonny Sharma. Umpire's changed his name. Surishan Mugam. The umpire. Harry Darley going to bowl round the wicket from the Dignas end. And there, oh, uppish on the offside from Al. It's going to go for 4 through extra. Just wide of the diving Allison at short extra. Darley, not the tallest, runs up pretty quickly and then runs through the crease. Not really a great leap into delivery. One of those bowlers that sort of runs through, a bit like Ed Barnard did, Dean Headley, days of yore. In again, and all inside. This tucks away on the onside. Take 2 this time as Kashif Ali comes round to field. So 6 off the first 2 deliveries, 50 up.
Yeah, it's also that in-out field, which means that the space on the leg side, got to get his line right here, otherwise dot balls and pressure are going to be difficult to come by.
Single down to long leg this time.
Well, these two going nicely. Alior's caught up. He's on to 21.
Well, they are going nicely, and they're not doing what I said that I thought they might do, which is going too hard at the beginning. They've been very, very watchful. Good batting.
Well, we've also talked about how you have to concentrate. You have to be present. Because the moment you're not, you'll be in trouble. He nearly chopped on. Just a nothing shot, really. Bat at a 45-degree angle. Well, a couple of dot balls from Darley will make him feel a bit better about life. At the moment, well, I think we'll see Ben Allison from the New Road end. Worcestershire need a breakthrough here. They need a wicket. 51 without loss. Going along nicely, these two left-handers. Feels like a better line and length from Harry Darley to finish up. 7 from the over.
We have some scores from elsewhere.
Oh, go on. What's happening between Glamorgan and Middlesex?
Well, that's finished.
Coming on to bowl at the New Road end, Ben Allison.
At least I think it has, because it's not on the live scores anymore. Somerset 337 for 8, Warwickshire 15 for 1. Yorkshire 325 for 7, Sussex 5 without loss. Essex 257 for 7, Derbyshire 71 without loss off 10. Kent 208, Gloucestershire 50 without loss off 11. Lancashire 383 for 4, Leicestershire 14 for 2. Northants 254 for 8, Surrey 91 without loss.
Allison in round the wicket. Chopped into the offside. D'Oliveira can't stop it. Kashif will out in the deep, but not before they run a single.
And I'm assuming Middlesex have won.
Well, while you...
But they haven't made it onto the results list. But they must have done.
Yes, I think we'd have probably heard about it if they failed to chase 67.
I think I'll find out from elsewhere.
Well, meanwhile, women's rapid's going well. Derbyshire now 5 down. The spinners are in. Gilgrass has got Tennacoon and Meg Bishop's got Kibler LBW. So Derbyshire 97 for 5, chasing 305 to win. Women's rapid's going well there.
Middlesex won by 8 wickets.
Another single out to Kashif. And these two openers looking in very little bother at all as they look to chase down 309 to win. Going along at about 4.6. Required rate up to 6.6, but again, that's not a worry. There are 2 new balls, of course, 1 at each end. And we'll have a little look, I suppose, from about the 20 over mark, Frank. We saw, actually, in both innings, around about the 20-25 over mark, where things started to get tricky for batters. A little 12 over period or so. And wickets tumbled on Friday, and they threatened to earlier on for Worcestershire as well. Allison's into Orr. That's guided for another single. Ones and zeros at the moment in the 12th over. I always look to Jake Libby to get a cue, but I never get a cue from Jake Libby.
No.
Always the same in the field, isn't he?
Yeah.
Whether they're 6 down or 100 for none. Oh, that's a play and a miss. Nick Gubbins there. So a bit of a loose shot to finish the over, but Ben Allison started well, just 3 singles from it. Just carried on with the arm. So it wasn't really there to cut. 54 without loss from 12. Good solid start from these two. No slips in place, so third man fine leg. Covers on the boundary. And deep square leg as well. So 2 in the ring on the leg side. I like that. Seen a lot where it's just mid-on in that 30-yard circle, and it's just a free single, anything in the leg side pretty much. Oh, it's a genuine nick, but flashes through gully. Maybe a 5th slip. Straight down to Fateh Singh. Again, Fateh Singh called into action. More deliberacy with that shot.
Yeah, they've gone about it in exactly the right way, these two, haven't they? They've basically put most of the bad balls they've received away. They've kept the scoreboard ticking over. They've not taken any unnecessary risks. and they've played really well. What Worcestershire need to do is just make runs hard to come by, build a bit of scoreboard pressure, get that run rate climbing. What was it? 6.7 at the moment.
Yeah, not going to bother them at the moment. But you're right. If you can just get a bit of pressure from both ends and just increase that run rate up to about 7.5 or so, see if you can force the batter into playing a shot they wouldn't otherwise go for. It's good this from Darley actually. Just 3 from the previous over from Ben Allison. 2 singles so far from this one. He's got his length spot on. Last ball of the 13th. He can stick one just outside off stump again. Straightish, it's just stopped in the surface, so it was slightly uppish. Kashif was there at mid-wicket, and I like that decision, Frank, to have the extra man in the ring on the leg side. Seen it an awful lot already, where deep mid-wicket and deep square leg means it's just a single every single time. It relieves the pressure, so a good over from Darley. So just 5 runs from the past 2 overs, and that's the sort of pressure. You can start to think about building pressure, I should say.
Yeah.
As to whether it gets under the skin of these two, it's a different matter, but there's the game at the moment. And they're a Hampshire side that's come off the back of a pretty ugly collapse, actually. They were 56 without loss against Middlesex and rolled for 124. In large part thanks to a 6-for from Josh Sakaris, which he had a pretty good day. Well, Jake Libby shaped up to throw the stumps down at the non-striker's end. He was a whisker away. I think Gubbins might have been in trouble if he'd have hit. And they get through for a single as Ben Allison continues from the New Road end and continues from round the wicket. Better line. As Worcester continue to search for that breakthrough, new batter and the pressure that brings, an attempt to lift the run rate. These two are as yet unmoved. Ali Orr 24 not out from 43. Gubbins looking good on 32 from 37. In comes Allison again. That's good delivery. He just drop his hands just in time.
It's in the balance, Jim. It's in the balance. This is a good start. Ideal start. Didn't want to lose early wickets. Good run.
Yeah, well placed, well run, quick, early call. Both batters responded, didn't they?
Unperturbed by that near run out in the previous over.
Oh, it's a loose shot.
Twice he's gone past the bat in this over.
Well, Allison doing a good job for his side here. Last ball of the 14th, just a couple of singles from it so far. Back in his crease, good looking drive straight to mid-off though. Another quiet over. And a warm round of applause from the Worcestershire faithful for Ben Allison's efforts. 2 overs, bowled just 5 runs conceded.
Yeah, started well, hasn't he? He likes this competition. 2 off that one, 2 off the one before, 3 off the one before. They are just building that little bit of pressure. Can Darley follow up his previous good over? Ooh, turned him round there.
He's delivering from wide of the crease, just managing to get that little bit of movement away from the left-hander, so as it angles in, just straightens a touch. Think about a run. It's unwise though. Bit stop-start, or never a run there though. As we've learnt already, Frank, the old adage, don't run on a misfield.
Yeah. Good from Darley so far, tidy.
It is. Well, it's the 4th over, or into the 4th over now, where it's just been dots and singles.
It's innocuous looking, isn't he, Darley? Doesn't get a great deal of bounce, not great pace, doesn't have much margin for error, but tidy.
Well, yes, when you lay it out like that, he's not particularly big, he's not particularly strong, he's not very fast. It's not prodigious movement or anything like that.
He's got to get it right, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And he is.
Yeah, well, exactly that, yeah. Delivering under pressure, having good mentality. Just 3 singles from it, Frank. So he's living up to his end of the bargain. So both Allison and Darley at the moment just stacking good, neat, tidy overs together for the Rapids. Run rate's just nudged above 7.
Worcestershire beat Warwickshire by 6 wickets.
It's been a good showing from the young seam bowler thus far. When you only carry 5 frontline bowlers, Frank, as well, and you have to deliver, and he's doing that, the young man, as Allison's in again, round the wicket, and he's bowled him, dragged on,
Well, that's the reward for nagging away, isn't it? It's exactly the reward.
Well,
And your ball by Ben Allison for 27.
4 overs of just singles and dots. Dragged on.
Yeah, big wicket. Big wicket. Worcestershire needed that. They need to follow it up now with the second, as did their counterparts. Worcestershire lost their first wicket in the 12th over. This one's gone down in the 16th. Score very similar, in fact identical. Identical when Worcestershire lost the second wicket, 61. But 61 for 1. Fletcher Middleton, the new batter, right-hander.
And good player. And if you missed it earlier on, a bit of fielding, to run out Dan Latigan. It's worth another watch. Really impressive stuff. He's got some work to do with the bat though. So Ben Allison, he has the breakthrough. A new batter at the crease. You know, it's not been easy to start on this surface. You have to work for your runs. I wonder if that changes how Nick Gubbins approaches things. But this is what you want from a Rapids perspective. New batters at the crease. Keep ramping that pressure up. Keep that run rate climbing.
Yeah.
And then it feels a bit different when you introduce the spinner.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. They needed that. And they got their reward for some tidy bowling.
Yeah, only works if both bowlers deliver on that front. He's right on the money to a right-hander. And so a little bit of that credit goes to young Harry Darley as well, I think.
Yeah.
Because
definitely.
if he's leaking runs at the other end, it doesn't quite matter so much. But they were both, felt like bowling to a plan. It felt like after a good start from these two. And Worcestershire just kept their calm, kept their cool. I liked having the extra man in the ring on the leg side to keep building that pressure and keep introducing dots. We've just had a biscuit delivery. I'm going to have type 2 diabetes before the end of this competition. In comes Allison again. Clipped into the leg side.
Uppish,
down
but
to fine
nicely
leg.
timed.
With the cakes and the biscuit. A very welcome biscuit delivery. Thank you, sir. Tide's changed since the T20 blast, Frank, when Messrs, Tromans and Giles were getting cakes all over the shop and we couldn't get anything passed down our way, do we? Now, well, we're in business. Lovely stuff. Oh, and that's not far away from the outside edge. Gubbins just feeling for one. And all of a sudden, there's a bit of uncertainty out in the middle. And the change bowlers here are doing exactly what was required from a Rapids perspective. A slip in place to Gubbins, where there previously wasn't one. He's still on 33, but he's got to play for his partner here as well. On the walk here, just pushes it back towards the bowler. Skipper Libby goes to work on the ball. One ball left of the 16th over, and again we're dealing in dots and singles. And that's another dot ball, so just one run from it, but importantly the wicket of Ali Orr and Ben Allison, who came to this part of the world to play first team cricket, to play all formats.
And the score from Denby,
And the more Worcestershire Rapids fans see of Ben Allison, the more they like. Really good all-round cricketer.
Yeah.
Fast bowler, fielding in the slips, good with the bat, and I think in other sides he'd be batting higher up the order than he does. But just again, it's another bit of recruitment from Worcestershire whereby you have a talented cricketer who contributes in all facets of the game and all formats of the game.
40 wickets in Division 1 last year as well. Got to take that into account. Darley over the wicket to the right-handed Middleton, and there's a big shout for Obadiah. Looked quite a good shout. Umpire unmoved. No signal, so he's got a nick on it. They've gone through for one. Having a look at it, Jim. It looked a good shout, I thought, from here.
I think
He must have got a bat on it.
Yeah.
Well, he did.
He did, yeah. It was also just slightly outside the line.
Right.
But he was caught on the crease a little bit. It was his
First
back
ball
leg.
he's faced from Darley. Gubbins, 33 off 45. Darley bowls. Gubbins didn't time it. Squeezes it up to Libby at mid-on. Bit of a breeze. Plenty of blue sky, white clouds. I reckon it's probably about mid-20s today. Quite pleasant cricket weather, playing or watching. Due to get really hot again in the middle of the week. High 30s, I think. High 20s, mid 30s maybe. Not looking forward to that. Ollie bowls, clipped away down to long leg for a single. Wait the fielder. Ooh, just pulled his length back a little bit there, Darley. Bit of bounce. Middleton looking to force off the back foot. Lucky not to get an edge. Got the slip in there. Good spell. Good spell from the young man. Bit full this time. Just the one.
Yeah, took the pace off. Again, it's another over, which is just singles and dots. 3 from it. Last ball of the 17th. So a single to finish up, 4 from it. So for the past 7 overs, Frank, between Darley and Allison, not more than a single from it off the bat.
No, good stuff. Very similar. 16th over was a maiden in the Worcestershire innings. They were 76 for 2 off 17, as opposed to 66 for 1. Nip and tuck. A lesson to continue. On the walk, Gubbins clipped away on the onside in the air to start with. That again will field. 2 runs taken.
And that'll end the 1s and 0s.
They need to get Gubbins, don't they? Sort of player that will,
who can anchor an innings
yeah,
and have people play
exactly,
around them.
Definitely, yeah.
And they've got strikers down the order as well. He's doing a good job of playing for his teammate, giving him a chance to get in. Well, that's chopped down into the ground. Yes, Gubbins would be a good get because then there's real pressure as the run rate's up to 7.3.
That's
Good
a great
shot. That's going to go for 4. Overpitched. It clipped through a straight mid-wicket.
Such efficiency, that. Such efficiency, wasn't it?
Waited for it. Timed beautifully. He's on to 41. And it's going to be more runs here, and probably 4 of them. Unless Tom Taylor can get there. He can, just about. Cashy's going to help him out, so they'll run 3. So a productive over thus far from Hampshire, and they need it. That 3 brings Middleton on strike. Oh, looking to run hard at Darley. He can't keep hold of the ball. And it did look like it was a, well,
run out chance.
Yes, I was going to say, if that goes to hand cleanly, I don't think there's a run there.
No, nor do I.
The pressure was...
Do you know, I was just thinking that Gubbins is playing an innings similar to that of Latigan, and then I thought to myself, how was Latigan out? And then I realised, and I thought, oh, Worcestershire could do with a run out like that, and they almost got the chance.
Well, finish up with a dot.
I think was it Cullen? I think it was Cullen actually, not Darley. You know. Oh no, maybe it was they crossed over. Anyway.
Yeah, Cullen was at slip. It was Darley in at cover.
Yeah, Cullen went back in, didn't he, when the batsman changed over and the right-hander was on strike. 10 off the over.
Yep.
Most expensive over so far. Patience. The order of the day, a long way to go for the 222 needed. And there's a wicket. Darley gets his first, leading edge, lobbed up on the offside. D'Oliveira takes the catch diving forward. Fletcher Middleton's gone.
Fletcher Middleton caught by Brett D'Oliveira off the bowling of Harry Darley for 3.
So now it's almost even Steven on the comparison. And again, I'm just wondering, you know, whether what I was saying about the ball is being borne out. Because it's the 4th innings, isn't it, that we've seen here in the last 2 games. The 4th innings where we've seen good starts and then a couple of wickets going down around about the 20th, 19th, 20th over.
Well, we've seen it's actually around about it gets a little bit trickier around that 13, 14, 15 over mark. People get bogged down a bit, and then the false shots turn up. But we've only had 1 innings manage to go to the 40th over to find out how people can respond to it. So yeah, it will be interesting. But as we alluded to on Friday, there are different ways for cricket to be interesting, to be exciting, to be compelling.
Absolutely, yeah.
And we felt on Friday that there were runs to be had if you applied yourself. The way that Anderson got his 50, the way that Gareth Roderick batted. So if you look at the scorecard of Friday, I think it's a bit misleading to suggest there were vipers in the pitch and it was unplayable. It absolutely wasn't. Which has been borne out by the 308 Worcestershire got. Jake Lehman's out in the middle. Harry Darley has a wicket. He's bowled well. 1 for 15 from his 4.1. I think his first delivery was a wide half volley that got sent to the fence. Since then, he's been excellent. It's another left-hander.
Got in a bit of a mess there, didn't he? Squared up. Taken on the pad. I'm not sure he... might have got a nick on it. Very wide. Delivered from very wide. That thing I was saying earlier about being in line. Look how wide Darley delivers the ball from when he goes round the wicket. Good example. Bowls, Lehman drives up to mid-off. Done really well here, the young seamer for Worcestershire, Harry Darley. 4.3 overs, 1 for 15. Required rate up 7.5 almost now. Climbing. Gubbins still there on 44. Good again from Darley. It's hardly got one in the wrong area at all, actually, to be fair.
Well, as I said, first ball was over pitch, went for 4 through cover, and since then, been excellent. And you see with the new batter, actually, as you watch Lehman, he's just mistiming it to fielders.
Yeah.
Exemplifying the point that difficult to get started, and that's how you can build a bit more pressure, keep
and
that run rate climbing.
Ball just a bit softer. Off the mark, tucks this one off his pads. Only be one.
Rihanna Davalath on the field.
Yeah. Quickly in. Didn't notice who went off.
No, I was too busy eating biscuits, to be honest, Frank. So I've missed that, I'm sorry.
One ball left in the 19th over. Darley bowls. Gubbins can't time it. Back to the bowl up, well bowled. Harry Darley, 1 run from it and a wicket. 19 gone. 77 for 2. Worcestershire were 83 for 2. Ben Allison to continue.
Well, there's an element of next man up mentality which I like. I think Bear Swanepoel makes his list day debut for Worcestershire and he's unavailable. Darley comes in, does a good job. And Allison was just about to come in. Batter had other ideas, bit of gardening from Jake Lehman. And nice square drive. It won't go for 4. It's a really good beat of fielding. I think it's Matt Waite down there with a bit of backup from Kashif. They have themselves a high 5, and why not? Really good work.
Not the sort of thing you'd have seen Matthew Waite do 2 or 3 years ago. I don't think he's improved a lot in the field in terms of his mobility. I think he looks a bit slimmer to me as well.
Yoga, that's the answer. Well, Kashif backing him up, another, we've mentioned it.
Massively improved.
Much improved in the field as Allison's in again. Again, it's worked behind square on the offside. Just be a single this time. Interesting setup actually from Jake Lehman. The trigger movement, it's almost like he bows his knees open. It's quite an odd.
Well, I've not seen Jake
Lehman.
I know he's been around for a good while in all sorts of cricket in Australia, and he's got first class average of 35 and similar average in white ball cricket, but you don't need to know much about Jake Lehman to get an idea of what sort of player he'll be, given who his dad was, the way he'll have been taught when he was younger.
Oh, it's edged and it's past a diving Gareth Roderick.
Would have been a catch to second slip, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would have been a tough ask for first, but the way that he's batting, well, the slips have long since disappeared for Nick Gubbins. He's got himself a bit of fortune, but again, we don't mind that. He's earned the right to be a little bit lucky. He's batted beautifully for his side. He's on to 48. Well, he's played at Yorkshire, of course, just like his dad did. And a stint at Sussex as well, I think. Certainly in the seconds. Jake Lehman. Gubbins on strike, though. In comes Allison once more. Dropped into the offside. Won't take a run. So they've taken 7 from the over. Same slightly fortuitously. The wind's just picking up a little bit here. Again, it's into the offside. Again, it's a dot ball. Getting to a point whereby, well, it's Tom Taylor going through some warm-ups. All 4 seamers will have completed 5 overs after this delivery. It's going to be a dot ball to finish up. So it's a good over from Ben Allison, despite it going for 7. Genuine edge to the boundary is what gives you a false impression. But that's 5 overs apiece for the 4 seamers, Frank. So we're going to see any fat acing anytime soon. I feel like Darley should probably continue a little bit longer. They wait till the drinks break.
Well, he is continuing. I think it'll be interesting seeing if he can pick up where he left off on Friday, bowl with that same confidence, get a bit of response from the pitch. But he probably won't want to bowl while there's 2 left-handers in, ideally. Darley in, Lehman nudging off the hip for a single. But the run rate stays at around 7.5. Get it climbing up towards 8, 9, 10, then Worcestershire will feel they're seizing a bit of control. But Tom Press, Ben Brown, Ash Sharma still to come. Gubbins again whips that one away on the leg side. Again, just the 1 run with Allison Fields. Such quick hands, isn't he, Nick Gubbins? Sometimes almost looks as though he isn't going to play, and then pew, hands go flying through. Clips it away. Very good player. Down the leg side from Darley. Not signalled wide. Gubbins is wondering why. Gestures to the umpire. I think he moved inside it, to be fair. I think it went.
I thought maybe it flicked a bit of shirt. Oh, though he's moved out. He's moved out the way of it, I think, which might have annoyed him. But I think Lehmann's a little bit lucky. If you start extending your arms out to signal wide to umpires, then match referees don't like that very much.
No, they don't. Ooh, swivelling pull shot, hits it well, but straight to Allison. Just a single. 87 for 2. Lehmann goes to 6. Gibbons has 49 from 59. We've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, 2 experienced operators, and I think you're right, having those 2 left-handers at the crease will inform Libby's decisions. Shot.
Darley bowls, and that's driven up the ground for 4 by Gubbins to bring up his 50. 60 deliveries and 8 fours for Nick Gubbins.
60 balls with 8 fours.
Really nicely timed, actually. Just presents the bat.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad ball really. It was a bit full, but it wasn't a full half volley. It's just the best shot in the game, isn't it? Push it back past the bowler. Smile, don't run, don't call. And this next one tucked around the corner for a single. End of the over. Another good over for Hampshire.
Well,
7 from it. 8 from it, in fact. 92 for 2, just ahead of the rate. But they've got to score at that kind of rate for the rest of the game. Tom Taylor is coming back. Something we saw happen the other day. And came back and didn't pick up any wickets, but came back and tightened things up in the middle. Changing ends. But it is really Libby saying, come on, get me a wicket. I want to get rid of this Gubbins chap.
Yeah, well, I think Hampshire have actually done a nice job in the past couple of overs of just making sure that Worcestershire don't keep putting the squeeze on. A few productive overs on the bounce, keeping up with the rate as Taylor's in round the wicket. It's a bit too straight, so it's a nice easy single out to deep square leg. Well, if you can keep boundaries to a minimum and you want ones and twos don't feel like they hurt you that much, you just don't want the game to drift. I think that's why Tom Taylor's come back in. These 2 batters looked like they were getting settled. Again, straight. 2 men in the ring on the leg side for Jake Lehmann. Just the one for Gubbins. Henry Cullen in there. And if you're just joining us on the stream on this leisurely Sunday afternoon, go back and watch Henry Cullen's innings, catch them on the highlights. Really impressive knock from the young man. 72 he made as Taylor's in again. Fullish but not timed. And it's the aforementioned Henry Cullen doing the fielding. Hasn't made 100 in this competition.
That's hard to believe, isn't it?
Yeah. 12 50s in 61 innings, high score of 87. No 100 to his name in this day. Genuine edge. Down to 3rd man for a single. Got a good 75 against Yorkshire, actually. Against up at Scarborough. Hampshire looked very, very good. Well, they look quite the opposite against Middlesex. This will be interesting. I suppose you could semi-expect that with the amount of players they've lost to the 100 for 11 players.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the academy and the quality they've got, well, they were a really good side, weren't they, last year? In comes Taylor. And again, it's the fielders on the leg side, inside the 30-yard circle, that are seeing plenty of the ball. So just a couple of singles in the over so far. Again, it's just back of a length, on off stump, middling off. Hard to get away. Uppish, but it's to Dan Latigan out in the deep. I wonder if we might see Fateh Singh as the last over before the halfway point. See if they can nick one before drinks. Roderick's called for the helmet, so I'm going to see him now, in fact.
Coming on to bowl at the Douglas end, Fateh Singh.
Couple of performances, the crowd love it, don't they? He's announced, warm applause. Can he reproduce the form of the other day?
If he does, if he gets another sixper, I mean, goodness me, there'll be a statue
but
outside
you know what?
the ground.
If they go big on the leg side, it's quite a big hit with the spin. Big gap at mid wicket to tempt Lehman, but it wouldn't surprise me to see him take him on. First ball is on the money from Singh. Such a relaxed looking cricketer, isn't he, Singh? 3 or 4 paces. Walks backwards then to his mark. Gets through his overs really quickly.
Hadn't noticed that he does walk backwards to his mark.
There you go, 3 dots to start with. Is he lining him up? Gubbins. Well, probably won't have seen him before, certainly not much. That one's pushed through, whipped away with the bottom hand for a single on the leg side. Substituted Davalath, the fielder.
Yeah, a bit slower, that one.
I reckon it's Brett D'Oliveira has gone off, you know. Oh no, he's not, he's still there, sorry. I'll keep searching. Swing and a miss from Lehman outside the off stump. Ooh, that one bounced a bit. He's ridden the bounce, chopped it down on the, dropped it down on the leg side. Good over from Fateh Singh.
Really good over. Now
Is it Cullen who's gone off? No, can see him. I've been right through the team, I can't work it out. Good over, just 2 from it. Run rate's gone up to 7.8. It's Allison. No, it's not.
No, he's there. I think it's Matt Waite. Because the Davalath's down at on 3rd.
Yeah, you're right.
It's Matt Waite after that tumbling stop down on the boundary.
Yeah. Taylor again.
Tom Taylor round the wicket. And Lehman in behind it. Here's a question for you, Frank. Now, he's gone well at the back end of the blast, has Fateh Singh. He's taken a 6 for here on Friday. Do the Hampshire batters care? Do they just think, I'm just going to make sure he doesn't beat us? Or do they go, I don't care, whatever he bowls I'm going to sort out? Or are they just going to think, are they going to be wary at this point? Because this is where it all went a bit silly on Friday. Are they going to be extra watchful at the start of his spell, perhaps, as Taylor's in, driven hard straight to Allison?
They will know what happened the other day, obviously. They will have talked about it. They will know that the pitch has turned a bit, because it's turned a bit for their spinners. I don't think they'll be overly concerned. They might just say, well, let's have a look, as you would, you know, bring a spinner on, have a look for 2 or 3 overs, and see. It's not like T20 where they bring the spinner on and you think, right, we've got to get after him straight away. But it was a nice start for Singh, and I think Jake Libby's thinking here, I might be wrong, but I think he brings Tom Taylor back. Taylor didn't get any wickets the other day, but he still bowled quite well. But if Taylor comes back and he goes at 5 and over for 3 overs, and meanwhile Singh comes on and they have a look at Singh for 3 overs, that run rate creeps up to 8.5.
Yeah.
And that's different.
No, I think it's a fair shout. Get a couple of overs in before drinks. Clubbed in the air this time, and he's out.
That is a massive wicket.
Taken by Darley. Tom Taylor has Gubbins, and he was the man that was holding this all together. And as you say, Frank, it is a massive wicket, and the players know it. Well, that run rate now is just a gunshot under 8. But Lehman's on 9 from 17 and not looked entirely at home. And it means a new batter comes out. I suspect it might be Tom Prest, who's got to start from scratch. It's been a good knock from Gubbins, it has to be said.
But you know what? I'm going back to my theory about the ball getting a bit softer and batting being easier at the start of the innings. We see it 4 times now. It's the 4th time in 2 games that we've seen batting look a bit more straightforward when the ball's harder. And there's a ball each end, obviously. Well, each of those balls is now just over 10 overs old. The white ball does lose its hardness. Sharma is the new man.
No,
that's
I
an
wonder
interesting one. Is this going to be a?
Is this going to have a go?
Have a nudge? Yeah.
Well, we shall see.
But I just wonder if this next period is going to be more difficult.
Well, Women's Rapids are close to closing things out against Derbyshire. 186 for 9 Derbyshire are chasing 305 to win. And spin has done for the back end here. Amy Griffiths has got 3, Gilgrass 2 and Bishop 1. After the opening bowlers took 3 wickets between them. So Women's Rapids going well. Worcestershire Men's Rapids in a good spot at the moment. 98 for 3. Run rate required now 8. More importantly though, Ash Sharma, new batter at the crease. I mentioned earlier in the regionals in India, he scored an 11-ball 50 in T20.
Not on this deck though.
No, not on this deck, not in these circumstances, not under this pressure. Tom Taylor on his way in. And Sharma's in behind it. No, I think it was a good spot on your part. If Taylor can keep hold of it, Fateh Singh can bowl a couple of overs before the drinks break and just help nudge things up. Because I think 8 and over on this surface with 2 newish batters in, that's a tough ask. Good bounce from a length. And just 2 singles from the over, but importantly it's a wicket, and it's the wicket of the skipper Nick Gubbins, who made an excellent 50, and he's going to have to rely on his middle order. Jake Lehman, Ash Sharma, Tom Prest are going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting if Hampshire are going to get over the line here. Still need 209 to win. That feels like an awful lot from here, but we've seen some pretty special innings at New Road this season. We've seen a couple of unlikely heroes. Fateh Singh bowling at the right-handed Sharma, slip in place. Ben Allison's there.
He's like a man reborn, isn't he, Fateh Singh? More confident, generally.
Well, he is a confidence player. You have some players that...
Well, he's young. He's still young. I mean, he's bound to be a confidence player, isn't he? But
And when back in the days of Darren Gough and Andy Caddick, and Caddick said that Darren Gough was the sort of guy that needed a kick up the backside, and Andy Caddick was the sort of guy that needed an arm round his shoulder. You know, you feel like he's been trusted as the frontline spinner in this side, that he's got that seniority and that responsibility in this competition.
Yeah,
that wouldn't help.
He's so much more reliable in the white ball game, it seems to me, than the red ball game, and that probably because he's not feeling under pressure to necessarily take wickets, as it were. You know what I mean? If he'd given the red ball on a turner, then you think, come on, you've got to get wickets. I always remember Richard Ing was saying, you don't realise how much pressure that puts on a spinner. Whereas in the white ball game, he can just bowl dots and
if you bowl dots, wickets will come to you.
Yeah.
More often than not. No, you're absolutely right. With red ball, is that if you're picked as a lead spinner, you are expected to impact the game.
Well, if you're on a turner, yeah, definitely. That's another good over, that is, from Fateh Singh.
Yeah, just a couple of singles, Frank, and that run rate suddenly goes from 8 to 8.3. We're at the halfway stage. And
Worcestershire were 119 for 3 at the halfway stage. Hampshire 101 for 3. Drink break. Scores from elsewhere while we have drinks.
I feel like we need to give you an around the grounds jingle, Frank. I like it.
Somerset 337 for 8. Warwickshire struggling. 78 for 4. Off 16.5. Yorkshire 325 for 7. Forget it. Sussex 57 for 5. Off 15. Essex 257 for 7. Could be game on. Derbyshire 138 for 3 at the halfway stage. Kent 208. Gloucester strolling it. 148 for 1. Off 26. James Bracey made 83. Cameron Bancroft 63 not out. They are really cruising there. And what else have we got? Lancashire. Ooh. Forget it, Leicestershire 383 for 4. Lancashire, Leicestershire. Well, you've got to go hard if you're chasing that, haven't you? And they are 82 for 4. So they are struggling.
If you're chasing that, you either get close or you get hammered, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. Northampton Steelbacks 254 for 8. Surrey giving a good go on top, actually. 167 for 3. So not bad at all. And that's it. You're up to date with the One Day Cup scores around the grounds. Got a game on here. A couple of other games on. 1-1 already by Middlesex, who dismissed Glamorgan for 60 odd. Knocked him off. And 1 or 2 games bubbling up quite nicely. Worcestershire here, hopeful of a second successive win at the start of this campaign, defending their title, and their run rate has crept over 8 now for Hampshire, and they lost that big wicket of Gubbins. Lehman has 10, Sharma has 2. They are 101 for 3 at the halfway point as Taylor begins a new over.
Well, he's straight back into his work. And Matt Waite's back on the field down at third man. Well, Jake Lehman, 19 balls faced, so he's seen a bit of the action. Frank's having a chuckle. Young man on shoulders.
That's why. Because I could only see his head. He's on the shoulders of his dad. And he looks like the tallest toddler.
Like Scooby-Doo with 3 people in a trench coat. As Taylor's in. Good sharp fielding off his own bowling.
He looks like a 6'4" toddler. Just gone along in front of us. We can only see his head and shoulders. He's on the shoulders of his dad. And he's walked along in the alleyway in front of us, and his head's sticking over the top of the wall, and he looks like a 6'4" toddler. That's what got me going. They're all here today. It's a lovely day. It's a good crowd now. It's grown, hasn't it? Grown quite significantly.
Taylor in, slower, fuller. Down the leg side, it's going to be wide. I was waiting for the signal. Eventually, Jack Chantry obliges. Yes, it was. I think there was a real clamour to get into the ground on Friday. I think there's a lot of anticipation for the start of the campaign. And people have been slightly more leisurely with their Sunday morning. As I was rolling into the ground, there were good queues. Again, the New Road stand where we find ourselves is well populated in the shade. Taylor in, good shot, square drive. Kashif will do the fielding. So Taylor operating from the New Road end, and I dare say we'll see Fateh Singh with ball in hand in a couple of minutes' time from the Diglis. Just feel something's got to give soon. Run rate up to nearly 8.5. And Sharma, it's a genuine edge. It's going to find its way down to third man though. A slightly tinny sound off the outside edge. He's on to 3 from 8. Jake Lehman 11 from 21.
I'm definitely beginning to think now about this. Why it gets harder to time it out there than it as the ball gets softer. I'm sure that's a factor, you know. Notwithstanding the Cullen-Kashif partnership.
It's a good shot. Driven for extra cover. Kashif running hard, slowing up a little bit. He'll get there. It's the longest part of the boundary.
Only 2. Good shot for 2.
He did only run 2. I was tracking the ball, so I couldn't tell you whether it was just an assumption it was going to find the boundary. As soon as it got past the hand of Harry Darley at cover, Kashif covered ground well. But if you just look at this trigger movement from Jake Lehman, where the pads are facing down the wicket, and then all of a sudden he's in line. It just goes to show those idiosyncrasies of the game. It always makes me think of Shivnarine Chandapal and him batting towards mid-wicket before getting in line. And I'm sure that got more pronounced as he got older.
Yep.
But 106 for 3 the score.
8.5 nearly, the run rate. Yeah, well, my first cricketing hero was Ken Barrington, and he stood with his feet facing mid-off. Certainly between mid-off and extra, always. And so I did when I first started. Singh starts a new over. He didn't ever get as far around as Peter Willey did by the end of his career, where he was facing down the pitch. Singh bowls, full toss, driven up to mid-off for a single. But there's different ways of doing it. Kim Barnett, by the end of his career, was walking in. He was starting about 2 foot outside leg and walking across the stumps. Became really quirky. With a run taken, they had to hurry as Allison fielded.
Wore glasses as well, didn't he? Towards the end, I'm pretty sure.
I'm not sure he might have done. Brilliant player.
Derbyshire.
brilliant player. But yeah, it's how you end up, isn't it? But Chanderpaul of the modern era, probably as extraordinary as anyone. It's another good over from Singh so far. 1 ball left. Can he avoid going to the boundary? He can. It's a dot. Well bowled.
And there's one more to come.
I beg your pardon, there's one more to come. I was looking at the run rate required. But yeah, can he avoid going to the boundary? Matthew Waite is loosening up, suggesting he's going to replace Taylor. Singh looks confident at the moment and gives that air, and he does avoid going to the boundary. It's another really good over. Just 3 runs coming from it. They're turning the screw a little bit, Worcestershire. 27 gone, 109 for 3. Worcestershire were 125 for 3, and it is going to be Waite.
Well, this is going to be interesting actually, because
I think they might try and take him on.
yeah, I was going to say something's got to give here, because it's now at 8.7. If they keep just trundling along at 3-4, even 5 and over, it's not going to be enough. So if I'm Matt Waite here, I'm starting to think about my death bowling. I already start thinking about getting it up in the block hole.
At the New Road end, Matthew Waite.
But nothing too straight. Occasionally he can veer down leg side and just get hooked round the corner. And I think if he can get it up in the block hole. Or just banging on a length like that. I think sometimes with players, actually going back to those idiosyncrasies, that the older they get, the less they mask, the more they become eccentric. I mean, Steve Smith is an example.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether it's comedic effect, but just the way that Courtney Walsh ended up leaving balls wide of off stump.
Yeah.
Waiting to Sharma, and that is helped round the corner, and that's going to go all the way. 6 runs. Oh yeah, it's down leg side, and again he just hooks it down the corner. We've seen it a few times from Matt Waite in white ball cricket.
He's just not right at the moment, I don't think, in terms of his bowling.
I would sooner it go through covers on the charge.
Ooh,
that's been
but he
clocked.
might have got him.
Chance for Jake Libby to take the catch.
He might not be right, but
and
he's got his wicket. Well, tried it, had to go. He's gone, tried to go big. Can't believe it. He's chipped it away, to be honest. He just hits a 6, for goodness sake. Didn't need to do it.
Well, in the end, it's a very well judged catch. You'd expect Jake Libby to take it, but he's just got himself in a tangle. He's looked to send it over long on, but it's just a little bit of shape away. Just sliced a little bit off the face of the bat, skewed up in the air. And you're right, Frank, you just think, you just hit a 6. Start building overs, start building pressure on bowlers, because even if you just take every ball for a run, if over goes for 11 runs, next time Matt Waite comes on, he's under pressure.
The run rate's climbing towards 9. You've got to keep positive, but you know, Matthew Waite is a bowler that I was just saying he's not bowling with the same rhythm that he usually does. I'm not saying he's bowling badly, but he's just been taken for 6, and I just didn't see the need to do that. But obviously he plays in that kind of way, and it reinforces what we've said about this pitch again, doesn't it? It's not an easy pitch to force the issue, and that's why Kashif, and for me in particular Henry Cullen, played exceptionally well. For Cullen to play some of the shots that he played today, over extra cover, inside out, etc. That big 6 he hit over long on. on this pitch, I thought was exceptional.
The difference is between that shot and the shots you're talking about is that the straight drives for 6 that Kashif played and the one that Cullen played over long, they weren't premeditated.
Yeah.
He decided he was going to go down the wicket, and I think whenever batters try and decide they're going to charge the bowler, as weight is in to Tom Press, the new batter, works it nicely into the leg side.
Yeah, not always, because obviously there's a certain amount, I mean certainly in T20 a certain amount of premeditation and ramps and scoops and so on, but generally in a 50 over game, I just think on this pitch, it is not a pitch on which you can, it's not a road, it's not a minefield either. Worcestershire got 300, but you've got to be focused and measured.
It's a miscue off the inside edge. Jake Lehman, who's just finding it tricky, as many have, as that run rate continues to climb. Well, that's it. Measures the key, and we've I think we've emphasised the point, haven't we, throughout this, as I suppose we learn with the viewers on the live stream as to what this pitch is doing, is that you have to be present, you have to concentrate at all times on here. And that was a little bit of tennis ball bounce, and that was an interesting shot.
Played it well in the end.
Yeah,
he
just
went to cut it and then it bounced and he stood where he was,
and just dabbed it down.
News from Denby, where Derbyshire Falcons women arrived 203, so Worcestershire Rapids winning
8 off the over, but a wicket, 117 for 4 off 28. Worcestershire were 126 for 4. It's not that much different, but have Hampshire got the equivalent of Cullen and Kashif to play in the way that they did?
Well, they're not even close to halfway, Frank, and there's 28 overs gone. 191 runs to win. DLS says they should be at 179, which gives you an indication of the pressure they're under.
Single to Lehman off the first ball of Singh's latest over. He's got the luxury, Singh, of watching that run rate climb and thinking he's got his fielders out. He's bowling it pretty slowly, generally.
Yeah, both long on and long off back. He's sending long on right. Oh no, he's coming in now.
Yeah, have a go at me.
Yeah.
See if I can turn it past the outside edge. Press goes for the paddle sweep and gets it nicely.
The ball will win it.
It has gone all the way. I was going to say it's not going to go all the way, but it gathered pace a little bit. Nicely executed little shot from Tom Prest.
Well, just moved just outside off stump, and the ball was down leg side. And he's played it really nicely and done just enough to keep Matt Waite and Ben Allison interested, which you love as a fielder, of course. Sprinting on hard ground and diving face first after the ball. But committed they both were.
Short. Gets away with it. 2 or 3 more overs that go for 5 or 6, and that rate's going to be 10, isn't it? And then 10 and over's all right for 5 or 6 overs, but it's hard to sustain. Short again, punched away by Lehman, but only a single.
And while we discuss how difficult this is from a Hampshire perspective at the moment, Worcestershire only have 5 frontline bowlers, so if they can get after one, if they can find a bowler to attack, then it will cause headaches for Jake Libby. Of course, that nervousness and pressure can flow through to other players.
Another sweep. This time he hits it too well, really. Only gets a single. Going to Waite. End of the over. It's another decent over, though. 8 came from it, but 8's not enough. And the score rate, believe it or not, 8 off the last 2 overs, but the run rate's still climbing. 8.7 now required. 183 more to win. 125 for 4. Duckworth Lewis says 181. They're way off that. I think that probably a bit misleading. But who's going to play as well as Cullen and Kashif did for Worcestershire?
Well, Matt Waite continues. Tom Prest on strike.
Temptation out of your way, aren't you?
just trying to pass the biscuits on to you, Frank. There we go. There's Waits in again. Again, it's spot on off stump, and he gets a round of applause from Jake Libby. He likes it at mid-on as well. He might. Worcestershire happy for things to just tick along at the moment. As you say, Frank, 7, 8 and over doesn't really help Hampshire. They're going to have to break out at some point. But again, just deep in his crease, and he's being pinned back here by Matt Waite. And it brings that rather rash decision from Ash Sharma into wider focus, I think, because since that dismissal, we've seen a couple of good sweeps and the odd 2 or 3. That attempt to try and break free and smash everything, well, it's not worked. And that's worked into the leg side. Darley does the fielding, just the one.
We've said it before. Worcestershire's record in white ball cricket here this season is very good. Not so good away from home. They know how to play on these new road pitches.
Well, it's a real home field advantage, isn't it?
Yeah. Difficult place to go and all that. That's what they say, isn't it? It's in the manager's playbook in the Premier League, isn't it?
Are we the equivalent of Stoke on a Tuesday night in December? Are we that equivalent in cricket, do you think?
No, but they always say it, don't they? I think it's the media training, isn't it? Well, we always knew it was a difficult place to come. Good over from Matthew Waite.
Yeah, just a single from it. And that run rate now above 9. So something is going to have to change from a Hampshire perspective. Lehman's been there now for an hour. 32 balls faced, 17 to his name. And Tom Prest, he's not a power hitter. He can clear the rope. More of a technician.
Yeah, as you know, I covered Wolves most of the season last season and interviewed the managers after every game, and every visiting manager always said, well, you know, it's a difficult place to come. Well, no, it isn't actually.
No.
They've lost the last 8 home games.
You've won 4-0, you must be delighted with the performance. Yeah, credit to the lads, difficult place to come.
Yeah. Sorry if you're a Wolves fan. Good bit of work from Darley. They've been good in the field, Worcestershire, so far. And Fateh Singh is revelling in this at the moment. Gets through his overs really quickly, but that's a nicely played reverse from Tom Prest, and he gets it down to third man for 4. Nice shot. Second ball of the over. Changing the field. Now, you can play. You might fancy the conventional sweep now. You've got man in to block that. 2 men behind square on the offside. Pressure's on Singh to bowl a good line. And Prester's gone big over mid-wicket and slog sweep. So he's dictating to the bowler now. And this is where Fateh Singh has to respond when he's put under pressure.
Well, look, he's slog swept that essentially from about 1.5 foot outside off stump.
Yeah. But he's planned it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So it's quicker, dragged down, pulled round, 4 more. And this is it. This is the pressure that Singh hasn't been put under. And in this over he has. The last 3 deliveries have gone to the boundary. And Tom Prest is the man who's come in and accelerated. He's gone past Lehman, 20 off 13 now. Can he keep it up? Singh bowls. Pushes out on the offside. No run this time. Biggest over of the innings so far. 12 from it. 1 ball left. And a single taken down to long leg. So Prest keeps the strike. And that's a good over. 13 runs from it, 139 for 4. They needed that big time.
Well, it's really clever cricket. And he's
Do you know what?
played cricket on his own terms there and decided where the areas he's going to target.
They're almost level with where Worcestershire were. Only 7 runs behind where Worcestershire were at this point. Does Libby now withdraw Singh from the attack?
I think you go 1 more. I think you do.
Well, one of my rules of captaincy. Wait bowls. Prest gives himself room, steers down to 3rd man. One of my rules of captaincy, when I was a captain and when I was a coach, I always said to my captains, you never go 1 more. Never. If you think about making a change, make it.
Okay.
If you look at a bowler and think, I'll just give him 1 more, that 1 invariably goes for 10. Or you think, do you know what? I think I might bring a second slip. No, I'll leave it. Nick through second slip. Don't die wondering. If you think to do it, you should do it.
Wait in to Lehman, bit straight, I'll take a single.
Now I don't know whether that's right, but that's the way I always thought, and it's a Brealey-ism actually.
It's a sound logic, and I'm a Brealey guy, but I like the way that Fateh Singh finished that over.
Yeah,
it was one that was floated up, gripped and turned. The next one was fired in.
Yeah,
and it wasn't that he was bowling. There was 1 drag down within it.
Yeah.
But what I don't do is I don't show. There's the caveat to that is I don't think, well, Singh's been bowling well. He's a confidence guy. I'm not going to drag him off at the first sign of someone being aggressive against him.
Fair enough.
In comes Waite. Prest gives himself room, cuts away.
But you could argue that if he takes him off now and he brings on, say, Allison, and he bowls 3 tight overs, that run rate goes up to 12.
Yep.
And Singh can then come back on, and they've got to take liberties with him. I don't know. It's just I think he probably will keep him 1. But I'm not sure I would at this stage.
Well, if you feel like someone's being lined
up. Dots, really. He wants some more dots.
Cut away. Again, just for a single, but runs flowing freely at the moment. We'll find out in a moment.
We will.
And that's why captaincy's hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you can't legislate for someone coming on and bowling nonsense, which does happen from time to time.
But I do think, generally in my experience, that business of, do you know what? Do you want a second set? No, let's leave it. Edge through slip. It's always the way. Don't always.
So
always
you're
make the
don't
change.
Be passive.
Make the change. Yeah.
In comes Waite. Kind of gives himself room. Very good looking shot, timed beautifully, just for 1. And the wind's picking up. And these two doing a good job for Hampshire, just keeping them in touch. The run rate is 9, which in modern terms isn't that big a deal if you are set. The tricky bit is 1 or both of these two get out, and it's a really tough ask Tom Prester's done a very good job of injecting some urgency into this innings. Leaving on strike, who is trying to find a way. 35 balls he's faced for his 19. And Matt Waite, well, it's 5 singles from the over. So there's an element of control. Well, it looks like, I can see Ben Allison going through some warm-ups. He's still got his cap on, though. Oh, Harry Darley, maybe. Well, Libby's having a word with the young fast bowler. Fateh Singh is going to stay at fine leg, so it is going to be a change.
The ball at the Douglas end, Harry Darley.
Well, I think if you're Hampshire, do you go after the young man as well?
Yeah, maybe.
And really start to put some pressure on
9
Jake Libby.
and over. 9 and over. For 18. And Darley is a bowler that we have already said in this innings so far. 6 overs, no maiden, 1 for 24. Did tend to repeat.
Yes.
And that works both ways, doesn't it, if you're a batter? You think you know what he's going to bowl. Roderick hasn't stood up to him yet, which he could do quite easily.
Well, until the batters move their feet,
Yeah,
I suspect he'll stay there. It's nicely guided, isn't it?
Yeah, nicely played, but not bad bit of bowling. Hit the deck a bit harder with that one. Good fielding by Waite. Single taken. Game on.
Yeah, they've put 30 on these two. It's taken them 5 overs, but that intent towards Fateh Singh suggests that they know they're going to have to go after somebody. Not necessarily a shot a ball. They've got to pick their moments, but
Good from Darley.
I think you're in that sort of point. What I would want to do from a Hampshire perspective is make Jake Libby find some overs from somewhere, or at least make him think about that possibility.
It's 4. He's not quick enough to do that. Well, in fact, that's nonsense. It was a drag down anyway, wasn't it? It was just a long hop. It wasn't as if he tried to bowl a bounce like that one earlier. It was quicker and straighter, but that was just a bad ball.
Yeah, and he's bowling wide of the crease, isn't he, to the left-handers?
You're not going to.
And so it's just you've got the natural angle to work with as well.
Better. But he's only gone for 5 so far, so if this one doesn't go to the boundary, then he's kept them below the rate. Ben Allison loosening up. And it hasn't. It's gone straight to Kashif out on the leg side, just a single. So 6 off the over. The 150 is up. 33 gone, 150 for 4. Worcestershire after 33. Guess what? 151 for 4. Nothing in it. Nothing in it.
Well, it's going to be Ben Allison.
Returning to bowl with the New Road end, Ben Allison.
Allison's got 5 left, Singh's got 5 left, Darley 3, just 2 apiece from Taylor and Waite. Feel like Waite and Allison will likely close things out, as they have done in T20 cricket. So it'll be a test for Jake Libby to work out who bowls when. It might just be an element of rotation, keep the batters guessing. We'll see. But it will be Ben Allison from the New Road end, round the wicket to Jake Lehman, who just knocks this into the leg side. Just a single. Partnership up to 36. Exactly what Hampshire needed was just to build a partnership. Need set batters. Mid off, mid on. Inside the circle, Tom Press, who gives himself room on the leg side. And just chops that down to third for a single. So they're doing a pretty good job of scoring off pretty much every ball. They do need a boundary and over. Poured into the leg side, should be a couple.
Latigan's such a good fielder, isn't he? Sees it so early. Gets around quickly, keeps them to 2.
Well, that'll be one more, and they've just gone over halfway. 153 to win.
Well, they'll be saying, won't they? We've got to take it deep. See, even if you need 50 off the last 5, even if you need 60 off the last 5, you've got wickets in hand.
I think they'd take it if they were just 5 down. I think they'd take that.
Yeah.
Because we've seen if you don't get it quite right, you can go. And these two doing all right as a wide Yorker. Good delivery from Allison. Welcome dot ball. We see that Tom Press is just moving away to leg a little bit, see if he can free his arms. Good cutting the ball behind square, but also looking for that area through extra cover. Either side of Dan Latigan, really, out in the deep on the offside on the cover point boundary. Five from the over. If he can get out of it without a boundary, he'll be pleased. That's a good cut shot, and he might not do. That's going to go for 4. Well, I said either side of Dan Latigan. It's gone to Latigan's left. It's a good cut shot. Hit hard. And Press in business here. Well, he's already got 100 in this competition. 109 he made against Yorkshire, and he has come in and provided energy and impetus into this Hampshire innings. Gave himself a bit of room. It wasn't a wide delivery from Ben Allison at all. It's just really good batting. So he's on to 30 from 23. Lehman's still there, 28 from 42. Not particularly fluent from the Aussie, but the important thing from a Hampshire perspective is he's still there. Partnerships are key. Target now is under 150. Harry Darley to continue. Round the wicket to left-handed Lehman. And he's miscued that. Worcestershire, they need a wicket. Hampshire, they just need to keep it going. Feel a little bit of tension building around New Road at the moment. It's another dot ball. Again, it's 2 men in the ring on the leg side. Tom Taylor patrolling at mid-wicket. And he's on the one as well. He's not right on the edge of the ring. The run rate's at 9.5. It's been floating around there for a while. The key part of this equation is the 6 wickets in hand. Rapids need a breakthrough. Helped into the leg side. Matt Waits in pursuit. Should get there and keep it to 2, which he does. Again, Matt Waits in business. They'll look to try and keep it to 1 if he can, and he does. Good work from the Rapids all-rounder. Gets a high fly from Kashif, who's patrolling the leg side boundary with him. And every good bit of fielding well received from this home crowd. And Richardson, Worcestershire coach, down on the boundary line. And he'll be pressed against Darley for the first time in this over. Worked into the leg side. So just 4 from the over. Darren Lehman back on strike. I wonder if he decides that he's going to have a crack here. Required rate's 9.6. In comes Darley round the wicket. He's just chopped down on that. It's going to be a dot ball. It's a good over from the young man, and it just keeps the pressure on. So Darley's bowled 8, Taylor's bowled 8, Waits bowled 8. Allison's still got 4 left. Fateh Singh's got 5, and it's when and where Fateh Singh bowls, I think, is going to be an intriguing part of this puzzle.
Almost identical figures for Taylor, Waite and Darley. One for 31, one for 36, one for 34. Almost identical. As the Worcestershire coaching staff go around the ground, Richard Jones, bowling coach Alan Richardson, Alexi Kavesi.
They never wave at me, Frank.
We're old friends. Darren Lehman, Jake Lehman, 31 off 47. Tom Prest, 31 off 24. Key partnership. You really do feel that if Worcestershire can break this partnership and go some way towards putting them in control. Duckworth Lewis is 200, 145 to win from 15 overs. It's a big ask, but not impossible.
They'll really want Tom Prest. He's been ever so good. The urgency.
Allison into him now. Can't do much with that, just defends it off the back foot. Every dot now is applauded. It's a big ask. Allison follows Prest as he tries to give himself room. Good bit of bowling that. Ends up unable to do much with it other than just nudge it away on the leg side for a single.
It is a big ask, but two good overs drags it back to about 8, and that's the key, isn't it? You want to go late, and I wonder what Libya's thoughts are with Fateh Singh. They don't want to expose him to basically. If they decide that they're just going to go, you've got to try and figure out. I think they're waiting for a new batter.
Lehman looks to pull away on the leg side, but cloths it really. Leave up there to Latigan.
Interesting.
For a single.
Lehman's just struggled to time it, hasn't he? He's just lacked any kind of fluency. I just feel like if he does manage to break free and figure it out, then Hampshire are in with the shout.
Yeah, it's not easy to time it though, I don't think. Been saying that from start of play on Friday, really. Short from Allison, cut by Prest. Straight to Latigan out on the cover boundary, just a single.
Well, I suspect it might be the return of Fateh Singh the next over. Because if he's going to bowl his 10, you don't want him bowling in the last 3 overs, do you, necessarily?
No, I don't think so. That's the gamble, isn't it? You stick at it now and get them so far behind they lose wickets. Good shot from Lehman, but only a single down to weight. Or do you get those overs out of the way now and open the game up? Maybe if he goes for 20 or for an over or 2, does that open the game up? Tricky. That's what Jake Libby's got going through his mind.
Darley and Taylor aren't necessarily finishers with the ball. Clever.
Slow bouncer or bowled. Good over.
Yeah.
Just 4 from it. Run rate's over 10.
It's going to be Darley to continue, I think.
Roderick having some input as the senior pro. It is going to be Darley to continue. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 34. Good effort from the young man, I think. I really do. I'm feeling a bit chilly here. Ridiculous thing to say in this summer. Oh, that's
great
4.
shot
In the slot. Neyman's not missing out on that first ball of the over. That was like his dad, wasn't it? Stand and deliver. Whack.
Yeah, it doesn't make a difference what sort of form you're in. If you get a juicy half volley outside off stump, then players at this level aren't missing out. Tries to repeat the dose, but it's not quite as full. Not timed. Changing the field, Matt Waite's coming up into the ring. That fine leg. Well, Darley's got to make sure he gets his line right here. Anything too straight could be in trouble.
It's okay. Straight to long off, single. If he doesn't go to the, well, even one more boundary this over, just about okay. 10.1 now the required rate. Current rate is 4.7. Pressed though, it's changed the game. He's got to keep going. Slower ball from Dolly, cut by Prest. It's not going to go to the rope. Just going to be 2. Cashy Valley Fields. 7 off the over so far.
Well, Hampshire just staying in the game, Frank. They're up against it, but they're staying in the game. The reason why they are hard to beat, and they found themselves in the final 2 out of 3 years.
Yeah. Full toss. It's clipped away on the leg side. Can be 2 more. Tumbling stop by Latigan. 9 off the over. Don't go to the boundary this ball, Harry Darley. And you haven't done too badly.
Partnership now 61 between these two.
And he hasn't. He's got away with it. So 10 off the over. Could have been worse. 4 off the first ball. $37 gone. They're ahead on the comparison. 176 for 4 Worcestershire were. 177 for Hampshire are. But Worcestershire then went 14, 7, 11, 13 off the X4. That was when Kashif and Henry Cullen were really dominant.
Well, you feel that these two, the way they're going about it, is that they're not going to try and leave it for somebody else, are they?
No.
10 and over. Still manageable as Ben Allison continues from the New Road end. Still no sign of Fateh Singh. It's a slower ball bouncer. Thought about giving wide, then realised it actually ended up dipping before it got to the batter.
Every dot now. Crucial.
Now, with every dot ball, you can see required rate, even if it's by 0.1%, you can just see it going up. Ended up hitting it in the end, so it couldn't have been a wide. Angle deceived me, just ran off the face to Roderick as Allison's in again. Pulled this time hard in front of square straight to Kashif.
He's changing his pace quite nicely, Ben Allison, at the moment.
Just trying to avoid being lined up, and they're just, I think it's almost an approach that we're not, no big overs, no really big overs.
Yeah, no 20s.
Don't give them momentum. Yeah, even 15, 16. Make sure the run rate keeps going in one direction. Lehman on strike, so Allison's going to come round the wicket. Cut away, just for 1. $52 balls now. So 53 balls for Jake Lehman, and only hit 2 4s in that time. But again, it's old school, Frank. He's occupying the crease. Slower ball again. Short ball. It's just
clever
played
bowling.
into. Yeah. Again, it's another player you can watch the development in real time, can't you? With Ben Allison. First full season of T20 cricket behind him would have helped with that. So 3 singles in succession. Left-handed Lehman back on strike. It must Must have clipped something on the way through. Not given us a wide, has just clipped the pad.
Well, Tom Prest was asking the umpire why. I think he said he'd moved across inside it. Have you watched it again? I think maybe it did flick something. Not given. One ball left in the over. Big over. Only 3 so far. Got to get a boundary this ball, surely.
Get a slower
Not
ball
going to,
bounce.
just going to get a 1. Great over, just 4 from it.
Well, varying length, varying pace, 4 singles. I think actually it's not necessarily a bad thing to keep Jake Lehman on strike at the moment as well. So the run rate continues to climb, and Harry Darley's going to continue from the Diglis end. He's going to bowl out 1 for 44 thus far.
It was like a Pat Brown over, that was, wasn't it, from Ben Allison?
It was. It was basically a knuckleball away from entirely being a Pat Brown over, wasn't it?
Yeah. A Pat Brown circa 2018 over. Harry Darley from the Diglis end. Lehman drives, doesn't time it, up to mid-off, goes through for a single. They have to hurry, as Libby Fields, but they make it. 182 for 4. Lehman 41, Prest 40, 126 to win from 71 deliveries. Hush around the ground. Darley in, bowls, Prest, heaves across the line, picks out Cullen at mid-wicket. Dot ball. Darley's last over. Another dot. This one scoots through, didn't bounce much. Prest looking to cut it, skidded through to Roderick on the second bounce. You can always tell when it's getting a bit tight when the crowd start applauding the dots. .308 the target. Short again from Darley, cut away, beats weight, running around at third, dive to his right, couldn't get a hand on it. 4 runs, nicely played. .186 for 4. Tom Taylor loosening up, suggesting that he will be reintroduced. Darley is in again, bowls, Prest drives through the covers, going to get 1, won't get 2, Kashif's quick, good fielding, just a single. .187 for 4, 1 ball left in the 39th over. Lehman on strike. 41 from 56. 42 from 57 as he drives up to long off. End of Harry Darley's over, end of Harry Darley's spell. 7 runs coming from that, the last over.
Folks, we have a special offer, a very special offer. If you go to the 7th suite on the ground today, pasties are on offer for half price, or even 2 for the price of 1.
Harry Darley,
Pasties on
10
offer,
overs,
half price, 7th
no
suite.
maidens, 1 for 51. Very good effort from the youngster, and the run rate 10.9 now.
The New Road stand, almost behind the side screen.
Tom Taylor is reintroduced into the attack.
Sorry, Frank, I was at the 7 suite getting a half price
Reserving
pasties.
in New Road End is Tom
I don't blame
Taylor.
you.
I'm eating
So
today.
yeah, Darley, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 51 by my reckoning. Good effort from the youngster. Really good effort. And they need 120 from 11 overs.
Well, Tom Taylor on his way in from the New Road End. Jake Lehman on strike. Cut away, and cut away hard. We've seen it plenty, it'll just be a single.
Yeah, Jake Libby's got his fielders in the right place, I think, or you could say the bowlers have bowled to their field. There's been a lot of good shots hit straight to fielders. A lot of 1s, a lot of 2s. But they've made it hard.
Yeah, well, both batters have done very well to keep Hampshire in this contest, and you're right, Frank. They've managed to keep a lid on things pretty well. Run rate's 11. Pressed on strike.
Slower
Good
one
delivery.
again.
Yeah, took the pace off. And just offered that little bit of tennis ball bounce as a result, which made Roderick's life slightly tricky. But it's a dot ball, so just 1 from the first 2 deliveries. And I just to touch upon Harry Darley up against a really good side, bowling against good batters, against a team that you expect to be right up there with Worcestershire. I think within the context when he was bowling as well, kept his head excellently. Cut away, good diving stop. Good example of fielders backing up bowlers. There's a bit of width on offer. It doesn't have to be particularly wide for Tom Prest to go after it. Hit it cleanly. Is that Rina Davalaf on the field?
It is, yeah.
Doing the fielding. Every good bit of fielding, every run saved just helps ramp that pressure up. Run rate 11.3. 119 from 63. In comes Taylor once more as the wind picks up a little more. And again, it's a dot ball.
Beginning to just get an idea here about. I mean, since uncovered pitches have been got rid of, obviously, there's been perhaps more uniformity around the country than there was before, and certainly in a summer like this, there've been a lot of pretty flat pitches. But I always think of Hampshire as a southern county.
Gives himself room, cuts away. That's a great shot. That's going to be cut off just in front of the boundary. Is it? Dan Latigan has a little fumble with it.
I always think of them as a southern county. Kent, Sussex, Hampshire, playing on hard, fast tracks in the south of England. Now, I know there hasn't been a lot of rain this year, and we're not in the north, the frozen north, but this is not a quick pitch here, and I just think sometimes the batters from southern counties are used to playing on quicker pitches, and
when the ball comes onto the bat,
struggled a bit today, these guys. They've just struggled a bit to time it, I think, and we thought they would. I might be reading too much into it, I don't know, but it's not. This is not a road. To get 300 on this pitch, you had to play really well, I think.
Taylor to Prest again. Prest gives himself room again. It's a bouncer, but
That's
he's going to be
wide.
called a wide. It's the line's a little bit off down leg side, so it's a tactic that's been pretty effective thus far in the over. But he'll have to bowl the last one again. So 4 now from the over with 1 ball to go. from a Rapids perspective, discipline's going to be important. Just the second wide, which is a pretty good effort as we approach the 40th over. Pulled away. Kashi struggled to pick it up for a second, but he will pick the ball up this time, and it'll be a single.
Yeah, that's another really good over.
From the over. Really disciplined stuff, clever bowling. We saw from Ben Allison previously from the New Road end, but this time with Tom Taylor, pace-off bouncers. Mixing things up, but doing it with control. So that run rate now at 11.5. So while these batters are set, Prest 48 from 43. Jake Lehman 43 from 58. Worcestershire just keeping a lid on it. It's going to be Ben Allison from the Diglis end, so still no Fateh Singh. He's got 5 to bowl.
He's going to end up bowling at the death.
Yeah. Well, look, he's done it in T20 cricket to great effect, but I think they feel like if they can prize a wicket out, they were trying to prize a wicket out, get him bowling at a new batter. You feel like those two are waiting for him almost, and it's going to be an interesting contest.
Six. Landed on the rope, I think. 50 for Tom Prest. Went for the full wide one. It was also pace off, and Prest just slapped it.
Yeah, and
landed smack on the rope, I think.
He waited for it, didn't it? It was looping, and good clean hit. Okay, it's a 10 over game, Frank. Here we go. It's a great stop, isn't it?
Great take.
Come off the edge.
Bottom edge, diving to his right, didn't carry. Picked it up one-handed. Good work. 6 off the first ball of the over. Dot second ball. 11.5 the rate required. Get through the rest of the over without another boundary.
Well, these two have put on 84. They'll want a wicket more than anything.
Pull shot, bottom edge. Only going to get one, I think. Pressed. Latigan is in quickly.
Rotter of a throw from Dan Latigan.
Well, it didn't bounce, did it? Trying to throw it in one bounce. Scooted along the ground. Lehman on strike. What's he got? He's been in 43 off 58. He needs to go on, doesn't he? He doesn't want it. If he gets out now, he hasn't played a very good innings for his side, I don't think. Or is that too harsh? He tries to swing it away on the leg side, taken on the pad, dribbles through to Roderick.
Well, I think he has done enough. He's tried to find a way to stay effective without being fluent. Only 2 fours in his innings, and he's missed time plenty. But look, his strike rate's up at 75, and the key really from Hampshire perspective was not to lose wickets. Batting partnerships, stay in the game. He's done that at the very least. Just think about where his scoring shots are. Through extra cover, through cover, over mid-off maybe.
Tennis shot from the slow bouncer, out for a single.
Well, first ball went for 6, Frank.
Yeah,
and
he's
then the
come
next
back
4's
well.
gone for 2.
If he
singles.
doesn't go to the boundary off this ball, it's not too bad. In fact, it keeps the run rate rising. Prest whacks it away on the leg side, but just for a single. Straight to Cullen. And in the end, it's another bad over.
Well,
9 from it.
It's going to be Fateh Singh from the New Road end. And if you feel like Prest on strike, it's Singh versus Prest, and this feels like the key contest in the game because Prest did a really good job of moving across his stumps, manufacturing angles to hit through mid-wicket, even though it's a foot outside off stump. Fateh Singh in good form. He's bowled well at the death before in the T20, but this is a rather different proposition because he's going to have to do it for 5 overs, Frank, with 2 batters who are set, one on 56, one on 44, 202 for 4 the score. Required rate 11.8. And Jake Lehman just practicing some range hitting, which tells you all you need to know. But it's Tom Prest is going to be key. Good at sweeps, good at reverses, good at scoops as well. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off. Cover points on the boundary. Fateh Singh left arm. Orthodox bowling spin round the wicket. Cut away, it's uppish. It's bounced just in front of D'Oliveira.
I might be tempted to have Latigan in a more obvious catching position than he is for Prest for the right-hander. He might be in a catching position now for Lehman, but he's such a good catcher in the deep.
You thinking bringing him to...
Yeah, long off.
Long off or long on for Prest?
Yeah.
Well, we've seen that in the T20 plenty, haven't we? Such good hands. At the moment, 2 seam bowlers, Ben Allison and Harry Darley, patrolling the boundary straight. Lehman on strike. In comes Singh, cut away in front of square, but Kashif is there. So a couple of singles to start the over.
They're clapping singles now. Clapping dots before.
Well, the run rate now climbs to 12, 105 to win from 104, from 52. In comes Singh once more. Good looking shot. Henry Cullen's got some work to do.
Ooh,
good tumbling stop from Henry Cullen. Keeps it to 2. We've seen plenty of that this afternoon, Frank. Really good fielding in the deep. Backing up the bowlers. Use of the feet from Prest to get to the pitch of the ball.
Nicely
That's going to be a wide.
Ooh, I thought I was going to say nicely bowled. I thought he took the pace off it well, but...
Well, I think he was responding to Prest moving towards leg. Just got it wrong. Skewed off the edge. Latigan's in play. It's Prest versus Singh. Well, in comes Allison to stop the 2. I have to say, while extolling the virtues of Dan Latigan out in the deep, Frank, that is a surprise, isn't it? He got hands to it.
Well, there's nobody else you'd rather have out there. He had a long way to go.
Good bit of bowling from Singh. Fires it across the left-hander. Finish with a dot ball, and Fateh Singh, well, it's 12 from it. But could so easily have been the prize wicket of Tom Prest. He doesn't care. He's moved on to 66. Jake Lehman, 46. And you get the feeling this is going to go all the way, Frank.
Tom Taylor.
Yeah, 13 from it. Actually, 215.
It's brought up the 100 partnership between these two.
Well, Prest played really, wasn't he? 66 from 51. He injected the pace that was required. He's kept them in it. We talked about going deep. They're only 4 down. 42 overs gone. Run rate required is 11.5.
Well, he's just been very busy at the crease, Frank. It's just there's the urgency with him. Everything he does with purpose and with deliberacy. Really impressive.
So Tom Taylor to bowl his last over, 1 for 36 so far. If the seamers can keep it below 7 and 8 and over, then they can afford for Singh to be a bit more expensive. Lehman's still struggling to find fluency, just gets that away for a single. Prest use sense holds the key if they can dismiss Prest. Brown due in next, Fuller. Nervous Alan Richardson walking the boundary in front of us. Cut away, but only for a single to D'Oliveira. That doesn't hurt too much.
Yeah, just from waitress. It's some salad and some coleslaw. Trying to make it, dress it up with healthy. I just thought about different gyms.
Another single. Taylor cleverly takes the pace off that one.
Incredible similarities, isn't there? With the 5th wicket partnership.
Yeah.
Clearing 100. And it's almost like Hampshire have just looked to mirror what the Rapids did first up. Tom Taylor, leader of this Rapids attack, in his last over. Can he prize Tom Prest out? Well, dealing exclusively in singles in his final over, Frank. And you just feel as you get towards the back end of each over, that tension ratchets up.
Is it his daughter? Who owns it?
Well, that's going to be wide. Don't reach those with a step ladder, do you? Top edge, Roderick underneath it. He's got the wicket of Tom Prest, and that could be a key moment. Oh, it's Lehman, forgive me. Well, he has broken the partnership, Frank.
Tom Taylor for 48.
Well, Tom Taylor in his final over takes a wicket. Breaks the partnership. And he was just shy of a 50, Frank, but he never quite felt like he was in, oddly. No. He scrapped and he battled for every single run. He's helped put his side in with a chance to win this game.
James Fuller.
He has, but he's used up nearly 11 overs of the innings himself, and he's only got 48 now. If that's at the beginning, then fair enough, but I just think there was more. He needed to do more in terms of picking up the scoring rate. That's my feeling. Prest played really well, quite rightly given the strike to Prest, but I just think he needed to do a little bit more in the last half an hour or so.
We didn't really,
and maybe he can't. Maybe it's not his game. I mean, it's a struggle out there. It's not easy out there to play big shots. Cullen and Kalshif did well for Worcestershire. Other than that, only Prest really has played with great fluency.
We played rather similarly to, not the same shots, similarly to Cullen.
Yeah.
With Jake Lehman, we saw him move laterally across the crease, but didn't you really see him use his feet?
No, he tried a couple of times,
ball,
didn't he? Just lost his shape once when he went down and tried that big whack away on the leg side. I don't know, I just think he used up quite a lot of deliveries for 48.
Well, it brings James Fuller to the crease. Over 1,000 runs in this format, so he's no slouch at all.
And
he can hit a long ball too.
If somebody plays a great innings and wins it, then you could say that Lehman helped to set it up.
Well, that's going to be
4. Good start for Fuller. Drifting down the leg side, flicked away. Taylor's finished. 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 45.
9 from the over. A wicket as well. Required rate is 12s. 84 to win. 7 overs remain. Fateh Singh back into the attack. Tom Prest on strike. Well, Fateh Singh deep in conversation with skipper Jake Libby.
This is where we need the advice of the senior spinner, Usama Mir. What did he say? Bowl with your heart.
That's right. Round the wicket to Preston, pushed him through. He's chasing the ball himself, looking to keep them to 1, but they'll get 2. Good bit of running.
Bowl with your heart.
Well, we've just seen a change in the field as well. So Dan Latigan's gone to long off. Cullen's out.
He's played
deep
brilliantly,
cover.
hasn't he, Prest? 70 or 54.
He's been absolutely excellent. Just from the outset, his demeanour was rather different to everyone else's as it Singh's in again. That's edge, chance for a catch, and he's got his man. Fateh Singh induces the edge. Tom Prest has to go. D'Oliveira takes the catch, and that's the big wicket. And is that the wicket that sees Worcestershire home? But you have to say, Tom Prest has batted absolutely beautifully from the moment he came to the wicket. He was busy, industrious, shot selection was good, picked length well, was aggressive at the right time. He's getting a very, very well-deserved round of applause from this Worcestershire crowd. He has been magnificent. Echoes of the Cullen innings a little bit earlier on today. Jake Libby has held Fateh Singh back, Frank. Almost got him in his previous over, shelled by Dan Latigan. No mistake this time.
Coming into bat, Ben Brown.
Well, Ben Brown on his way to the wicket. Another very effective lower order batter.
It's a lot to ask, though, isn't it?
Well, that's the it's not a question of talent at all. You've got Fuller, who's a great striker of a ball. Ben Brown, who can do everything, really. It's coming in cold at 12.3 and over. It is a tough ask, Frank. We've seen some pretty special innings from desperate situations at New Road this year, most notably Cameron Darawal in the T20. I think Fuller and Brown are going to have to emulate that sort of drama to get their side over the line. In comes Fateh Singh, Brown on strike. He's gone for it straight away. Allison's interested. It's going to drop just short of him. Well taken on the run and on the bounce. That wasn't easy, but he made it look such. Home fans appreciate it. Fuller on strike. Will he look to wind up? Pulls this to Darley for a single. Oh, it's a top edge. It was a great effort by Gareth Roddick to get a mitt on that. Took all the pace off it. Good anticipation. Push through a bit quicker and it'll just be a single. But yet again, Frank, Fateh Singh will make his way to his fielding position and milk the applause of this home crowd after another successful over in this competition. And he got the big wicket.
Yes,
of
6 off the over, run rate's up to 13, 2 new batters in, tall order now.
Returning to bowl at the Douglas end, Matthew Waite.
Well, 2 left for Waite, 1 left for Allison, 3 from Singh. And thoughts on Jake Libby, why he's marshalled his troops?
Good.
Fielding positions, I thought,
really good.
Very good.
Yeah, really good. Only 5 bowlers to work with. Brought Singh back at exactly the right time, and it always helps when you get the man you need. But yeah, he's done well, hasn't he? Done very well. I think they've used the ball into the pitch particularly well in the second half of the innings.
We saw on the first game that the bumpers at full pace they used very, very sparingly but were very effective. And you're right, second half of this innings,
Yeah,
pace off, rolling their fingers over them.
it's got harder to bat on, hasn't it? I really think that. That's a clever shot.
Well, a flick of the wrist to time it away, just fizzed off the bat, didn't it? Again, plenty of conversations being had. Gareth Roddick very involved.
That's a good shot too. Beautifully struck. Stood very still, didn't he?
Yeah, just beyond the reach of Jake Libby. Back-to-back boundaries. A bit of pace off. And just a single. But Brown quickly on to 10. It's a full bunger, it's gone miles up in the air. Roderick's underneath it. Comfortably taken. Well, Fuller goes. Waite has another.
Score report by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Matthew Waite for 7.
think as we see the lower middle order struggle, sort of vindicates what you were saying, Frank, about Jake Lehman just doing more to keep up with Tom Prest.
As and when the game finishes, if you are parked behind the Premier Inn on the car park there or on the lower car park, your journey will be delayed for approximately 15 minutes to allow spectators to cross the bridge, pedestrians cross the bridge into the city centre. Also, anyone who wishes to collect autographs needs to be behind the dugout in front of the scoreboard next to the Graham Hick.
Well, Andrew Neil on his way out to the middle.
It's been a good effort, hasn't it, by the Worcestershire team?
Yeah, very disciplined.
Marshalled well by Libby. Good performance. Measured. Built the score as we were saying they needed to, having learned from the other day, and then used that scoreboard pressure to turn the screw. It's been a really good effort.
Yeah, had to work hard, haven't they? They've been pushed, really pushed. Ali Orr started well, Gubbins batted well, Tom Prest particularly, but they've kept to it, haven't they? Kept their composure very well.
Yeah.
And made Hampshire work for everything, haven't they?
It's been a really good effort.
Well, big appeal and gone. Well, Fateh Singh continues to take wickets, and the decision to hold him back and build that run rate with the seamers is paying dividends. Looking for a big sweep, played all round it, caught right in front. And Brown has to go, and they've just Worcestershire have manufactured a situation by which Hampshire have to play big shots that this service just doesn't allow, really. I think you were more relaxed about things than I was, Frank, actually, in those moments. I was doing, they're still there. Many years of watching Worcestershire make it as difficult as possible for their supporters, as I think I've got PTSD.
Yeah, I just think it's been a really decent team performance from the pairs. Well marshalled, limited bowling resources. Harry Darley stepped up. I think they've done really well.
They're performing like a side that, again, we discuss it at length in white ball cricket. Identity, team role, consistent selection. It's a reason why this Worcestershire side are a much fancied side in this competition. Ben Stokes might have something to say about that. He started it rather well. The biggest of big fishes in the Metro Bank Cup. And he may well be with us on the 11th of August when Durham are the visitors. Inkung Singh, it's a big heave. Thickish inside edge. Before we concern ourselves with Durham, though, we have cricket at New Road yet again on Friday. It's where blue for Bakes against Middlesex, that's right. Short this time.
There's a very nice little video that James Rue did you see that?
I did, yeah.
Very nice, I thought.
Very easy chap to like, isn't he, James Rue?
Just taken a catch to dismiss Taz Ali down at Taunton. Warwickshire 9 down. And he's just let one through his legs for 4 byes.
Singh in, it's down leg side, it's missed everything, it's going to be wides, and they'll run one as well. Not much Roderick can do about that. But yes, more cricket at New Road. Very home fixture heavy at the start of this competition. So Friday, Middlesex, wear blue for Bakes, in memory of Josh Baker. As Singh is in again, that's down the ground. Is it going to clear? Allison, it is. That's a big 6. It's another one headed towards the media centre. Paddy's chasing this one. He's jealous of Sam's grab earlier on. And again, hospitality opportunities. Kids for £1, 10 quid for adults. Get yourself down to some top-end cricket at New Road. If you can't make it, myself and Frank will be bringing coverage as always. Last ball of the 46th. In comes Singh. Push through straight to D'Oliveira. Awkward bounce, so he's got to wear one. But it's another over with a Fateh Singh wicket. Already in a spot where it's going to be tricky to catch him. Leading wicket taker from a Rapids perspective. 255 for 8. 4 overs remain. 53 required. I've not seen Williams bat actually. That drive through extra cover was very pretty.
Turning to bowl at the Tiglis end, Ben Allison.
Ben Allison from the Douglas end. Andrew Neil on strike. Required rate 13.2. It's swing the bat time. Wallop down the ground just for a single. Williams deep in his crease, sends it over Jake Libby, 1 bounce 4. Not the opening bowler. Well, I think he can bat. Slated to come in at number 10. That's another shot through the offside. That belongs to a player higher up the order than that.
It's all over at Taunton. Somerset beaten Warwickshire by many.
Slow ball bouncer.
That's going to be out.
Top edge. Libby underneath it. Takes the catch. Allison gets his man. Well, I said it was throw the bat time. Didn't have much choice. So a couple of handsome looking shots from Ollie Williams, but he's got to go. 260 for 9. 48 still required. And Worcestershire looking to wrap this up early. And what would represent a really good victory. Harry Petrie on his way out. And again, the coloured pads, Frank, as Williams makes way with his slightly orange. He's got lemon yellow. Been on kit watch this afternoon.
He's borrowed Nick Gibbons' pads.
Well, they look box fresh, don't they?
Well, I think this has been a good performance by Worcestershire in many ways.
Coming into bat, Harry Petrie.
3 balls remain of Allison's spell. Full, straight, just a single. As the sky fills with grey cloud. Too late in the day, too late in the game for it to be any concern to us. Allison in, Andrew Neil waits, slow ball bouncer. Got on top of that well, good shot, should go for 4, does go for 4, that's a cracking shot. Waited for it. Almost like a tennis smash. Times it well, placed it even better. Last ball of Allison's spell, in he comes. Again goes for the bouncer, again. Neil waits for it. And plays it into the onside for a single. He'll keep the strike. Allison will complete his spell. 10 overs, 2 for 60, I should say. And it's been a bowling performance where, though not spectacular, everybody's contributed. Everybody's played their part. And Worcestershire have just managed to keep Hampshire in check throughout. Even in that big partnership of over 100 for the 5th wicket, Lehman and Tom Prest, they've just managed to keep a lid on things enough to keep building that pressure and that run rate. Fateh Singh, full, almost through. Neil. Flatter, skidded in. Neil looks to launch it, gets that behind square for 4. So another boundary to his name. Discussions out in the middle. Think that maybe they could pull something off for the history books. 38 from 2.5. Neil goes again. Has he got that? Darley's underneath it. It might go over his head. It does go over his head. Question is it 4 or is it 6?
6.
It's a 6. Well, Andrew Neil's having a dart here, Frank. It's panicked the scoreboard. It's back up.
Well, it's not over till it's over. And Fateh Singh's got to bowl another one after this.
Well, 32 required.
But he's only got to miss-hit one, hasn't he? He's only got to miss-hit one. And I reckon that's my tip. I reckon he'll miss-hit one and be caught. Well, he's got to keep going.
Fuller and flatter, I think. Singh attack the stumps if he can. That's going to be a wide. All of a sudden, a few groans in the crowd. A bit of nerves.
I'd go slower.
Slow, toss it up.
Yeah.
Ask it to grip.
Yeah.
That's the brave approach, isn't it?
There you go. Ooh,
thickish
so
outside
close.
edge. Tom Taylor chasing. He'll take a couple. Well, it's the Worcester way. 29 to win. Make you sweat for every last bit. Fuller. It'll just be a single. So 14 from the over. 2 overs to go. Required rate is bob on 14s. They've done the first of the 3. And more importantly, Neil has kept the strike.
Matthew Waite.
50 off the last 4. Matthew Waite and Singh to finish off. If it's 16 off the last one, you wouldn't, would you? Well, I don't know. Tricky. Well, that's 6. That's huge. That is huge. 286 for 9.
Well, Neil
31 off 13. This is Gloucestershire revisited, isn't it?
Well, again, I mentioned I got PTSD.
Very well.
I'll say, you know, it's palindromic. That pleases me. It's the only thing that pleases me about it. 31 from 13.
Block hole.
That's gone as well. And all of a sudden,
it's
from
Cameron Darrywell, isn't it?
Absolutely nowhere, Hampshire are dragging themselves back into this.
Oh my goodness. 16 to win off 10 deliveries, 9 down.
But the key here is that it's one man who's doing all the damage, and he's got the bit between his teeth.
He's a big man with long levers and a good eye. Just who holds the nerve?
Well, the key is that you just don't want him stuck. Well, I think at this point he probably farms a strike anyway, doesn't he?
Don't want
He's
that.
not
He's
taking
getting
singles.
his arms away, isn't he? As we know, it can happen. Goes full weight. Oh, it's hit for 4.
Well,
gone through Tom Taylor, extra cover, didn't see it. Straight through him. 16 off 4. 12 to win off 9.
it was right at him. He lost the track of the ball. I mentioned it clouded over. Murky grey ball. And all of a sudden, from absolutely nowhere, Neil is on 41 from 15.
Absolutely incredible.
It was Matt Waite with the penultimate over against Gloucestershire in the T20, Frank.
Is that dropped? Is that a
It
drop?
is.
Oh,
It's an incredible
great
stop. There was a chance for a run out as well.
Full toss, hit in the air. Taylor diving to his right. Fantastic stop. And it's a dot. 12 to win off 8. But they're 9 down.
The dot, not so fussed about it. Got to get him out.
Got to get him out.
It's two big hits there. He's got 8 chances at it.
Well, 10 minutes ago, this game was over, wasn't it?
Yep. Well, 260 for 9 with 3.5 overs to go, needing 45. No, sorry, correction. Needing 49. 49 from 3.5 overs. With 1 wicket left in the hutch. Big delivery this. He's going to get a single. And that means that Neil is on strike for the final over. Fateh Singh has 11 runs to defend. It means that all outcomes are very possible. The interesting approach here is Andrew Neil is not going to give Harry Petrie the strike. He is going to be thinking, if I hit 2 sixes, this game is over. And he's got 6 attempts at it. Again, the brains trust come together. It's Libby and Roderick and Fateh Singh
67 off the last 5 overs have been scored. Matthew Waite finishes with figures of 10 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 64. And, well, he's mentioned Libby. We thought we'd done a good job. Say that again. I'll reiterate that. But it is all down to Fateh Singh. It is all down to him holding his nerve. Bowl with your heart is what Usama Mir said. And he's got to do something here.
Well, look, if you're a Hampshire fan that stayed with this feed, more power to you, because it looked like the game was gone.
Required.
Fateh Singh in. Andrew Neil waits, looks to whack it. I want to think about 2. He's just going to stay there. If he can't guarantee 2, he's not going to come back. This is a 2-6 game, Frank. He is going to look to just launch it for 6 twice, and if he can do it, he wins.
All 3 fours, I suppose.
Oh, I think he's just going to look to whack it.
Fateh Singh, hold your nerve. Great finish. Great finish.
Well, yet again, Frank, we seem to find drama here at New Road. All 3 outcomes are possible. Singh in, looks to launch it, and that's one of them. That's massive. Andrew Neil on to 48 from 20 deliveries, and this is an astonishing innings. And you feel he's just going to try and repeat the dose. Fateh Singh, what have you got, young man? Again, he's got the ear of Jake Libby. 5 runs to win. At this point, a 6 or a 4. 6 wins it, a 4 ties, and they're just going to find any opportunity to run. And all of a sudden, Worcestershire
260 for 9 they were.
Full hit down the ground. Applause from Ben Allison as the ball trickles towards him, because he knows that he's not going to run.
260 for 9.
They were 260 for 9. It's now 303 for 9. 3 balls remain. 1 lusty blow will win it. What can Fateh Singh provide for his side? Edged and gone! He's got a wicket, that's what he can do! And right at the last, the Rapids find a way to get over the line. But make no mistake, this side will take you all the way to the wire. A moment for Andrew Neil, who did absolutely everything he could to steal this game away. But in the biggest of moments, bowling the last over, Fateh Singh has his man. Worcestershire win an absolute classic, and the Rapids avoid defeat from the jaws of victory. They get over the line, Frank. Why can't they make it easy?
Great game, great game. Fateh Singh held his nerve, let's be fair. Massive pressure, held his nerve. His figures don't look great, do they? 9.4 overs, no maidens, 81 for 3. But he held his nerve. It's a brilliant effort by Andrew Neil, but not to be. 49.4 overs. They are all out for 303, and Worcestershire have won by 4 runs. A cracking game of 50 over cricket. Absolutely tremendous. Worcestershire the winners by 4 runs. They are applauded from the field. As you say, Jim, they keep things interesting. It was an interesting game. Worcestershire went about it in exactly the right way. We thought when they were 260 for 9 they'd done everything right, but a fantastic effort by Andrew Neil. Fateh Singh held his nerve. It's a cracking game of cricket. Worcestershire, defending their title, win by 4 runs. Well played, Andrew Neil. Well played, Nick Gubbins. Well played, Tom Prest. I still think maybe Lehman was a little bit slow. But having said that, if they'd have pulled it off, we'd have had to say he played a really good innings in setting it up. Cracking game of cricket. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. And win for the Rapids, and Worcestershire are back here against Middlesex on Friday. We'll be back then. And let's hope Blue for Bakes is as exciting as this one's been today. Thank you very much for being with us, whether you're of a Worcestershire, a Hampshire or a neutral persuasion, and do join us again on Friday.